Others dare to make a movie with 30,000 horsemen. But you have 3,000 horsemen and claim to dominate in Hong Kong. What's wrong with killing someone in the Hong Kong government? Even when the British government comes, they have to give you some face. Because the assassins were recruited by the system for you. Not a group of emotionless cold tools, but 3,000 brothers who have had life and death relationships with you. The initial price is a bit high. Otherwise, the young version of Li Ka-shing, you have to deal with his team. At this point, you are calculating your assets. Currently, you have 100 acres of good farmland, a warehouse full of grain, and a small car worth 100,000 yuan. Although not wealthy, you are not destitute either. According to the system, death warriors are divided into 3 levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Currently, you can only recruit beginner death warriors, each requiring 5,000 Hong Kong dollars to summon. Fortunately, you have tens of thousands in savings. The main issue now is the space. The house has 3 floors, 6 rooms, 2 studies, deducting the storage room, the kitchen, and your bedroom. There are still 3 rooms left that can be used to recruit death warriors. Recruitment. System prompt. Detected 0 balance. Recharge 50,000 Hong Kong dollars. System prompt. Recharge successful. Amount 50,000 Hong Kong dollars. Funds deducted. The assassin will arrive within 30 minutes. Congratulations on obtaining skill level A. Note that your level A will always critical hit, with slightly enhanced physical fitness. Feeling the power erupting within you, you smiled satisfactorily. Then you walked out of the bedroom and found Fanjie, the self-combing maid of the Lu family, never married in her lifetime, only serving the Lu family from top to bottom. You have always regarded her as family since you were young. Fanjie, I will have 3 friends coming over later. Please prepare some noodles. Okay. At this moment, Fanjie looked at you in the master's pajamas, her eyes slightly red, but quickly adjusted. You sat on the old sofa in the living room, smoking, watching the raindrops outside hitting the doorstep's flagstones, like a wolf king, patiently waiting for your own wolf pack. Suddenly, the sound of stepping in the rain came, your eyes cold, and you stood up. They're here. In the rain curtain, 3 figures walked in one after another, all around 40 years old, dark skin, broad shoulders, faces full of wind and fatigue wrinkles. They looked like drifters, ragged clothes emitting a sour smell. You quickly approached, saying nothing. Go take a hot shower to warm up first. The 3 were about to speak, but seeing your determined gaze, they silently followed you to the bathroom. Each floor has a bathroom. Make do with it for now. I'll go get clothes. Then you went upstairs, extremely puzzled. How could the junior assassins be drifters? Are these people generated by the system or brought in from reality? Assassins, as the name suggests, are ruthless characters who dare to do what ordinary people dare not do. Next, you need to plan how to use them properly. Big brother, when you turned around and saw the 3 people who had cleaned up and changed into new clothes, they indeed looked much fresher. Sit down. You pointed to the sofa. The conditions may be tough, but as long as the brothers work together, the days will definitely get better. Then you took out cigarettes and handed them to the 3 people. As long as you have hands and feet, there will always be 2 meals a day. All 3 of them were heavy smokers. And after taking the cigarettes, the 4 of you started to smoke and chat. It was only after the conversation that you understood where they came from. Indeed, they were wanderers, and the system's setting was quite interesting. Fanjie's cooking skills were naturally impeccable, and the simple shrimp noodles she made were extremely delicious. 3 loyal followers put down their chopsticks, eating the Lord's food and serving the Lord faithfully. Eldest brother, if there is anything you need us to do, just command us. No rush. You gesture. You all must be tired too. Rest first. We'll discuss our next move tomorrow. At that moment, a man ran in through the rain. He was Lu Tianming from the 3rd house. The 3 loyal followers instantly became alert, their eyes sharp. Eldest brother, the patriarch wants you to attend a meeting at the village office. Lu Tianming shivered. Eldest brother, do you have friends? Want to have supper together? Lu Tianming shook his head repeatedly. Eldest brother seems to be dealing with something big. Jin Chang and the others have also gone. Alright, I'll have them rest first before going. The 3 loyal followers stood up. Eldest brother, we'll accompany you. Okay, you nod. I'll take you to meet the Lu family village. Immediately, you go to the 2nd floor to change clothes. But you didn't notice that one of the assassins quietly hid the fruit knife on the table in his sleeve. Lu family village is located in the Saikang district on the eastern coast of the New Territories, with most areas undeveloped, known as the backyard of Hong Kong Island. You lead 3 assassins into the village office, where you see the head of the 1st house, Lu Hantao. and the head of the second house, Lu Yongquan, waiting for you as the representative of the third house. Everyone in the village office looks at you with complex expressions. Lu Hantao coldly says, when Dong is here, we've been waiting for you. He frowns at the 3 people you brought. This is a village meeting. Why did you bring outsiders in? They are my brothers, not outsiders. You firmly say, if they are not from Lu family village, they are outsiders. The second master Lu Yongfu has a bad temper. Angrily said, do you understand the rules? You coldly retorted, when is it your turn to speak? The words in Lu Yongfu's mouth were forcibly swallowed back. Suddenly, the assassin who stole the fruit knife shouted loudly, his voice like thunder, thief, dare to be disrespectful to my big brother. He quickly passed through the crowd, grabbed Lu Yongfu's collar, and the fruit knife in his hand suddenly stabbed into his throat. I repay kindness with revenge. Today I kill this thief for my big brother. His actions were clean and neat, his expression cold and ruthless, as if killing was as easy as killing a chicken. God forbid. Lu Wendong never thought of letting his dead soldiers kill people. He also never thought that the dead soldiers given by the system were so ruthless, and so impervious to humiliation. You're not going to pull out your sword at the drop of a hat. That said, that knife is a fruit knife from home, right? He wondered if his own dead soldier had been harboring such thoughts for a long time. The people standing in the village office were stunned and, the demented line, what kind of person kills someone without saying a word, and in plain sight? You don't think you've had enough jail time? Tang San didn't leave. It's hard to tell when you're gone. It'll cause trouble for Big Brother. He had a very calm expression on his face. Hands off. Luck Wingfu was down. The blood gurgled between the necks of the. Insulting my elder brother is like insulting my father. Tang San's eyes were fierce as wolves. If you dare to commit another offense, you will be like this thief. The other 2 dead men stepped out and, if you dare to commit another offense, you will be like this thief. There's only 3 of them, but it shook the whole village hall into silence. Even Lu Yongquan, the head of the second house, who was known as the little bully of the Lu family village, was shocked and his eyebrows jumped straight up. Luck Wingfu's death has told everyone that these 3 guys can really kill. Call the police. The one who opened his mouth was actually Lu Wendong. The crowd is a little confused. I don't know what's going on here. A good dead soldier is a good dead soldier when he's alive. A dead soldier is worth nothing. Lu Wendong has been clear that the system gives the dead man exactly how much BA closed. He must save Tang San. There is no death penalty on Hong Kong Island. Tang San should be sentenced to life in prison. But that's okay. Hong Kong Island is a rich man's world. As long as people are around, Lu Wendong must have a way to overturn Tang San's case. The meeting at the village office ended without a hitch before it could be held. All of them were taken back to the Saikang District Police Station in Kowloon in police vehicles. Lu leaned back in his chair and smoked. He had a calm expression on his face. The door opens. An errand boy with 3 flowers on his shoulder walked in. I'm Chief Inspector Wang Kai-fa of the Serious Crimes Unit. Lu Wendong. You abetted the murder. Give an honest account and I can still plead for you with the judge. Sir, I'll give you a minute to calm down and reorganize your language. Lu Wendong flicked down the ashes of his cigarette. I am the head of the third house in Lu Jia village. Think carefully about the consequences of inducing a confession before you say this to me. He had a very disdainful expression on his face. Back then, we were able to beat you guys so much that your royal chi couldn't even enter the new territories. So with you still trying to bluff me? Those who have constant production are constant. Although the life of a country boy in the new territories is not as good as that in Kowloon or on Hong Kong Island, but they have fields and land. Back then, in order to defend this achievement, even the British troops in Hong Kong dared to fight. The Hong Kong government was forced to come up with a small house policy to comfort the new territories' people. What's an errand boy? Don't be arrogant. Huang Chifa slapped down the table in anger and Lu was right. He wouldn't dare. Huang Chifa was very unhappy with Lu Wendong's attitude. I'm just looking for a fight. Who told you to smoke? So you take it? Lu passes his right hand. Come on. You. Huang Chifa almost spit out blood. Tang San is one of yours, right? My friend. Huang Chifa's eyes lit up. Then how dare you say you didn't abet the murder? It was clearly premeditated. Lu sighed. Use that pig brain of yours and think about why I killed him. Because. Huang was speechless. No wonder the triads are rampant out there now. What with Hung Hing and Tung Sing, and I don't see you guys managing order. Lu is very strong. I don't think you had much schooling at your age. Good boy. Listen to me. The errand boy is not for you. Go back to a factory and screw it up properly. He looked down at the clock and stood up. Alright, come back to me when you guys find evidence. Hey. Huang Chifa couldn't stand it any longer. This new territory's kid is too arrogant. Those who don't know will think he's the governor of Hong Kong. You have not been cleared of suspicion and I have the right to hold you for 48 hours. Lu stopped in his tracks. He had eyes as cold as a wolf king's. My brothers are waiting for me outside. You want to buckle? Now go make a report. Will 5 minutes be enough for you? Head. The side messenger hurriedly pulled Huang Chifa quietly said. His dad just passed away. Lu Jia village there is no need to make such a big. Huang Chifa muttered a few words. Lu Jia village is just awesome. Ha, okay. I'm warning you not to leave Hong Kong Island. Also, pass it along. Tang San can't bail out for sure. Killing in plain sight. The evidence is overwhelming. Luck Mantun can't see him, either. He could only save his other 2 dead soldiers. When they walked out of the police station, Lu Tianming was guarding the outside with a few people from the 3rd house. On the other side confronting them were the men from the 2nd house. The 2 teams were about to put on a reality show in front of the police department. Lu Wendong stepped forward and drank. What for? Want to eat jail? Go. 3 things to read. Favorite. Plus a reward. 4. Accounting. For what? The rain has just stopped. The cold winds are bitterly cold. As soon as Lu Wendong came out, the 3rd house has a backbone. Right away. Lu Tianming several people stood to go behind Lu Wendong provocatively looking at the 3 houses of people. The 3rd house has been ostracized by the 1st and 2nd houses. Before that, it was Mr. Luck's dad who was holding up the fort. After his dad left, the 3rd room looked like the sky was falling for a while. Now look at how ruthless Lu Wendong is. They had something to look forward to. Lu Wendong. A young man jumps out of the 2nd room and he was about to speak when Lu Wendong threw a slap and sealed his mouth. Didn't Lu Yongquan teach you the rules? Lu Wendong's eyes were ferocious. Is my name something you can call? The men of the 2nd house were discouraged. They're looking at each other and they're not going anywhere. Lu Wendong, Lu Yongquan, who had just finished the formalities, flew out. What are you doing? Hitting my man. He doesn't know the rules. Lu Yongquan angrily said. Even if you don't know the rules, it's my turn to teach, not yours. The 2 dead soldiers stepped forward and directly scared Lu Yongquan to retreat to the 2nd room team. What the? Lu Yongquan was indeed stunned. What's happening in the village hall is unimaginable. It's the first time he's ever seen someone so gangsta. You really don't take human life seriously. Lu Wendong, don't go too far. Lu Yongquan endures the anger. You still haven't given me an explanation about Yang Fu. What account is he to take of his failing life? Lu Wendong coldly said. So that is to say that people must not be 3/8, mouth to stay moral, so that you can live this life peacefully. Speaking, Lu Jinxiang has accompanied Mrs. Lu out. They're all a little grim-faced and Lu Taigong looked at. What are you doing? Shame on you. Go back. Lu, who was driving, was excited. Dong, this time it's awesome. That bastard Lu Yongfu is sinister and cunning. He usually bullies us a lot. He spat viciously out the window. Just damn it. Lu Yongquan, those also all deserve to die. All deserve to die. Lu Wendong did not expect that the several houses in the Lu family village would be so hostile to each other. He was instantly skeptical about the death of his cheap-ass dad. Ming, how did my old bean go? The head of the room Lu sniffled. He lost his footing and fell into the sea when he went to talk business. It was bonkers hard by the time I found it. Business? Not messing with Ding Quan? Why are you still out talking business? Lu Tianming blurted out. Dong, Taigong and the others don't have good intentions. The big house and the 2nd house joined forces to take away all the Ding rights in our hands. The head of the house, he was not happy and wanted to find some income for everyone. So that's why he went to Saigon to find the big fool to get a smuggled car to go to the mainland. In 1972, the Hong Kong government promulgated the small house policy. Male children over 18 years of age permitted in the new territories, as long as the fathers can be traced back to the 1898 indigenous inhabitants of recognized villages in the new territories. Once in a lifetime, it is possible to build a room with a height of up to 3 stories, with a maximum height of 8.22 meters. Small houses with an area of not more than 700 square feet, 77.7 square meters, per floor. This is the root of all evil. Starting after 72, most of any strife in the new territories is because of this Ding Quan. Nothing else. It's really too profitable for Dingquan. It's so big that people are willing to take the risk. Knowing that Hong Kong Island is one of the most expensive places in the world. Many Hong Kong people have to live in coffin-sized houses for the rest of their lives, whereas a male child in the new territories has the right from birth to build a small house not exceeding a total area of 100 square feet. You can imagine how many people will be jealous, and how many tycoons want to get their hands on it. Lu looked out the window. Neon lights flashing. The Shui Hing Sparrow House on the corner is crowded with people. The free wives and grandmothers are making a big show of themselves. Pedestrians on the road are in a hurry. Not far away, the signboard of Begu is even more conspicuous. The stock market and the housing market were both booming on Hong Kong Island in this era. There's money to be made for everyone. Everybody's happy. They all look like they're in good spirits. He withdrew his gaze and asked, "Is Dummy on good terms with old Bean?" "Dong? I'm not too sure." Lu Tianming thought for a moment and added, "The head of the room, he shouldn't be looking for just anyone." "Aha." Lu nodded his head. "Smuggling isn't something you do in the heat of the moment. Cheap old Beans must have thought it through, since he'll be going to the big Dummy," suggesting the existence of some friendship between the two parties. "It's unlikely to be a stranger." Ding Quan? Under Lu Wendong's careful reckoning, Tianming, how many of us in the third house have already handed over our ding rights? There's about 20 families. Lu Tianming was furious. "Brother Dong, it's all because of Lu Jianba, this anti-bone boy, or else the head of the room wouldn't have gotten so passive." Lu Wendong's eyes instantly sharpened. A guy from the third house hooking up with another house? 3 things to read. Favorite. Plus a reward. 5. Here's a chance to nail the 3-bedroom. The hall of the Lu residence. Under the bright lights, Lu Jinxiang, Lu Yongquan, and Lu Jianba were smoking drearily. Just now they were 4 brothers. In the blink of an eye, Luck Wingfu has even gone down the drain. It's unbelievable. Pouncing, Lu Yongquan suddenly stood up. He looked angrily at Eunuch Lu, who had been sitting at the top of the table without saying a word. "Tai Gong, this is clearly a sign from Lu Wendong to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. He is killing the chicken to warn the monkey. He treats us like monkeys," Lu Jianba said weakly. "Dong should not be so. Where the hell are you standing?" Lu Yongquan broke into a rage. "What Dong? You ate at his house? We're the ones on our own. Come on. It's no use throwing a tantrum." Lu Jinxiang is a bit more composed among the few. "Tai Gong, I think this is an opportunity to break the third house." Speaking, Luck Tai Kung is the one who sits at ease in a fishing boat. The 8 immovable gingers. He looked to his head horse and, "Kung, you have a sharp mind. The brothers all support you. Speak boldly. Fu can't die in vain." Luck Kim Kung, these guys have been playing since they were kids. Same village, same ethnicity, absolutely hardcore. Now he's working with Mr. Luck on Ding Quan. We were supposed to dress up and be rich and famous together. It didn't end up being a night. Luck Wingfu went straight down to make eggs scatter. As the leader of several brothers, Lu Jinxiang knows that he absolutely cannot sit back and do nothing. Otherwise, it's not a good team to lead. No matter what the cops say, that rotten kid was brought here by Lu Wendong. Without him, Young Fu would not have died, so it's definitely on him. Right. Lu Yongquan stared at Lu Jianba with 2 evil eyes. "Stand over there, you say? He's a cannibal. I'm afraid we're going to have to break up the brotherhood." Lu Jianba can only state, "The Green Mountain was originally my side companion, accompanied by white clouds in front of me." "Kung, go on," Lu Yongquan said. "If you need people, you need money," Mr. Lu added. "Rich, that's easy," Lu Jinxiang said directly. "Yongquan, go back to sister-in-law and ask her to come out and cry in mourning. Cry as much sorrow as you can, and we'll get a few old ladies on our side to come out and call for mourning. I just don't believe folks can sit back and do nothing." Makes sense. Lu Yongquan is quite good at this. Make a big deal out of it first. Garner sympathy. Get everyone on our side. Isolate the third house. Uncle Sam, the bastard son, was originally of unknown origin. That's not what Luck Kim Kung wants. Of course. His eyes skimmed over Lu Jianba, followed by landing on Lu Taigong. "Taigong, Bo-chan. He has always been on top of things these past few years and is qualified to sit in the third house." "That's right. After standing down there for so many years, it's time to get up there and take that seat." Lu Yongquan sat down next to Lu Jianba and patted him on the shoulder. "The people of the third house were already broken up by us, and now we're leading the Ding Quan affair. As long as Luckman Tung, the puffer, is stunk by us, Bo, you're the only one qualified enough to take the head of the room seat. By then the entire Lu family village will all be in our hands, and then we'll get the back Ding Quan to come out and sprinkle just." They all looked at Mrs. Lu in unison. "If we want to make this work, we must have Tai Kung's approval. Otherwise the shrine won't even be open. It's a complete fantasy. In this world the wolf eats the sheep, the tiger kills the rabbit, and the strong exploits the weak, all of which are natural." Lu Taigong's mysterious words, listening to Lu Jinxiang and the others, were a little fuzzy. "I won't live for many years. In this life I just want to make the Lu Gua group bigger. Simple enough. Straightforward enough." Though Lu Taigong didn't say anything. However, Lu Jinxiang and the others immediately grasped his meaning. "Do something." The 3 men stood up and, "Taigong, just sit firmly in the center tent and listen to the good news." The power of the 3 houses in Luck's village was already the weakest. Now there's the excuse of Luck Wingfu's death. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They're very confident that they'll get Luck out of office. When the time comes, we can push Lu Jianba to become the head of the third room. Brothers working together for the land-state group. Anyone can eat abalone, sit on a yacht and play with girls. The world thinks that power struggles are schemes and calculations, not realizing that the struggle for power is simply a matter of kicking and punching and killing each other. Especially now that the Lukes are still involved in the Ding Quan matter, of which there are no measurable funds. In the face of such great interest, parents can be left alone, not to mention the already feuding third bedroom. Luk Kim Kung is at the front of the line. Lu Yongfu and Lu Jianba are standing left and right. Three men of one mind. They are all prepared to fix Lu Wendong with the death of Lu Yongfu. 6. Can we talk? Just after the rain. There's a fog in the air. Lu Wendong is discussing things with his three dead soldiers. Tang San won't be able to get out anytime soon. Then he'll have to recruit himself another dead man. Lu Jia village has 250 households totaling 731 people. There are 900 young men here who are still in the village, but there are only 200 lads belonging to the three houses, and the first house and the second house are basically good enough to wear the same pants. Under their suppression, the third house doesn't usually get much of the sweet stuff, and because of that, it was Lu Wendong's cheap old bean who made up his mind to get a smuggled car to make some money for all of us, and it didn't turn out to be a moneymaker. He's gone. Lu Wendong was resolute. The eldest house and the second house will definitely use Lu Yongfu's death to mess with us. The three dead soldiers looked at the empty noodle bowls on the table and they don't have any extra words. Big brother, strike first and suffer later. Lu Wendong knelt down on one knee. It's me who has wronged everyone. The three suffered openly and honestly. They have nothing. I don't even have a family. Only this life. Every extra day is a bonus. Can gall and deter the wicked. I can kill people. Big brother, eat the king's pay. Be loyal to the king. Eating a full meal from Big Brother is a good way to die. Lu Wendong stood up. His eyes were slightly moist. In all fairness, he doesn't want to, but the matter of Luk Wingfu's death must be resolved, and he's got to make a way for himself. I'm not out in 30 minutes. Let go and do it. If I'm out in a few minutes, smoking is the signal. Lu straightened his lapel. He came out of the old mansion sharp as a hawk in the sky and, before we even walked into the hall, over there, Lu Jinxiang and his trio were just about to walk out. Eyes met on both sides. The smell of gunpowder is so strong it's going to explode. What are you doing here? You're not welcome here. Lu Yongquan remembered that he had actually been pressured by this guy in front of the police station. It's a real pain in the ass. Get out of the way. Lu Wendong drank. What? The second house is now able to speak on behalf of the big house? Or have your two houses merged? His principles in life were such that, I'll never bow down to anyone. If you're going to play hard enough. Mrs. Lu didn't want to see Lu Wendong at a time like this, but he couldn't say no. We'll have to get Lu to come over. Wendong, how do you want to end up with this kind of thing today? Lu Hantao is really not happy. There's no such thing. Even if you have to mess with the land forever and let the outcasts do it. And it's a DUI. It's only 5 years. What do you mean by professional? This one is called professional. Close what? Lu Wendong is bland. It's already happened. And no matter how much you take a stand, you can't undo it anymore. In that case, he wouldn't think of such needless worries that, Tai Gong, I came here on behalf of room 3 to talk to you about something. I'm tired today. Mrs. Lu outright refused. Luk Mantong is just a bastard. Out of nowhere. And he brazenly killed Lu Yongfu as soon as he arrived. People like that. He doesn't want to talk about it. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Mrs. Lu stood up with her dragon head crutch. Excuse me, please move over. Go. Luk Wingchen has a bad temper. Now that I'm ready to get into this mess. I'm ready to get into this mess. He didn't even bother to hide it. Lu Wendong. Until the matter of Yongfu is accounted for, there's no talking. Lu Wendong is silent. He looked at Mrs. Lu, who was preparing to go upstairs, and asked one last time, Tai Gong, you really can't talk about it? Mrs. Lu stops at the stairs. He looks back down at Lu, and look at the three Luk Kem Kung brothers. There's no need to choose at all. It's the big house. The second house. That's its own basic disc. Then he said lightly, Wendong, Yongquan is right. You have to give an explanation. How can we talk about it until it's accounted for? People will say I'm old and confused. So how will I do anything then? You go back and think about it. After he finished his speech, Mr. Lu walked slowly up the stairs on his dragon head crutches. Brother Wendong, everyone is in a bad mood today. Luk Kim Keong fakes a smile. It's late too. So tomorrow we'll all get together and see what we can do about it? Yeah, it's getting late. Lu turned to look down at the three. He's got a bit of a morose stare. Tell me, why did it have to come to this? Lu shook his head. They are all from the same village, but they have come to such a pass for a small profit. The root of the matter is not, of course, the death of Luk Wingfu. It all comes down to Ding Quan. It's not often that a country boy gets rich. No one wants to give up. Lu Yongquan said coldly from the sidelines. Since you know it's from the same village, you still let someone kill Yongfu? What's in your heart? Anyone is entitled to speak about me? But you are not. Lu had already remembered which episode he was in. These guys, including Lu Hantao, are no good. For the sake of Dinkyuan, directly let Luo Yan just pretend to be drunk and run over Lu forever. Big brother doesn't talk about second brother. He went out the door first. 3 things to read, bookmark, and add a reward. 7. Late. There are no streetlights in the village. The night was lighted entirely by lamps cast from the house. The wind is a little bit cooler. Lu Wendong took out cigarettes from his pocket. Tada! He lights a cigarette and takes a drag. And then they're gone. 3 people came out of the darkness. They're wearing sweatshirts, hands with broken bricks wrapped inside their clothes. It's heavy to carry. Lu Jinxiang and the 3 of them muttered as they headed out. Talk about what? From the demented line. Shadows cover the gates. They didn't see it for a moment. Lu Yongquan was impatient. What time is it? Do not sleep? Frightened folks do not understand. Phew. Cloth wrapped around a brick coming straight down. Lu Jinxiang, who was at the front, screamed miserably and fell to the ground. Lu Jianba and Lu Yongquan ran back into the house without thinking. 2 dead soldiers chased them in. The other dead soldier smashed Lu Jinxiang's head twice more before stopping. Late at night when no one's around, he dragged Lu Jinxiang's body into the house without slowing down, then closed the gate. That's why I'm going in with a brick in my hand. The second to pounce was Lu Jianba. He was pushed by his good buddy Lu Yongquan to take 2 direct hits from the dead soldiers. Dead as a doornail. Murder, murder. Lu Yongquan panicked and ran upstairs. Punt, call the police. Grass, Tai Gong. Lu Wendong this wants to cut off the roots. He regrets it. If I had known, I should have made the first move as soon as I got back. What's the point of discussing? Lu Yongquan stumbles and falls to the ground, just trying to get up. 2 dead soldiers have caught up. The brick came down hard. The other dead man was on the first floor indifferently looking at the servant who ran out. I'll avenge brother forever. Don't ask for trouble. The blood dripped one by one from the pocket of the shirt he was holding. The fury was so thick it couldn't be wrapped around his body. The maids didn't dare say a word or go anywhere. Clad in his pajamas, Lu Taigong spun out of his study. When he saw the scene, he subconsciously tried to run back to the study. It's just a shame he's too old and a little flustered. I hit the wall and fell to the ground. When we get up again, the dead have rushed in. Don't kill me, Lu Taigong shouted. Speak to Lu Wendong. I'm willing to talk. He was instantly reminded of Lu Wendong a few minutes ago. That time the young man asked himself, in a soft voice, if he could talk. Why don't you talk about it? He couldn't wait to slap himself in the face and, would it kill you to talk about it? Will it die? Grass. Really? Lu Taigong desperately shouted. He's in big trouble if I die. Tell him. Mrs. Lu was in tears. Pouncer. Now it's just me and him. As long as we join forces we can make tens of billions of dollars. Do you understand? The dead man was indifferent. You thought wrong. We are helping brother when you want to take revenge. Goodbye. It was only 10 minutes before and after, including Mrs. Lu, Luck Cam Kung, Luck Wing Chen and Luck Kin Pa all pounced. Blood is flowing in the mansion. If there's a pill for regret in this world, Mrs. Lu and the others must want to eat 10 or 8 of them. Unfortunately, no. By the time Huang Chifa arrived with his men, the 3 dead men were smoking on the sofa with their faces as usual. Oh, the officer is finally here. The 3 of them looked at each other and laughed. To be able to avenge brother Wen Yuan's death, I have no regrets in this life. Crazy, all crazy. Huang Chifa has cold hands and feet. The whole thing was shaking and 5 murders in a row in Luck Katsuan. The sky's the limit. Say, who ordered you? Huang Chifa viciously stepped forward and, confession is lenient. Resistance is strict. The 3 dead men ignored that. Nothing in this world has any meaning in their eyes. In addition to giving my life back to my brother. Take away. Asterisk. Huang Chifa's face has turned white. He feels like he's going down for the count. You could be transferred to the watering hole. The 3 dead soldiers didn't resist. They've done their job. The rest is none of their business. Huang inspired his chest to rise and fall rapidly. Luck Katsuan is really evil. Is this place cursed with the 9 evils? There's Lu up ahead who's been run over forever. And then there's Luck Wingfu. Now it's Lu Taigong and the others. Lean. All the powers that be in Luck's village have gone down the drain. Nope. Huang inspired a sudden jolt of excitement. There's one left. He turned his head to look at the 3 men who had been taken away from him. Yes. These guys look like that Tang San. All outlaws. Did Lu Wendong ever come? Huang Chifa couldn't wait to rush to the maid's place. His face was full of anticipation that, was Lu Wendong there when it happened? The maid was startled by the pupils are a little lax. It took a good few moments to come back to his senses and, Mr. Lu did come here before. Lawlessness. Huang inspired a breath that went straight to his chest. I almost passed out. It must be this. He's got a hunch. 3 things to read, bookmark, and add a reward. 8. Lu Wendong. Did you do it? Overnight. There are 4 more families in mourning in Lujia village. The whole village of Lukkotsuan has been alarmed. Lights are coming on, one after the other. After seeing the bodies of Mrs. Lu and the others being carried out, the townspeople exploded with emotion. Who is so cruel? They surrounded the police car. Don't go. Leave the murderer behind. Huang Qifa was sweating white hairs in a hurry. He was going to arrest Luckman Tung, but the current situation simply doesn't allow him to pull out of it. The country bumpkins in the new territories dare to storm the village office. If things go south, the watering holes are light. In the worst case, they'll have their skin peeled off. Calling for backup. A mass incident at Lukkotsuan in the new territories. Huang Qifa, while asking his buddy to notify the headquarters, while reaching for the loudspeaker, he shouted, everyone must trust the police force. We will give the townspeople an explanation. I'll you up. The crowd was angry beyond words. Mother What's going on in Lujia village lately? Even Tai Kung was killed? What about everyone's ding rights? Who will run the show? Back it up. Back it up. Huang Qifa hurriedly asked his fellow to turn the 3 dead soldiers back to the mansion, while he guarded the gate with a group of errand boys. Outside is a mass of fury. Looking at Huang Qifa's legs were going soft, things are getting big. When is the support coming? Head. 20 minutes. I'll throw his mom. Huang Qifa broke into a fit of rage. Tell them to pick up the pace if they don't want to collect our bodies. Dead cop, get out of the way now and we won't you. The Lucas shouted. Or I'll beat you all together. Huang Qifa definitely believes in it. Because these country boys in the new territories have even burned police cars. What's the point of hitting a cop? Have faith in the law. Cold sweat broke out at Huang Qifa's temples. He held his gun up to the angry crowd and, the murderer did not run. The judge will give an account. Don't make a big deal out of it. It won't be good for everyone when the time comes. We don't know what the law is. And anyway, killing pays. They don't care about that. Do you really think Lukkotsuan is made of clay? Brother Wendong is here. Brother Wendong is here. Lu Tianming was watching the show from afar with a group of people from the 3rd house. Anyway, it's the 1st and 2nd family who died. These guys don't usually bully their 3rd house, so they're happy to see it happen. Suddenly, I saw Lu Wendong walking in the distance with 3 people. They then shouted, wait for Brother Wendong to do justice. Tap, tap. The clamor of voices grew silent and, as soon as Mrs. Lu and the others left, Lu Wendong is the highest status person in the whole Lu family village. Everyone needs a backbone right now. Obviously, this is the right time for Lu, and they have something to ask. Huang Qifa looked at the 3 people around Lu Wendong. Wicked. The men stayed as if they were not half as popular. And, what the hell is going on? He unconsciously looked back down at the 3 murderers being guarded by his mate. Somehow, these people always gave him a feeling of indifference to life and death. He's the kind of guy who doesn't around when he can. Lu Wendong. A man jumped out of the crowd and, tell me in front of the group. Did you have anything to do with this or not? Brother Dong. This is Lu Jiogong, the common lineage of the great house. Lu Tianming knew that the head of his house didn't know too much about the people in Lu's village. Then he whispered in the margins. This guy used to compete with Tai Kung for the head of the house. The eyes that looked over at me were fearful. There are those who are angry. There are those who are in a trance. Are you demented? Lu Wendong reprimanded. Think clearly before you speak. You don't have to drop a gun on my head if you want to be the family of the big house. Lu Jiogong was infuriated. Who else dares but you? Right. The people in the big house saw Lu Jiogong standing out. They had a moment's pep in their step. And, it was your men who killed Brother Wing Fu this afternoon. Nonsense. Lu Tianming and the others from the 3rd house shouted. What's it got to do with Brother Wendong? I haven't even said that you are the people from the big house who instructed Luo Yong to just run over Lu forever. Pounce. The great house burst into a torrent of curses and, the cops all booked it as a DUI. What's the fingerprint? Don't be ridiculous. The parties are bickering and, the air is full of gunpowder. Looking at Huang Qifa, he was instantly frightened again. This Lu Wendong might as well not come. And they're here to make things worse. What? You dare to do it, but you don't dare to admit it? Lu Tianming shouted. If the police don't know, don't we know ourselves? It's still not about that piece of farmland Lu forever is holding? To say that the ones who screwed their own people the hardest are your 1st and 2nd houses. Lu Tianming spoke louder and louder. I can't say it's someone else's revenge. Why should it be on Brother Wendong's head? Shut up, all of you. 9, 2 for the price of 1. Lu Wendong suddenly let out an explosive cry. After summoning 7 dead soldiers in succession, he's risen to upper mid-F plus fitness. The shout was like thunder. The group's eardrums are ringing. Disgrace to Java? As soon as he jumped into the police car, with his eyes looking ferociously at the villagers of the Lujia village. Rebellion? Lu remembers part of the plot from Inception 3. You can't say it's all evil in here. It's not much better, though. For example, Lu Jiogong, who just spoke. In order to be able to get a piece of the building materials pie, they incited the villagers to fight by throwing excrement on the road. Speaking at the top of his lungs, it's all about money. And the good daughter taught by Mrs. Lu. In order to share, sit back and watch Mrs. Lu fall ill. Watching my father die in front of me. How cold-blooded does one have to be to do that? Is it going to be a big deal? Lu Wendong coldly looked at the group of villagers in front of him. He knows it's impossible to reason with these people. People don't eat that. Then he directly said, then invite the media to come over, so that we can make our Lu family village famous. And then Ding Quan will not be able to get it done. Everyone continue to turn their backs to the earth. The youngsters continue to fight around with nothing to do. The exploding crowd was momentarily quiet. They looked down at each other. That's before muttering, who's going to get it done without Taigong presiding over the big picture? Lu Tianming jumped in just in time. Brother Wendong isn't human? He's the biggest in the village now. And Dong has had some foreign ink. So wouldn't it be best if he came to run the show? On what grounds? The first and second houses are indignant. When did the third house come to be in charge of the Lu family village? Even if Taigong and the others are gone, everyone's still around, aren't they? Lu Wendong gazed at Lu Jiogong. This guy seems to crave the head of the big house. Their eyes met and then drew away quickly. Folks, I see it this way. Lu looked down at the flashing police lights in the distance. Nobody wants this to happen. The most important thing now is to get the police to do their job. And when the time comes, we will also be able to put Tai Kung and his family in the ground early. As for the Ding Quan piece, Lu Wendong turned his attention to Lu Jiogong. Jiogong, please come over for a chat. Everyone settle down. Lu Jiogong raised his hand and gestured down to the people in the big house. I'll see what kind of tricks he pulls on Wendin first. The two went to the edge and stopped a short distance away. Lu Wendong directly opened his mouth. One family is cheap and 2 families take advantage of it. I'll prop you up to be the head of the big house. And we'll all work together on Ding Quan's matter. Otherwise we'll start fighting tomorrow. From morning until night. Until everyone has nothing to eat. Take your pick. Third brother is truly marvelous to have given birth to such a sharp son as you. Lu Jiogong doesn't even bring hesitation. There can't be any more accidents in Luk Katsuan now. Otherwise the big bosses would have switched to someone else to work with. What do I have to say when you tell me that? According to you. When Lu Jiogong saw that Lu Wendong was about to leave, he hurriedly pulled him back. Mr. Wan is Taigong's aunt. What if he messes up? You have to eat pigs with hair without a Zhang butcher? Lu asked. Is Lu Yangyu qualified to enter the shrine? Lu Jiogong was all of a sudden beaming with joy. Wendong, you're really godly enough. Okay, we'll take care of each other from now on. The 2 men walked back to the crowd with solemn looks on their faces. The big house is going back first. Lu Zhouchuan spoke up. We have to believe in the rule of law. The sirens are getting closer and closer. The villagers of Lujia village know that it's impossible to do any more. See Luk Kao Kung standing up to pick a fight again. Then they all said, Jiogong, we believe in you. As soon as the big house is gone, the second house can't do it alone. They'll have to go away in disgust. Yanghua, wait. Lu Jiogong called out to a middle-aged man in the second room. No more meetings in the second house? Lu Yanghua was overjoyed. What else? He came over here in a hurry. Jiogong, Wendong, meeting? A group storm has finally died down. And Huang Qifa, who was guarding the gate entrance, suddenly leaned against the wall and wiped cold sweat. Officers, you are free to go. Huang Qifa looked toward Lu Wendong, who spoke. He hesitated for half a second and eventually didn't speak up. I can only wave my hand in a breathless manner. Go. Lu Wendong silently looked at the 3 dead soldiers who walked past him. They have a very calm demeanor, as if it was just a trivial thing to do. But the price they pay is their freedom. I'll die for the sake of a meal. He was both shocked at how sharp the system, and I'm saddened by my current inability to do anything about it. Lu Wendong secretly swore. One day he must save these brothers. He turned his head. Let's go. To the village office. Well said. Well said. Lu Jiogong and Lu Yonghua were all smiles. They're not sad at all. 3 things to read, bookmark, and add a reward. 10, can you resist? Sir, backup has finally arrived. It didn't do a damn thing, though. Huang Qifa saw that it was the ghost man himself who led the team, then hurriedly went forward to salute. The suspect has been apprehended. The villagers have just dispersed after my heartfelt communication. Good. The Ghostbusters tone is a little stiff. How many dead? Including Mrs. Liu. 4. Asterisk 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 dot. The Ghostbusters had a headache all of a sudden. What the hell? Today's events are not allowed to be reported. After we've had our meeting. Any homicide involving the villages of the new territories is a big deal. Not to mention a man of Liu's stature. Huang Chifa stammered. Sir, I suspect that this was done by Lu Wundong of the third house in Lujia village. These guys and that Tang San are obviously in cahoots. Stop. The Ghostbusters are vicious. I don't want suspicion. I want proof. Do you have in your head? The Ghostbusters are cursing. It's not like you don't know how crazy these country boys really are. Stifle your suspicions until you have proof. Or else there'll be another siege of the township office. Can you afford to resist? But, Huang Chifa knew that the dead Guilo wanted to make peace. He couldn't help but bellyache in his mind that 5 lives. The bastard's got no regard for human life for the sake of his hat. No buts. That's an order. Understand? Huang Chifa was helpless. Yes, sir. Ghostbusters looked down at the 3 dead men sitting still on the car and asterisk 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 asterisk. The evidence is overwhelming. The witnesses are all there. Don't you with me? Or are you? Huang Chifa didn't bother. The Guilo doesn't want to make a big deal out of it. That group of villagers didn't seem too concerned about that just now. Anyway, then he said, understood, sir. After the statement is taken, it will be handed over to the Director of Public Prosecutions. The bricks in the village hall have been hosed down, as if nothing had ever happened. Lu Wundong and the 3 of them were seated in separate eunuch chairs. Wendon, Lu Jiogong asked offhandedly. There won't be any more behind today, will there? Lu Wundong doesn't answer. If I had known that Lujia village was so chaotic, I definitely wouldn't have come back. But I don't think it should happen again as long as folks are making money and there's no resentment. The 2 men looked down at each other with smiles on their faces. They're all cursing the old fox. Right. Lu Yonghua could be chosen by Lu Jiogong because he's stupid. Yuan died unjustly enough, thanks to him still treating Luo Yangji as a good brother. What's the point of talking about it? Lu Jiogong droned. Didn't the police say it was an accident? And then when there's another rumor out there, we'll look good? We are now playing chess with God and fighting to the death to win. Luck Kaokung has been trying to sit in on a meeting at the village hall. Today's the first day he's ever done that. A little bit of godliness at once. Wundong. Anyway, no matter what, we're all on the same boat now. You help me. I help you. We all make money together, right? Luck Winghua is just a scrapper. I'm here to take the place of the second house. Of course, Lu Wundong and Lu Jiogong are the ones who make the decisions. Jiogong, you're older and eat more salt. Lu Wundong smiled skinlessly. He remembers that this guy had a lot of fields. This guy's land is used for that road in the village. That's why he set up a checkpoint to keep material out of the village. What's your best idea? There is no idea. Let's discuss it together. Lu Jiogong wouldn't dare to underestimate Lu Wundong. This youngster looks so quiet, and it turned out to be so vicious. It's a viper. As you know, in the past, it was Taigong and the others who talked, and we fringe people guy. Lu Jiogong poured out his grievances. Keeping everything from us? Lu Wundong asked directly. Mr. Wan is the god of wealth? Right. Lu Jiogong and Lu Yonghua agreed. He was hooked by that little Lu Yongyu. Talk about Wall Street guys with thick pockets. Wundong. I'm afraid this adulterous couple is up to something. Lu Jiogong is worried. If he spills the beans, Dinquan will be smashed in his hands. Lu Yonghua nodded frequently. Lu Yongyu, this little is not a good thing. Luo Yom on that egg scattered just for her to do this kind of evil. Shut up. Lu Jiogong has a headache. Yonghua always misses the point. Relax. Lu Wundong knows much better than they do. Mr. Wan is an elite guy from Wall Street. This is the kind of person who has nothing but profit in his eyes. Tens of billions of dollars of big business. Even if Mr. Man is willing to let go, the consortium behind him isn't likely to let go of that either. Nobody messes with money. Lu Wundong had a scrutinizing look in his gaze. Provided we are united enough. 3 things to read. Favorite. Plus a reward. 11. It's all about the people here. That's right. Unity. There are more than 5,000 people up and down Lujia village. What is represented in the new territories is more than 5,000 votes. That's a lot of power. Lu Wundong was much more perceptive than Lu Jiogong and the others. Lucas village is in a very advantageous situation right now. The first phase of 500 ding rights has been acquired in place. The land that blocked the way is forever gone. The authorization has also arrived. You can start building any time. As for the money issue that Lu Jiogong and the others were worried about was completely worthless to Lu Wundong. This is Saigon. It's not too far from Kowloon. And they're building a 1 600 square foot, less than 160 square foot, mansion. Ocean view room plus mansion A. Even if the rule of the floor plan is only 30% down payment, even 10% would be enough to support subsequent development. Lu is not worried about money at all. He couldn't help but sneer when he heard that Lu Jiogong wanted to take over the position of the village head. Jiogong, real estate is not a house. You will fight the flag of the big house, but the position of village head will have to go to me. Lu Jiogong instantly became anxious. Then give me the building materials. You can't take advantage of everything, can you? Lu shook his head. Transportation is yours. I'm building a brand. What happens to the back of the house if it's missing? He spoke in a serious tone. Jiogong, don't blame me for speaking directly. How many men are there in the NT? Even though the first phase is only 500 dinky rights? At least 100,000 or so. It's a big business of hundreds or thousands of billions of dollars. And if the first installment isn't done beautifully, who's willing to do it behind the scenes? Lu Jiogong snapped. It's not like I'm going to be short on caddy. Yes, it's okay to have a fleet of cars. Wendong. I'm not doing this for myself. It's mainly to give the townspeople a thing to do. Mixing station for the second house. Brother Yanghua, any questions? No, definitely not. Lu Yanghua was overjoyed. Wendo is a real scene stealer. Everybody's got something to fish for. Unlike that old fox, Tai Kung. Everything's taken up. They have to go to the construction site to do menial labor. The three of them did all the work on behalf of the third house without moving. Lu Jiogong couldn't help but ask again. Wendong, you mean kick Mr. Wan and the others out? He said weakly. I've heard Yongquan blow through the water before. It seems like the first phase of the investment is going to be more than $700 million. Where are we going to get that kind of money? This is the new territories. Lu Wendong lit a cigarette, eyes full of reverie. That's right, this is the new territories. Having the most land on Hong Kong Island. Land is money. Around here, it's all about the people. At that moment Lu Wendong's face was very godlike and, he's young, though, but he has already begun to show the qualities of a great man. Lu Jiogong looked secretly shocked. I don't know how San taught this son. Zhong feels that his ambition is bigger than he is, but Lu didn't put words in his mouth. We always do things accounted for, and as long as they know what they're doing, then they'll eat together. Lu Jiogong breathes a sigh of relief. Yeah, more people to do things together, and the path can be smoother for everyone. Things aren't that simple. Of course, real estate development involves all aspects of material, site, labor, government. It's a bullseye at every turn. The three of them talked until most of the night before they could barely settle on a framework. One thing has been harmonized, though, that's to suppress the deaths of Mr. Lu and the others. Aren't you? Lu Wendong and the three of them walked out of the village office. Lu Yongyu, who was stopped at the doorway, spilled out with red eyes. Lu Wendong, you dead puffer. What did my dad do to offend you? Are you going to screw him like this? Third miss. It's not good to talk nonsense. Luck Cao Kung has come forward to do justice. Wendo wasn't there when it happened. Lu Yongyu scolded. Lu Jiao, you get out of my way. There's nothing for you here. You backstabber. You're happy my dad's not here? You're not in charge of the big house. Lu Jiogong was instantly furious. Lu Yongyu, it's not your turn to talk here. Into the shrine are not even your share. Demented line to come. Shrimp ba ba ba. Wendong, let's go. Don't get to know this kind of shrew. Yongyu, the person holding Lu Yongyu is, of course, Mr. Wan. His man has a rich face and, it looks peaceful. He landed on Lu Wendong as his eyes roamed around. Mr. Lu, it's a bit late today, but if you don't mind, let's talk again? What's there to talk about with such white wolves? Lu Yongyu's words made Lu Jiogong and Lu Yonghua a bit unhappy. They're the ones who are happiest when the old bean dies. Hey, don't be ridiculous. Lu Jiogong is quite upset. Is this something that can be said in the open? I'm going to go over there and squeeze a few tears out of myself when the funeral hall opens. Lu Yongyu, if you keep messing around like this, I'll see who dares to be a general to help Taigong carry the coffin at that time. Only then did Lu Wendong speak up. The third young lady's heart is saddened by the death of Taigong. This is filial piety. He's got a bit of a leathery grin on his face. Playing the role of a loyal and filial son in front of you? Mr. Wan, I'm afraid I don't think tonight is the right night to talk. It's okay. Mr. Wan struggled to pull Lu Yongyu aside. Just one word and she'll stop. Don't want to make money? 12. There are rules and regulations for everything. The indigenous people of the entire new territories are patriarchal. Luck Wingyu has the right to inherit the property of Mrs. Luck, but she's not qualified to inherit Mrs. Lu's position in the village. She's not good enough for the shrine. Theoretically, Mr. Wannabe isn't qualified, either, but because he's the god of fortune, that's why they're giving him a pass. It's a shame this happened. Mr. Wan is a little sore. He's genuinely heartbroken. So much has been given to this project. It's about to be ripe for the picking. That's what happened. There should be 3 heads of the Lu family village now. Mr. Man, look at the seating plan. Surprisingly, it's Luck Man Tung, a newcomer. Who sits in the C seat? The village chief is? Lu Yonghua smiled and grabbed the words, Wendong. He is the most beautiful. Who will be on if not him? Yeah, Wendon is definitely the man of the hour. Although Lu Jiogong was a bit uncomfortable in his heart, he's a little wary of this sinister young man. Though, and not wanting to make a mess of things at a time like this, just nod and agree. Yes, Wendon is deeply popular. Congratulations. Mr. Wan arched his hand. Brother Dong, why don't we all just open up the windows and talk? I wonder if the Ding Quan thing is still going on. Lu Jiogong couldn't wait to grab the conversation. There's money to be made. Lu Wendong did not move and glanced down at Lu Jiogong. There's a reason this guy's been benched all this time. I don't know what's right and I'm greedy for small profits. Mr. Wan, we country boys are so simple. As long as there's money to be made. If it's convenient, I'd like to ask Mr. Wan to tell us what the rules were in the old days. Right. Lu Jiogong and Lu Yonghua are also very concerned about this. Once upon a time they were all marginalized. There's no chance of ever getting to the bottom of it. It was only when we invited Lu Yongfu and the others for a drink that we could hear only a few words. If you're not satisfied, you don't. Ha! Mr. Wan has a good idea in mind. No wonder we let Luck Man Tung, the new kid, do all the talking. Luck Kao Kung. These 2 guys don't have any sense at all. The conditions are simple. My side will provide all the funds to support the acquisition of the Ding rights as well as property development and other matters. In order to guarantee the quality of the houses, all the materials will be sought to be supplied by listed companies. 73 open. Bah! Lu Jiogong jumps up. Why don't you go grab it? Jiogong. When things go wrong, you have to be quiet. Lu Wendong is a bit dissatisfied with this guy's immobility and drama. You're acting like a child at your age. We're talking business now, not fighting. His speech was uneven and unsteady, but powerful. Lu Jiogong muttered and sat down. I'm also doing it for the sake of the townspeople. 73. Definitely not. Lu said. Mr. Wan, this is not the same time as before. Now all the formalities are complete. And there are no roadblocks. You can start building at any time. Taigong and the others have a friendship with you. We don't. To convince the folks, you'll have to make another concession on your side. Lu Jiogong couldn't help but look at Mr. Wan. The Hong Kong government is ready to suspend the small house ordinance. That is to say, there will only be these hundreds of thousands of Ding rights in the new territories in future. This is the last place you'll find it. That makes it a little difficult for me. Mr. Wan didn't say yes or no outright. This is rather awkward timing. 3 of you, do you think this will work? I'll ask my boss when I can get through on the phone and meet up tomorrow to form a group. May. Lu smiled. One does have to be careful when money is involved. Mr. Wan was secretly surprised. The boy is young but calm. He did not move to look down at the 2 Lu Jiogong who were a bit regretful at the side. That's a slight nod of the head. That's fine. Everyone take an early rest as well. Hey, it's all bad luck today. When Mr. Man leaves, only then did Lu Wendong walk up to Lu Jiogong and look down at him. The eyes are fierce and there's a murderous streak in them. It's like a tiger that's just come down from the mountain. Jiogong. There should be rules and regulations for everything. I'll pretend what just happened didn't happen. And it won't happen again. Clear or not? Lu Jiogong's hairs stood on end as he was looked at. He's got a little bit of fear in the back of his mind. Then he muttered. Clear. Can't hear you. Clear. Lu Jiogong gritted his teeth. Village chief, next time I definitely won't dare to choke if you don't open your mouth. You better know your stuff. Lu Wendong grunted before whisking his sleeve away. A new broom sweeps clean. If this Lu Jiogong is too old to know better, then we're gonna give this guy a hard time. Punt. This little. Lu Jiogong had the feeling that he had gotten into a pirate ship. When Tai Kung was here, at least we could still save face. This little bastard doesn't give a damn about face? Yonghua, whose side are you on anyway? Jiogong, I'm sure I'm on your side. Lu Yonghua smiled stupidly and, I'm your man. Asterisk. That gave me goosebumps. Let's go. There's a whole lot more to do. 13. It's hard to get fat on a solo diet. If eyes could kill. Mr. Wan has been killed 17 or 18 times by Lu Yongyu. Hotel rooms. Lu Yongyu kept hitting the unresisting Mr. Wan with a pillow. Wan Shan, you turtle, vampire, gutless guy. I was so blind to see you. If venting makes you happy, then feel free to spill your guts. Wanyama knows his women very well, knowing that she is not angry about the death of Mrs. Lu. Rather, It's the fear of the prospect of. But I want you to understand that it's a business of tens or hundreds of billions of dollars now, and that people can kick us out at any time. No way. Lu Yongyu stops wrestling. What do those hicks know? Man-san mused. He was a bit confused about this young man. Lu Wendong. What exactly is Lu Wendong's origin? White-eyed wolves. Lu Yongyu coldly said. They say he's Uncle Sam's illegitimate son. Who knows if it's true or not? I'm serious. Wan Shan said. They don't realize that we are riding on the back of a tiger and can only go up but not down. As you should know, Phase 1 is now in a position to start construction at any time. With the first installment comes the second and third. The first installment is priced at 500 units. At the very least, it's all upwards of $5 billion? With tens of billions of dollars in business, I want you to be calm. Of course I'm cool. Lu Yongyu took a deep breath. Don't worry. How are they going to take care of the various parts of the government without you throwing money at it? Lu Jiogong, this old bastard. Lu Yongyu hates Lu Jiogong the most instead. How dare you jump to Lu's side so quickly? It's like a wolf's heart. Wanyama doesn't think so. He went to the window and looked out at the beautiful Victoria Harbor. The harbor is very beautiful, but the only thing I regret is that we can't have fireworks. But the new territories will do. Earlier, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, your old bean organized a fireworks display. Not anywhere else, but your place will do. Man-san turns back. Why? It's in the eye of the beholder. What do you mean? Lu Yongyu is nothing more than a village woman. If it's not the daughter of Mrs. Lu, she can't afford to hit on Wanyama, an elite guy from Wall Street. Speak clearly, don't bite off more than you can chew. I'll analyze it with you from the most rational point of view. Wanshan calmly asked Lu Yongyu to sit down. Pour her another glass of red wine to smooth her breath. If we compare the housing market on Hong Kong Island to the stock market, it is now in an uptrend. You should know, anyone likes an upside asset. According to the laws of Hong Kong Island, you can get 30% from the sale of uncompleted flats, and the money behind you can be paid in installments where you can wait for the construction of the building before taking out a mortgage. Right? Lu Yongyu kind of gets it. Her pretty face instantly turned white and, you mean he's perfectly capable of ditching us? But we have the ding power. Wanyama corrected, it's in the hands of the Landstate Group. Not us. They're in on it. Luk Kwak Group is the village property of Luk Katsuan. As soon as Lu Wendong is formally elected as village chief, then he's the head of the Luk Kwak Group. Lu Yongyu hated himself deeply for not being a man when he thought of this. Otherwise the position of mayor would have been his. What then? Cheapen these assholes? Lu Yongyu is manic again. She doesn't want to go back to being a village girl after she's had her share of glory and riches. You're so smart. Hurry up and think of something. Man-san is more anxious than she is. This business in the new territories is low risk and high profit. It's more stable than stocks. He doesn't want to give up. It's hard to get fat on your own. Wanshan stood at the window for half a day but did not see the fireworks, then turned back again. We have our advantages. By cooperating with us, we can develop and acquire ding rights at the same time, and be able to maximize profits. Right. Lu Yongyu has followed Wanshan for so long and has seen a pig run without ever eating it. Just follow and say, they are all poor people. Without your financial support, the subsequent acquisition of Ding Quan is something they simply can't manage. Why don't we pull our own dinky rights? Wanshan asked rhetorically. Do you have enough face? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why are you being so direct? Lu Yongyu shrinks into the sofa in frustration. She was helpless at the moment. Wanshan stepped forward and put his arm around Lu Yongyu's shoulders. Eat what you can. Think about it. The 4 major real estate developers have to come to Luk Katsuan to find help in the new territories. How can we manage on our own? There are 27 townships and over 630 villages in the entire new territories. Lujia village is the largest of these villages, without it taking the lead. Don't even think about getting rid of those country boys. That's why Mr. Lu dared to mess with the land group. Wan Shan said quietly. You feel free to organize the funeral. I'll take care of the rest. 14. Inauguration as village chief. In the shrine, Lu is offering incense. A snake cannot live without a head. The position of mayor is vacant. Someone has to be on top. Lu Tianming from the third room was filled with excitement. To honor our ancestors. I never thought I'd see the day when a third bedroom could be good. Lu Jiogong watched Lu Wendong finish the incense and then led the applause. Wendong. The conditions are a bit simpler. There's no other way. Wearing mourning outside. Make it up later. The most important thing is that folks are satisfied. Lu turned back to look down at the crowd. Mayor? He smiled slightly and, the road is as long as the iron. And now the steps are being taken from the beginning. With everyone. Good. The crowd applauded. The village chief's speech is just croaky. Worthy of having drunk foreign ink. Wendong. What's the next step? The folks are waiting for you to make up your mind. Lu Jiogong still couldn't let go of his face after all. They don't just call the village chief because they're older. City people brush their pots with shark's fins every day. And folks want them too. Come on. Lu has many kinds of business in his head. But the most immediate business for him now has to be real estate. Hong Kong Island because of the red chips holding up the market. The real estate market is red hot and you get what you pay for. That's why everyone in Hong Kong who can afford a down payment is buying a house. He'd figured he could almost finish the fishtail. Or the most maniacal fishtail of all time. Go ask Mr. Wan to come in. Lu Jiogong has changed his mind. Last night he tossed and turned all night thinking it seemed like the most profitable thing to do was to do it himself. Then he tried. Wendong, do you really want to cheapen that fake foreign devil? Lu Wendong's right hand gently wiped away the strands of hair on Lu Jiogong's shoulder. Jiogong, losing your hair. Lu Jiogong shivered. I'll invite it myself. Mayor. Lu Tianming's face was filled with red flushes. He was happier than anything else to see Lu Wendong sitting on the village chief's throne. That pouncer, big fool, won't come to the village. He says he's busy with business. Good. I'll go pay my respects if I have time. Lu Wendong asked. How many empty rooms have been counted in the village? It has to be livable. 60 units are habitable. Lu Tianming thought about it seriously. Get Auntie to clean it. The furniture is all ready-made. Just add some bedding. A dead man costs 5,000 Hong Kong dollars. And then there's the supply of overhead. Lu Wendong calculated that he could recruit another 10 dead soldiers out. Just said, Tianming, you clean 3 sets out first. I'll be useful. System alert, you have recruited 10 dead soldiers. They will arrive in 30 minutes. Please get ready. Your physical fitness hints a little bit. You have gained the new skill Iron Cloth Shirt. Current realm 9 items. Lu Wendong could clearly feel that his own flesh had become another point stronger. He'll look at the ironclad skill again. Pure horizontal training kung fu. It can withstand ordinary blades added to the body. You can dodge bullets if you practice hard enough. Waiting for the brothers to come over. Lu commanded the bodyguard like arching underhanded dead. You get it. Village Chief Lu. Congratulations. Mansan walks in with a full face. He's got a briefcase under his armpit. It's very formal. Have a seat. Lu Wendong is in a good mood. In charge of a village. The dead man is definitely giving it a go. Again. He's very confident that he'll make his own way in the world. Wanyama is a man who knows what he's doing. His creed in life is that you should never with money. It doesn't matter how much more you bend the rules on a multi-billion-dollar project. He pulls a file folder out of his paper bag and hands it over to the articles of incorporation of the Land State Group, and all the company's seals are in there. Lu Village Chief, you first see if there are any problems. A dead soldier not far from him stepped forward to take the document bag in Wan Shan's hand, ready to hand it to Lu Wendong. There's no rush. Lu doesn't really care about that. Companies are dead. People are alive. It's the money trail that counts. Has Mr. Wan discussed this? 55. Wan Shan bites his teeth and gives the reserve price directly. He felt the young man's eyes were a little sharp and it's like one of those high-flying giants on Wall Street, as if they could see through the heart. He didn't want to look like a street vendor in front of such people. If it doesn't work, then there's nothing I can do but ask Village Chief Lu to take back the ding rights in my hand. Silence went down in the shrine for an instant. And Lu Jiogong opened his mouth to speak, however, remembering the young man's warning last night. And then he swallowed his words. No one said a word. Everyone is waiting for Lu to make a decision. 55? Okay. Lu Wendong extended his hand. Mr. Wan, from now on, we are partners. Much obliged. Manzan breathes a sigh of relief. For a moment he was afraid that the young man would refuse. He humbled himself and came forward. Both hands held Lu Wendong's hand and shook it vigorously. Thank you, Village Chief Lu. I can guarantee that this business alone is enough to make you a tycoon on Hong Kong Island. 3 things to read, bookmark, and add a reward. 15. The Tyranny of Ding Quan. 2 hands clasped. On behalf of the huge chariot of the land group, we are moving. Ting Quan is a big business. The profits are so big that even Lu feels a bit scared. 600,000 a ding, right? Lu Wendong is, after all, the one who crossed over. His knowledge of Hong Kong Island is limited to movies. Comparatively speaking, people's livelihoods are a bit lacking. Wendon, it's high. Lu Jiogong likes to show off more. When smugly said, there are a lot of poor people in the new territories. And those youngsters who have no money and no power can't afford to build or buy a house even if they are given the right to do so. Might as well sell Ding Quan and go to the city for a fight. And with a bit of luck you might not be able to get ahead. Isn't that right, Yanghua? Lu Yanghua concurred. Brother Dong, it's really high. What kind of money can those kids have if they don't have parents to help them? Those who don't know better still go after dragons, sucking white powder. What a loss of conscience. $600,000 for a dinky right. 500 Dingkun will only give out $300 million. However, in the small house regulations stipulated by the Hong Kong government, a D-power corresponds to a housing unit of 1,600 square feet. At the current market price of $20,000, that's 32 million. You don't even make this much selling coke. Lu Wendong kind of understood why those people in the movie were so heartless. In the face of this enormous windfall, that's where all the love goes out the window. Who used to be in charge of acquiring Tingquan? Ask him. Lu Jiogong looked at the smiling Lu Yonghua. He knows best. It's Yongquan the egg scattering. Lu Yonghua said smilingly. He had a group of people in charge of the collection of the right to come to Guy, led by that like to slip powder brother Long. Wow. So poor and vicious now. All right. Lu Jiogong interrupted him. The demented line comes and moves to add drama. Mr. Wan, since the pre-planning is being done from your side, it's still business as usual. Lu Wendong had a few things to admire about Wan Shan. The guy's an exquisite egoist, but the man knows what's good for him. That's a good one. Then, I'll arrange for someone to work with you on the appropriate part. Manzan does know his way around. He knew Lu had something to talk about. Then he rose and said, according to the contract, I will credit the first installment of the investment of $700 million within 3 days. Lu Dong, everyone, you guys are busy first. Look at this guy getting all worked up. Lu Jiogong muttered, it's really cheap for him. And then he got excited. Wendon, what's the arrangement for the $700 million? Pop. Lu Wendong stepped forward and slapped him in the face. Lu Jio, what did I tell you? His eyes were sharp as a tack. It's filled with murderous rage. The first installment has to be a masterpiece. A masterpiece. Understand? Right. I'm sorry. Lu Jiogong covered his face. He was shocked that. Village chief, it's all because of my foul mouth. You mustn't mind. Sooner or later you will be killed by greed. Lu sat back down. I told you I'm a man who likes to get rich together. We have 50% of the shares in the Luck Kwok Group, and each house takes 10%. Okay? Lu Jiogong and Lu Yonghua nodded their heads in succession. At the very least, it's billions of dollars. Nobody's gonna say no to that. Although this money is to be distributed to the villagers. But the money has to come out of your hands. After all, how can you touch fat hands without getting oil on them? I don't want to hear that folks are dissatisfied because of this. When the water is clear, there are no fish. These two guys are sure to get their hands dirty in there. It's human nature. Lu Wendong still needs them to manage the first and second houses. Just turn a blind eye. Doing things in a measured way. Understand? Tough enough. Righteous. Generous. This is the rule Lu set for himself. This is not a game world. Even the dead soldiers aren't exactly data simulators. Everyone has their own desires and needs. If you've got the big head, you've got to let the people below you have the fat soup. Otherwise, why would people listen to them? How will they be willing to work for themselves in the future? Clear? Absolutely clear. Old man. Lu Jiogong heard the nettle in Lu Wendong's words. Money can be made, but things have to be done right. Wendong, you relax. Lu Gua Group's business is my business. Anyone who dares to choke in here, I'll be the first to spare him. He wagered. Tianjianzi, we need an accountant. Lu Wendong said slowly. She doesn't have to know much about accounts, but she has to be absolutely reliable and able to manage money. Is there such a person? Little Jew. Lu Jiogong wants to show himself very much. He blurted out, without thinking. Wow, that's Scrooge. Stingy and thrifty, very ungrudging for a person. Money coming in but not going out. It's best to get her to take care of the money. Lu Wendong's gaze instantly sizzled. Bright as the sun. 3 things to read. Favorite. Plus a reward. 16. The Little Jew. If we were to rank the classic female roles in Hong Kong movies, the Little Jew was bound to occupy a rather prominent place in the. It's even more influential than the actors themselves. The first, Jade Helm. A beauty that has captured the hearts of countless men. Called what? Ruan Mei. Lu Jiogong was startled by the look in Lu Wendong's eyes. He had a few vague guesses in his inner sanctum. I'm just going to pour it all out. Nguyen Mui's father was a backslider. He died at a very young age. Now she and her mother-in-law are the only ones left in the house. I'm usually at home doing some work like making paper flowers. Lu Wendong thought to himself that apart from the change of venue, there's not much else that makes a difference. From memory, she should still have a heart condition. Like you won't live past 30? Lu Wendong's first meeting with the Jew was under a bright sunny sky. A face that makes you too jealous to be jealous. Long, dark, lush black hair hung naturally over her shoulders. The bangs add a cute touch to her. It's not the most beautiful thing in the world, but it's mesmerizing. At the moment, this beautiful woman is busy collecting paper flowers with her grandmother in the courtyard. They're gonna have to box this thing up and seal it. They make about $3 a box. 2 people can make $100 a day for a busy day. There is an ancestral home to live in. Grow some more vegetables in the backyard. That's enough money for them to live on. Lu Wendong waited for the Jew to seal the box before signaling Lu Jiogong to come forward for introduction. Auntie, little Jew, don't get busy. Lu Jiogong was much more obedient after being taught a lesson once. He came up and waved his hand with a big grin and, "Can't you see the mayor is coming?" The little Jew doesn't give a, she muttered, as she folded the paper flowers. The village chief is great, and has no money. She's a girl. Inability to inherit the right to ding. The only thing we have in Lutka village is one mother-in-law and one ancestral house. Honestly, it's hard for her to feel any sense of belonging to the Lukes. $6,000 a month. Please work in the land state group. The little Jew jumped up. Pretty boy, are you thirsty? I'll make you a bowl of tea, okay? Lu Jiogong wants to laugh, but he wouldn't dare. You can only turn your head to the side and try to hold it in. Hong Kong Island is currently earning about $3,000 to $6,000 for the lower and middle classes. Little Jews have fields and land. $6,000 to her is $10,000 to a city dweller. Lu Wendong is definitely giving enough sincerity. That's why she was so solicitous to invite him to tea. Is there a problem with going to work now? No, definitely not. The little Jews are very sharp as long as there's money to be made. Granny, I'll fold them together after work tonight, so you can rest in the sun. What's the point of resting when you're almost done folding? The granny stood up and thanked her 1,000 times. Village chief, you are a kind man. I thank you forefathers. Lu Jiogong must come forward now. Auntie, how can you thank people like that? You're scaring the ghosts. Lu smiled. No harm done. Little Jew, let's get one thing straight. You and Granny will get 3 meals, but you'll have to work overtime a lot. The little Jew muttered. Then you can't fold paper flowers. She's stacking up the feelings. After all, I'm a little sad to see you go. Granny hurriedly pulled her by her coat. Wake up. $6,000 a month. What's the point of folding paper flowers? I can grow some vegetables to make up for it. No, you can't do heavy work with a bad back. Hey, okay. The little Jew's eyes closed in determination. Go to work. Don't fold. Lu had one of his dead soldiers accompany the little Jew to the office. He took Lu Jiogong with him and went to pay his respects to the families who did the ceremony. The first one is, of course, Luk Tai Kung. Lu Wendong couldn't help but feel emotional after offering incense. Taigong has labored for Lu Jia village all his life. Jiogong, remember to invite Taigong's divine tablet into the ancestral hall. In all fairness, there would be no Luk Kwok group without Mr. Luk Tai Kung. He's totally stepping on the shoulders of giants. So I do have some respect for Lu Taigong. After all, there aren't too many good people in the world who give up their lives for others. It should. Lu Jiogong followed the incense. Taigong, Wendong. He has a way of doing things. Lu Jia village is bound to be red hot under his leadership. You must bless Lu Jia village in heaven. A son-in-law and half a son. Lu shook hands with Wanchan. It's been hard on you these past 2 days. It should. Wanchan shook Lu Wendong's hand as hard as he could. Lu Dong, I have already passed the transatlantic phone with the company. The money will arrive tomorrow at the latest. Hard work. Lu Wendong nodded to the expressionless Lu Yangyu. Then he took Lu Jiogong and left. Out and out damned. Lu Yangyu cried bitterly on the ground. This takes advantage of all the advantages and still shady. Old bean. You die ah. Stinky poppy out of stinky grass. None of these assholes can see the light of day. Mansan helped her up. Tighten up. The conditions are pretty much okay now. Mrs. Wan, can you be a rich man first before you think about all this nonsense? Lu Yangyu gritted his teeth. Sooner or later, he'll have to pay the price. 17, sister-in-law. I'll take care of you from now on. Lu Wendong looked at the messy hearth with a sullen face. And look at Luk Wingfu's widow. A man must be a good man. Mrs. Fu's mark was already very attractive. Now in black mourning clothes. And a little white flower at the temples. With that frightened, churlish, pretty face. It's beautiful. Luk Wingfu is a blessed man. A wetback with a wife like that. But I guess this guy wasn't a very good person when he was alive. Otherwise, no one would have come to the funeral hall. Lu Wendong's gaze fell on Mrs. Fu. Mrs. Fu, what happened? Aaron, it's Aaron. Fu's wife's tears came to her eyes. The body went straight to the ground and fell limp. He said Fu still owed him a final payment and I didn't know about it. So he messed around. Lu Wendong thought to himself, that may not be the case. Knowing that you know for sure. Is that the one that collects dingus rights? Lu Jiogong searched under. Then only him, this guy chasing the dragon. No humanity to complete. Zhao Tian, go find Lu Tianming and pick someone to bring this guy over. Mayor. Mrs. Fu was shocked. She said weakly, will it make things worse? What if Lu Wendong knew what she was worried about? Sister-in-law, Fu and I are like brothers. His business is my business. His family is my family. Relax. I'll take this on. I'll definitely help you out. Lu Jiogong was dumbfounded as he listened. Mayor, you've only been back a few days. And Fu died because of you. It's only because of your authority and the money to be made from the Ding houses that they didn't say anything. Points well, so touching gold to the face? He thought to himself that there was a reason why he couldn't compete with the young man. I'm not as good at this as I am at being cheeky. Sister-in-law Fu had a few slight peculiarities in her mind. She peeked down at Lu Wendong. Handsome and powerful. Better than a deadbeat. Dong, let me make you guys a cup of tea. She got up and said, it's a bit of a mess in here. Go sit in the living room. Tea is grown in the countryside. It smells good. The furniture is new. These guys, Luck Wing Fu, are in charge of acquiring Ting Kun. This was the biggest entry before the Din house was started. Lu Wendong look at a few eyes have understood Lu Yongfu, they must be in the Dingquan purchase price of the tampering. Dong. Sister-in-law Fu is standing on the side. I think about it or afraid. Aaron guy in human awe. How about not making a big deal out of it? What are you afraid of? Lu Jiogong shouted. How many of him? How many of us? When did it come to his turn to be a bore in the Lu family village? Relax. With Wendong helping you out, he definitely won't dare to mess with you back there. Sister-in-law, brother Yongfu is helping the village. Now the corpse is not cold before this kind of thing. If we don't give him some color, those who don't know will think that our Lu family village is a clay bodhisattva. Lu has his own plans. He calculated that Lu Yongfu and his men were bound to do something in Dingquan. They can't take this money even if they're dead. Mrs. Fu smiled forcibly. She couldn't wait to run out and tell Aaron's pouncer to hurry up and get as far away as he could. Just don't dare. Standing there like an ant on a hot pan, Lu sat there for about an hour. He's had several pots of tea, too. It was only when Zhao Tian and Lu Tianming and the others arrived at Lu Yongfu's house, holding the bloodied all long by his head. Dong, this hanging hair still dares to resist. Lu Tianming balked. I don't know what's going on. Dong. Sister-in-law Fu looked at the tragic state of Along, immediately scared, legs weak, knees fell to the ground. Can we talk in private? Lu Jiogong was suspicious. What's going on? What's so unseemly? Jiogong, go on my behalf to sympathize with a few other families. Tianming, you go alone. Oh, Lu Tianming was very convinced of Lu Wendong. Seeing that Dong spoke up, he stepped forward and pulled Lu Jiogong out of the room. Jiogong, what comes next must be brutal. It's easy to have nightmares when you're old. Pouncing. Lu Jiogong can only pretend to be confused. Older is better. Understand? Lu Wendong picked up the shivering Mrs. Fu. Sister-in-law, sit down first. We're family. There's no rush. Only then did he walk over to the breathless Aaron and, are you the one who came to make trouble? Aaron looked up. His pupils were filled with fear and, everyone in the village knows how evil Lu Wendong is. I'm just bluffing myself. But people just do it. Then he said in a trembling voice, Brother Dong, I have to give my little brother an explanation. Lu Yongfu dragged his feet on the money, and now he's gone down to be an egg scatterer. So what can I do? Lu nodded his head. We in the Lu family village always do our work with an explanation. How much is the difference? 300,000. Aaron said breathlessly. Dong, you ask. Just give 200. 000. 100. 000 counts as my compensation to brother Yongfu. Don't take it personally. 18. Lu Wendong. Act like a ding is a ding is a ding. 400,000. Luck Mantun's words confused Alung and Mrs. Fu. What's with the overpayment? Lu Wendong. Act as a ding is a ding is a ding. You are helping the Lugua group to collect the ding rights. You deserve this money. Aaron was overjoyed. Brother Dong is open. As long as you say something, the brothers will help you with their heads from now on. Another 100. 000 for your arm. Lu Wendong's face suddenly looked ferocious. 1 second he's a fluttering gentleman. The next moment, he's the worst person in the world. Lu Yongfu is also from Lu's village. You came to haunt the hearth? One of our own screwing one of our own? He kicked Aaron to the ground and Zhao Tian had already taken the ashtray and smashed it hard on Along's right arm. Two screams. But it came from Lung and Fu's wife. Throw it out. Lu Wendong turned back. Mrs. Fu was paralyzed on the floor. He immediately went forward with a spring in his face. Sister-in-law. Sorry for startling you. Dong. Sister-in-law Fu was terrified. As soon as she jumped into Lu Wendong's arms wailing and crying. None of my business. None of my business. Lu Wendong gently stroked his back. Sister-in-law, I'm sure you have a lot to tell me. Don't rush. Take your time. Mrs. Fu is just a woman. After all, usually you dress up like a ginormous bird and just be a ginormous bird. Everyone respects her for Lu Yongfu's sake. Such people, of course, have never seen the real big world. Not to mention the fact that it was Lu Wendong who was standing in front of her right now. A man who's been linked to multiple murders. Or the mayor. She can't stand this kind of scare. So he cried and told the whole story. It's pretty much what Lu Wendong expected. The beast will leave its skin after the goose has flown. Only he still underestimated these guys. The contract is clearly priced at $600,000. But the price has been driven down to $300,000. And people are surprisingly receptive. Lu Wendong thought to himself that it seemed that no matter where the country boys are the worst, I'd be happy to be exploited several times over. Currently, the Land Country Group has acquired 500 ding rights. That means this guy skimmed $150 million off the top. It took his breath away. Sister-in-law Fu huffed and puffed. Dong, they're the ones doing all this. I don't care. Lu smiled. He asked Mrs. Fu to take a seat across the table, and only then asked, "Where's the money? Don't tell me you don't know. What am I going to do?" Mrs. Fu was crying and trying to cover it up. Lu Wendong said, "Sister Fu, 2 ways. One is that I'm the only one who knows about this. The money spits out and nothing happens to you. The other, I'll hold a village meeting to inform the villagers." Don't. Sister Fu wanted to jump into Lu Wendong's arms again and play pitiful. See, Lu Wendong block can only sit back in grandeur. Dong. Mrs. Fu wiped away her tears and said weakly, "Dong, his expenses are so big. It's just a few tens of millions or less now. Even if it's only $1 million, it's still a profit for Lu Wendong." He didn't move and said, "I'll leave you $5 million. And you'll have no worries for the rest of your life. Think for yourself." Lu Wendong looked down at Mrs. Fu, who was kneeling at her feet. "Sister-in-law, what are you doing?" Mrs. Fu looks up with a soft voice. "Dong, I'm just a woman. I don't know how to feel at ease. It's the only way to put everyone's mind at ease." Lu sighed. "Sister-in-law, Brother Yongfu's corpse is still cold." He didn't say a word. Next door to the funeral parlor. It's hard for him to talk about this kind of thing. We'll just have to go with the flow. Just as well. For the sake of my sister-in-law's good mark. Lu decided to give her a piece of his mind, and as a gesture to the village, too, let everyone know that Tung is absolutely honest in what he does. In the future, you'll go to work for the Lugua group, so you'll also feel at ease. Mrs. Fu's worries are over. She climbed up joyfully and, "Dong, then shall I call the bank and transfer it to the Lutquak group of companies account?" Lu shook his head. He's out of his mind to transfer this money to the Lucas account. "You think you're a good Samaritan? I'll give you an account. You transfer it here." When Mrs. Fu finishes transferring the money, Lu Wendong made a move with his hand. The little widow shrank quite naturally into his arms. The Lu Jinxiang guys are in on it too?" Sister Fu nodded. It was originally Lu Jinxiang's puffball idea. Lu Wendong thought to himself that these guys are really yellow paper brothers. "You're a good man, aren't you? We're rich together?" Four family members have gotten away with $150 million. The house isn't built yet. They're already millionaires. Sister-in-law. Lu Wendong laughed with a smile on his face. "I'm going to have to ask you to stand up later," Mrs. Fu said weakly. "Dong, then you can't leave me behind in the future. Otherwise I will be killed by them." 3 things to read. Favorite. Plus a reward. 19. Spit out what you ate from me. 100 million Hong Kong dollars. Until we get to the Ding Quan. Luck Cam Kong and the others are no different from rotten boys. Pocket poor. After you start messing with Ding Quan, 1 or 2 of them just shook. Night and day. They spent more than $20 million on $150 million. After Lu Wendong pushed his luck with these families and promised to leave them $5 million each. That's an extra 100 million in his account. Lu Wendong's gaze was cold. The men sitting across from him were each in fear and anger. None of them dared to snap. "Though, if I report this to the ICAC, you'll go to jail for a dozen years. By the time the house is knocked down by folks." Lu Wendong coldly said. "Don't be disconcerted. You know I'm telling the truth. You've got the money. What more do you want? Several families are grieving and you can't do things too well, can you? I am giving you the opportunity." Lu said. "The Land Country Group will give you a position. Is there a problem with everyone erasing all the questions as a chalkboard?" Mrs. Fu was busy saying, "This is a great thing. We all have $5 million in hand for expenses, and there's Dong to bear the burden. No risk of anything. Isn't it better than being scared? Dong, I'm definitely supporting you." A group of people mingled for a few moments. It took the Luk Kim Kung family to open their mouths. "Village chief, of your words, if the back is turned over we will certainly not recognize. Lu Wendong, speak with a mouthful of spittle and a mouthful of nails. Everyone will be able to work for the Lugua group from now on with peace of mind and have no worries for the rest of their lives." The money was a windfall for Lu. 100 million. Could do a lot of things for him. will accelerate his career extremely quickly, so he didn't want to take things too far. Good. Now it's obvious that Lu Wendong is more powerful. Up on the Lu Jiogong, Lu Yonghua and Lu Jinxiang, a few families were not against each other. They couldn't come up with anything good even after thinking about it. Then they all said, "We only have one request. Ah Chang and their god tags have to go into the shrine." May. Lu Wendong agreed with his mouth full. "When the time comes, I'll personally be the general to help Brother Chang and the others carry their coffins. If you've got money, you've got to do something." After settling a few of Luck Kim Kung's families, Lu Wendong didn't hesitate to charge $10 million into the system. System tip: your recharge amount has exceeded 5 million. You can now recruit elite dead soldiers, intermediate. There is a certain probability of storming out of the movie and television characters. The price of 50,000 Hong Kong dollars. System prompt: 50,000 funds have been deducted. You have recruited an elite dead soldier, who will come to report in 30 minutes. Your physical fitness has been upgraded to F+ on top, and your ironcloth shirt skill realm has been upgraded by a little bit. Friendly reminder: elite dead soldiers have certain requirements for food, housing and expenses. Penny for your thoughts. Previously, when recruiting dead soldiers, they only gave feedback on physical fitness. Now the intermediate ones can even raise the skill realm. Lu Wendong looked at the system prompt. There are certain requirements for food and housing expenses? He feels like this thing is kind of like an ancient gatekeeper that Chunchenman under the 3,000 guests. Small land Hong Kong Island 5 feet of heaven? Lu Wendong was thinking about it. If, in place of the ancient gatekeepers, well, that's understandable. It's the same as raising a soldier. It's like the Crown Prince's party graciously raising Jingku, the gold throws turtles, the liver of 1,000 horses. The G people are good with their hands, and they hold a jade tray. Although the investment is large, but the returns are pretty amazing, too. He pretty much had it in his mind that, so he sat there thinking. 30 minutes later, a young man around 30 years old appeared in front of Lu Wendong. He was wearing a cheap but well-washed suit, shaved green, stout. The spirit is high. Big brother. The youth spoke with a great deal of conviction. That's confidence in yourself. Lu contrasts. It's like a version of the game that, one is the original, one's a power-up. It's kind of funny when he thinks about it. Will what? Knows a little English, a little civil engineering, and a few sets of punches and kicks. The youths compared down, fists swinging out hunting. He's a good fighter. Lu Wendong previously recruited Tang San and Zhao Tian, who relied purely on ruthlessness and desperation. Now comes this mid-level dead man who has quite a few more skills. Enhanced, indeed. Zhao, Qian, Sun, and Li, idiom, formidable personage. Lu Wendong said, "In the future, your flower name will be Qian and your name will be Tian." He doesn't care what these people were called before. "I'm sure my own dead soldiers will be immeasurable in the future." For convenience, he decided to give these people names according to the 100 surnames and the 1,000 character classic. It'll be easier to keep track. Okay, big brother. Chantry is fine with this. He shrugged. "I'm hungry. Can I have roast goose?" It does make a difference. Zhao Tian and the others have a bowl of noodles down will have been good happy willing to die. And this guy just asked for roast goose. Lu Wendong smiled. Enough. Wine. Sex and wealth are all okay. 20, suit thug. Gao Jin. There are 60 vacant units available for occupancy within the Lucas village. Each suite can house up to 5 dead soldiers. That's 300 people. There's a hotel 10 minutes away from Lujiazui that can accommodate another 100 people. Lu Wendong can arrange 400 dead soldiers. It's no small thing to feed and clothe 400 people every day, and to match them with appropriate entertainment. Women who smoke and drink, for example, as well as the traveling goods, vehicles, etc. Lu Wendong has been reading history books for the past few days. He decided to learn the ways of the ancients in raising their soldiers, so he's got a big hand. The cost of food is $100 a day, per person. Another 100 for cigarettes, alcohol and other expenses. It's the same as if he was paying these guys the same $6,000 a month as the little Jews. That alone is throwing out $2.4 million a month in thunder, plus rent and all that. Ludwig has done the math. Not less than $3 million a month. And a car. He kind of understood why those who could afford to keep gatekeepers in ancient times were all large landowners and large estate owners. The average person can't afford it. 400. Lu leaned back in his chair to take stock. 100 mid-level dead equals 5 million. Spend another 1.5 million to recruit 300 junior deadbeats. System alert, $6.5 million have been deducted. You have recruited 300 primary dead soldiers. You have recruited 100 intermediate dead soldiers. They are about to arrive in 30 minutes. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the movie character suit thug Gaojin. You've hinted at a little bit of a breakthrough to mid to upper E+ with your physical fitness. Your iron cloth shirt realm is upgraded to 7 ranks. The system dinged and dinged. Lu sat up. Kao Jean? The warden from Killjoys? Good man. 6.5 million for a thug in a suit that's so bunk isn't a bad deal. He's feeling the physicality of an upper mid E+. The backbone crackled as if it were a great dragon. It seems to have the sound of tigers and leopards. And look at the 7-pin ironclad. Lu Wundong felt that the money was quite well spent. When the 400 dead soldiers trooped into Lu's village, the whole village has been alarmed. From ants to children who can just make mud. They were all so shocked that they couldn't speak a word. The fury emanating from 400 fearless dead soldiers is so thick that it could shake a man's guts out of him. It's a great way to get rid of the Lujia village's evil intentions. Big brother. 400 people stood outside Lu Wundong's house and bowed in unison. Years later, the people of Lujia village say they still can't forget this scene. Lu Yongyu, who was guarding the funeral hall, heard the commotion and ran to the 3rd floor. She looked away for an instant, and her face was white as a sheet. Is there no law? Water vapor instantly rose in Lu Yongyu's eyes. She threw herself into Wanshan's arms and cried bitterly. Who the hell is this asshole? A lawless man. Wanshan looked calm. He's a businessman. As long as there's money to be made, the more powerful Lu Wundong is, the better he can collect Ding Quan. The sooner the landboat project can get off the ground. It's good for him. Yongyu, I think you need to collect yourself. Wanshan looked at the dark, bowing crowd in the distance. It was as if he saw the 5 families of the mafia that ran the moldy country. There's a world for everyone. At least here in Lut Katsuan. The 3rd house has become the strongest force in the 1st and the 2nd must bow down and act like grandchildren. He was right to think that. Lu Jiogong and Lu Yonghua were scared into quails. There are only 700 young men in their 1st and 2nd houses combined. Just like that, having already been intimidated by the ruthless Lu Wundong at a previous time. Not to mention the fact that they're coming in with so many people now. Let's not talk about fighting. Don't even think about it. Lu Jiogong muttered. The village chief is so majestic. He couldn't wait to slap himself in the face and, why were you so old-fashioned before? Window? Is that what you call window? Lu Yonghua is more open-minded than he is. It's a good thing to follow the village chief. Everyone earns money. It's better than anything else. I'll see if Ah-Chang's families still dare to make trouble. How dare they? Lu Jiogong's eyes glared. Yonghua, let me make a statement first. If those families dare to reopen old scores, I'll be the first to spare you. Gingo and Taima swallowed the world like a tiger. Lu Wundong stood in the doorway with his arms crossed looking at the group of people in front of him. It's your own cab. A cab that's willing to work for itself. With all these people around, what's the worry that we won't be able to do it? I'm Lu Wundong. From now on we'll all eat from the same horse spoon. What I eat, you eat. Yes, big brother. 400 people bowed in unison and, loud as thunder. All the dogs in the village are afraid to make a sound. Lu Wundong called over Lu Tianming in room 3 to command. I'll leave the logistics to you. Don't let me down. This young man actively defected after Lu Wundong's arrival. He's got a mind to lift. So we have to give Lu Tianming a chance. Dong. Lu Tianming has never been so powerful in his life. I had no choice but to keep my head down. But now there's a choice. He's going to make a good show of himself. Yu Zhong, relax. But there is not done. I rip off the head for you to kick as a ball. 3 things to read. Favorite. Plus a reward. 21. Family state. Village matters settled in the village. Shrine. Lu Jiogong, who was called over for a meeting, refused to sit down with Lu Yonghua for whatever he said. Mayor. Lu Jiogong said honestly. I had a brain fart in the past. Don't take it personally. From now on, as long as you say the word, in water and fire, I'll be the first to jump in. Lu Yonghua followed suit. Village chief. I'm the same. Good. If the 3 houses are united, their profits will be broken. Lu Wundong exploded 400 soldiers at once for what? Of course it's all about bravado. He came from a farming family, very much aware of the mores of the countryside. You can't reason with a country boy. Since ancient times the rule in the countryside has been that whoever has the most youngsters in their family, he's the one who can walk around the village. Sensei's grabbing water, dividing up the fields. It's always better to have the most people. Lu Wundong, who had relived his life, had long ago set a goal for himself. Must be the highest on the world's pyramid. He has no time to waste on such trivialities that. So just speak up. The first phase of landboat properties will begin construction soon. I don't want a situation where materials can't be brought in, nor do I want villagers blocking the roads. Getting it right? No problem. Lu Jiogong and Lu Yonghua hurriedly said. Village chief, the side one who dares to make trouble here. We, the 1st house and the 2nd house, will fight first. Yes, fight even to the township legislature. Brothers in arms can break gold. Lu Wendong's tone was domineering. As long as it's not the village that's doing the dirty work, the ones from outside the village, then they'll fight together. He's not the kind of guy to cross a bridge. Land's End was his first basic disc. The villagers in there are useful people to him. As long as you're not a backstabber. That's him, Mr. Luck. We will not allow ourselves to be bullied by outsiders. Also, the landscape needs to be enlarged. This is only the first phase. Lu Wendong has also been meeting with Wanshan for the past few days. Then he added, I've talked to Mr. Wan, and that side will contribute money to support the ongoing acquisition of Dingquan. Jiao Gong, you are highly respected and knowledgeable. Which village is difficult to deal with? Which township councillor has a big appetite? I want you to pick some sharp-witted juniors to go out and find out. Village chief, I will definitely get this done even if I don't want to die. Lu Jiogong was afraid that he would be thrown off the bus. He's really determined to do something big with Lu Wendong this time. Make Lujia village a prosperous place. I'll get right on with the arrangements later. Yanghua, you take care of the usual order in the village. Lu Yanghua, a man with a silly look on his face. I'm always smiling at everyone. This kind of person won't let the villagers ask for it. It's best to let him do the housekeeping. Mayor, I love this job. Lu Yanghua smiled and opened his mouth. Definitely keeping folks in peace. Lu Wendong is glad he voted for Lu's village. Here, with the clan as the pivot, a lot of things are good to do. So he added, differences of opinion are permitted, but only on one premise. He was ferocious, word for word. No matter what happens, the village settles village matters. Whoever dabbles in the royal chi will be expelled from the family. Nobody's got a problem with that. It's supposed to be a patriarchal rule. While young people may not be too happy about it, but like Luck Kao Kung and Luck Winghua, they are very much in favor of this article. There are no clan rules. The head of the house is not stable at all. It's easy to get into trouble. Village chief, it's settled. Lu nodded his head at this. I've arranged it on my end. When the land boat group starts construction, all the people in the village who can use their strength will go to the construction site to work. For those who can't make it or are old, let them direct traffic and work on logistics such as canteens. There's always something for everyone to do and money to be made. Lu Jiogong and Lu Yonghua were overjoyed. Here on Hong Kong Island, construction workers are paid quite well for their work. The average job probably pays $3,000 to $6,000 a month. But the construction workers are all over 12K, at the very least. Those who are willing to work hard and work overtime. $20,000 a month isn't even that big of a deal. In the country, that's overpaying. Mayor, they looked at Lu Wendong. There are only 2 words of conviction in my mind. Folks are actually nice and simple. There's work to be done and money to be made. No one's going to feel hard done by. And everyone will return to their hearts. The Lukes have nothing to worry about with you. Lu Jiogong is convinced. He was conscious of the fact that he would certainly have to install close associates if he were to be exchanged for such a position. There is absolutely no way that they can all be treated the same. Lu Jiogong and Lu Yonghua bowed in the mold of Lu Wendong's men. I don't have anything to say. Mayor, you'll just have to see me follow through. With money comes loyalty. Lu sees this very clearly. I have only one thing to say. If you are loyal to me with all your heart, I will grant you honor and wealth. 22. Shen Haonan violently beat up Big Fool. Lu Wendong's positioning of himself is very clear. He divided the forces into 2. A group of former villagers of Lujia village. One strand is the 400 dead soldiers he recruited. Among them, the village of Lucas was positioned by him as a production unit. Responsible for the construction of the land boat property and providing information on the network of relationships in the townships and other business. While his 400 dead soldiers are military units, responsible for escorting the various businesses of the land state group by force of arms. Something like the acquisition of Tingquan. Lu must leave it to his own dead soldiers. The person in charge of his arrangement was the first recruited intermediate-level dead soldier, Qian Tian, and the pattern is simple. To follow the example of Luck Wingchen and others and press the price. Unless it's really particularly difficult and prone to group incidents, Lu has a heart of stone. He said directly. The flat rate is $300. 000. No exceptions. A rich man with a heart of gold is a poor man with a heart of gold. Since these new territories backwoodsmen were able to accept the $300, 000 offered by Luck Wingchen and others before, then there's no reason for him, Lu Wendong, to jack up the price. Otherwise the group in front of us would be upset. Instead, without discrimination. This one is called a principal. Remember to sign the contract. Lu Wendong added. In English. Big brother. Okay. Qian Tian said. Money is going to find Mr. Lu and Mr. Wan to approve? There are just 2 main finances in the land country group at the moment. Luck Wingyu, representing Wanshan, and Little Ju, representing Luckman Tongue. The two sides are both wary of and cooperative with each other. It's a reassurance to the other side. Formalize things financially. Good. Qian Tian expressed his understanding. Big brother. Then I will start preparing now. You talk to Gao Jin about manpower. Lu Wendong pointed down to Gao Jin, who stood beside himself without saying a word, as if he were a log. A thug in a suit is a thug in a suit. Standing there with no knowledge of anything gives you a sense of intimidation. This guy's got the image and the skills. Currently in charge of his close protection. Brother Gao, take care of me from now on. Chantal nodded and walked out first. Prepare the car. Go to Saigon. He's got 400 dead men on his hands now. You can't do this without a car. But he can't afford to buy all first-hand cars. I think the only way to get some water trucks is to go to Saigon and get some water trucks. At the same time, he wanted to find out if the death of his cheap old bean was an accident or not. Dum Dum is a local snake in Saigon. 90% of the stolen cars in the new territories are sent to him for sale. There's money and there's people. It's always been a powerful thing. I don't even care about the King of Heaven. Not to mention these youngsters in front of us. Big Dummy's got a bad look on his face. Sure, Jogong pretending to be Stone Spot, and the kid pretending to be the boss. It's the most annoying. They are Hung Hing Causeway Beifet, B.S. subordinates. Especially the leader, Chan Ho Nam, is known as Pretty Boy Nam in the jungle, having just recently done away with the bar closure. The reputation of the world has grown. Sort of a jungle's most popular chicken. He was accompanied by the brothers he'd grown up with at the ballpark. Chicken, Big Sky, Nesting Skin, and Bao Pai are a few. Don't be angry. We just want to ask you to get the car back. Who are you? Dumbo is pretending to know what he's talking about. I don't even want to talk to them. Hung Hing Chicken. This is my big brother, Pretty Boy Nam. Dumbo picked himself up and drank from his glass. All cats and dogs are big brothers. Chen Hanan is slightly bored. He's got a big head on his shoulders. You touched your own car and you dare to throw your face in the air? Silly. Where's my car? Blay? Big Dummy was upset. I stole so many cars in the territory's 9 new territories? Silly. Don't get mad. I was just asking. Chan Honam likes to do things first. Then he said, silly brother, if you send a word, can I give you some tea money? Get out of the way. Big Dummy pointed at Chun Haonan. He's not happy about it. Of course, even if we're gonna talk numbers, it's gonna take Big B to come over here. A red stick is nothing. I certainly did not steal the car. Your car disappeared to find a brother. Hey, Chicken's not happy with this guy's posturing. Give you face to call you stupid brother? Do not give you face to call you fool ah. Asterisk 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 dot. Big Dummy snapped. You've got to keep your mouth shut. Kid, who in the Jianghu doesn't know that Saigon I talk? Last time I couldn't vote. I was on TV too. You know? As soon as he pushed Chicken away to go and sit next to Chun Haonan. Pretty Nan, I heard you've been very popular lately. I'll tell you what, I sure as hell didn't steal the car. You try to screw me, I'll screw you. The most important thing in life is to be able to make a statement. Big fool, as a big shot on one side, certainly won't be intimidated by a few Hung Hing juniors. He pointed his finger at Chun Haonan's body repeatedly. And don't blame me for not warning you. Don't hang around Saigon for nothing in the future. You Hung Hing boys are not welcome by our brothers in Saigon. 3 things to read. Favorite, plus a reward. 23, it's okay to come for seafood. But a fight? No way. Big Fool's words instantly ignited Chun Haonan's anger. He came to Saigon to get the car. 2, in order to make an example of him. Nowadays, the backwoods kids in the jungle. Shrimp bully. Know absolutely nothing about proportion. How dare you steal your own car? If we don't teach these guys some lessons, they still think Hung Hing is made of clay. Dumbo gets knocked to the floor in an instant. It's like having a soy sauce store on your face. Chun Haonan viciously grabbed him by the collar and asked, can our Hung Hings come to Saigon? No. A cold, icy voice rang out from behind. Chun Haonan and the others stood up and, not far away stood 3 men that, a clean black suit. It's very impressive. They are, of course, Lu Wendong, Gao Jin, and a mid-level dead soldier. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're so full of. Chicken stepped forward. Kid, which road are you on? Show me your name. Lu felt quite interesting. I'm looking for a big fool, and I've come across a famous scene. Saigon is not Hung Hing's turf. You are welcome to come for seafood. Fighting? No way. You're a real pain in the ass. Daitenji can't take it anymore. They've never been the only ones to run roughshod over Hung Hing. You can go wherever you want and get a big tan. They can't even bow their heads. Hide your head. Report the name if you can. Lu is not interested in wasting time with a couple of lousy guys. Get rid of them. Holy. Now even Chen Haonan isn't happy about this. Since the beheading of Basho, everyone in the jungle has to give a thumbs up. As a result, This kid on the opposite side of the street has completely disregarded his own eyes. That's not taking Hung Hing seriously. Boy. Gao Jin went up with the dead soldiers. One on the left and one on the right. Two men. One ethereal and the other courageous. Without any hesitation, he rushed towards Chen Haonan. Asterisk. This kid's super tough. Chicken storms out. We'll have to throw him overboard later. Careful. Chen Haonan could see that these two were formidable. He rushed forward to fight. Bang. Bang. Gao Jin spins around and connects with a leg kick that catches Chicken directly on the ground. Followed by another stomp on Nestor Skin's chin with borrowed strength. Directly kicked him, spitting blood on his face, and fell to the ground. It's only been 2 moves. Chen Haonan's side has lost 2 combatants. And the other dead man began to pester Chen Haonan and Big Sky too. His kung fu was certainly not as good as Gao Jin's bunker, but he has a high pain tolerance. After taking 2 heavy punches from Chen Haonan, he finally found a chance to punch Big Sky 2 in the jaw. Ka-chow. Heavy-handedly. Another soft spot like the chin. Dai Tenji loses the battle in an instant. And Gao Jin has easily put down Pao Pai. In a flash, Chen Honam was left alone. Wait, let's go. Chen Haonan hasn't touched such a strong opponent since his debut. The other guy's not only good but he's totally desperate. He's all a little confused. Green hills never change. Green water flows forever. I'm Chen Honam from Causeway Bay. Please leave a name. Lu Wendong of the Lu family village. Lu Wendong waved his hand lightly. Go. Wendy Lu? Chen Haonan silently memorized this name in his heart. He had a hunch that, I'm sure I'll be up against this guy in the future. He struggled to pick up Chicken and the others. The group of people looked at Lu Wendong, who was not moving. Kid, you wait. Chicken gave a stern message and they helped each other out. Big dummy? Lu Wendong didn't care at all about the threats from Chicken and the others. He's the one who's going to be immobile. You're pissed off with a punk? Totally not worth it. He smiles and walks over to Dumbo, who's lying on the ground, frozen. It's the Saigon dummy, isn't it? Side by side? Dumbo's a little confused, too. I don't know this pretty boy at all, but he helped himself. Again. It's so strange. Lu Haoxiang from Lujia village is my old bean. Remember? Big dummy instantly changed color. He's not a man who hides what's on his mind. Eyes flashing momentarily. What's it to me? Let me introduce myself. Lu Wendong said nonchalantly. I am the head of room 3 of the Lu family village. The current head of the Lu family village. Lu Wendong. Dummy. My old bean is in his prime and comes from a fisherman background. There's no way he would have drowned. Now I'm asking you nicely. What really happened that day? Tell it and I'll remember you. I don't know. Dumbo climbed up. I'm hurt and need to go to the hospital. Gao Jin stopped in front of him in silence. 2 merciless eyes staring at the back of the big fool in a cold sweat. Big dummy. You're real dummy. Lu Wendong coldly said. Since I found you, you can't escape. Hong Xing will beat you up at most. But if you make me dissatisfied, you won't have a chance in Saigon anymore. Think about it. So the big dummy is really stupid. He yelled. That's better than being dead. Marvelous. I wash my hands in gold. Lu Wendong's face twitched. He looked at the big dumb guy with a leathery smile. Wash your hands? Can you wash your hands without my say-so? He pointed down to the dozen or so short mules that had gathered around him. Lujia village does things. Get out. 24, officer. I advise you to mind your own business. Dumbo once threatened to take Saigon into his own hands, but Saigon locals know that it's Lut Katsuan that's really in charge here. A village of thousands of stalwarts in its own right, and indirectly affecting several neighboring villages. No one messes with a snake like that. Dumbo sat down on his ass in frustration and he took the towel muttering, Dong, it was really an accident. You just, pop. Lu Wendong stepped forward and raised his hand to deliver a slap in the face, giving face. Come over here, you guys, and hang him overboard. Big dummy screams like a pig in a poke. What are you doing? A couple of short mules in the distance look at each other and, under Lu Wendong's forced gaze, he could only fearfully step forward and hold down Biggie. Stop. Here comes the yellow inspiration again. He came over after receiving a 911 call from a neighbor saying there was a fight between outsiders. By the time he gets here, Chen Haonan will be long gone. I happened to run into Lu Wendong lecturing Big Fool. He was quick to explode his lungs with anger. Lu Wendong, this is not Lujia village. Don't be arrogant. Did I tell you to stop? Only then did Lu Wendong turn his head to look at Huang Chiafe. Officer, I advise you to mind your own business. He said coldly, again and again. Do you really think my Lu family village is made of clay? Believe it or not, I'll transfer you to the watering hole. You, Huang Chifa was trembling with anger and, he really believes it. Ghostbusters don't even bother with Lut Katsuan, even if he is the chief inspector. If these country boys in the new territories get mad, 9 times out of 10, I'm going to guard the watering hole. Don't go too far. He reminded. You're a village chief, not a gangster. Lu smiled. The triads still want to compete with the village chief? In terms of the stuff that Lu Taigong and the others have been up to, how do these triads in Hong Kong and Kowloon compare? Officer, if I were you I'd go buy a pineapple bun, drink some iced mandarin ducks, and call the police station to say it's taken care of. Lu Wendong is bland. He's a squire. The penal code is not imposed. It's a lot more fun than being a gangster. Huang Chifa was expressionless. I don't need you to worry about what the police force is doing. If you mess up someone's life I'll arrest you. Even the Guilo can't protect you, he said in a loud voice, obviously for Biggie. Huang Chifa looked at Dajo, who was tied up tightly by the rope. This citizen, do you need police assistance? The police are absolutely capable of protecting your personal safety. I'll protect your mother. Big Dummy busted a gut. He's stupid enough to know he can't go to the cops. Otherwise, there will be no peace in the future. Dead cops, go, the mud can't hold the wall. Huang Chifa was bored with himself. He didn't leave. Though, I'm going to die trying to prove that I'm a cop. Dong, dong. Dumbo yells in a panic. Give a face. Will you? It's all neighborhood. How can I do business back there like this? Your ability to do business depends on my satisfaction. Lu Wendong looked at this group of short mules at the edge of the. You're the biggest here, aren't you? Believe it or not I'll pull out all your flags. Throw it down. Wait. Big Dummy compromised. What's the deal with Luck Ho Chun's stepchildren? Fierce and overbearing. Back then, Lu Taigong was just like that. That's weird. I say. Dumbo hesitates to look down at Yellow inspired. Can't be here. Officer, you're free to go. Lu Wendong waved his hand like a fly. The next time I play golf with a township councilman I'll recognize you for your service to the people. Huang Chifa is worse than eating a fly. And watch the Big Dummy get untied. Can only grandly drop a sentence. Don't do tricks or I'll arrest you. Black Chai? Dumbo's head drooped and. Dong, let me make it clear in advance that this is just my guess. After all, I didn't see it with my own eyes. Then again, Dong, Black Chai that hangs his hair away from the powder. Inhumane guy. We're not all from the same world. You'd better pretend you don't know. It's not often that he makes a supreme statement. Trouble is only for the strong. You should be in a movie. Maybe even a prime supporting role. Hong Kong Island is a transshipment center for white flour from the Far East. The first stop for goods coming out of the Golden Triangle is here. A lot of societies and moguls got their start on this. For example, the British Consortium, the Lee family, the Ma family, and so on. Lu is really not sure about this aspect. He's never been exposed to clubs, either. There is no channel they're in. Just ask, where does he usually show up? Dong, I don't know. Big Dummy looked at Lu Wendong with a murderous aura in his eyes. Then he screamed in fear. I just work on cars. I don't touch these things. It's really not a world. So who do you know who might know? Dumbo hesitated. Changle Fei Hong may know a bit. His ponies are all over the world to get cars. The information is better than me. 3 things to read. Favorite. Plus a reward. 25. Want revenge? I'll pick his mother. Chicken rubbed his chest and cursed inside the 13 pigeonholes in Bluefield. What's the deal with that puffer anyway? So draggy? Come on. Stop whining. Chun Haonan took the drop wine and threw it to a few people. I'll hang up and ask. Brother Nan, isn't he talking about Lu Jia village? Dai Tenji's a hothead. 2. Get well and go do him. From the demented line. Chun Haonan gives a middle finger. A few people laughed. Over there, Chen Haonan has already gotten through to Big Brother B. Brother B, do you know about Lu Wendong from Lu's village? Is it loaded? Chen Haonan hangs up the phone. He's got a bit of a grimace on his face. Several of Chicken's men looked out of place. Brother Nan, what's the situation? What's with the face? If there's anything we can fight together. Chun Haonan took out cigarettes and gave one to each of the several people. Brother B said that he only knows Lu Wendong is the new head of Lu Jia village, and that we are not from the same world. So it's best not to step over the line. Asterisk. B has lost all his nerve since he had a son. Chicken muttered. What's so great about the village chief? He's still a country boy? They've been on a roll lately. Especially in the Causeway Bay area. The pretty boy South name is as good as it gets. It's hard to swallow. Chen Haonan doesn't want to be beaten up for nothing. The most important thing in life is to be a hero. If we don't help our brothers get back on their feet, when the time comes, we'll all have a grudge against each other. Pao Pai, you're local to the new territories. Ask your hairdresser over there to see if you can scrape up any material on Lu Wendong. We'll look into it when the time comes. On the other side, Lu Yongyu, who had wrapped himself up tightly, felt his way into Ah Lung's ancestral home. Third miss? Aaron was taken aback and ready to sit up. What brings you here? Lie down. Don't pull the wound. Luck Wingyu looked down at the plaster wrapped around Ah Lung's right hand. What did the doctor say? It's been 100 days since the injury. Lung is big-headed. Can't die. That son of a. Lu Yongyu suddenly shed tears. You're obviously a credit to the Lu family village, but I can't say anything or help you. Ah Long, our Lu Jia village has wronged you. Aaron cocked his head. He's feeling a little baffled that this third young lady is usually so high and mighty. I can't even say hello to her. Is this the day the weasel pays homage to the chicken? What do you want from me? Third miss? Aaron said. I'm a lousy fighter anyway, so if I can help, just do whatever you want. Lu Yongyu saw that this lousy kid didn't know the routine at all. She also lost her heart for acting. Then he asked directly, want revenge? Aaron sat up with a jolt. He nervously looked down outside to make sure no one was there before exhaling. Third miss, you mustn't harm me. That dangling hair is in charge now. Everyone listens to him. I wouldn't dare to mess with. That's what Lu Yongyu hates the most. Those assholes were all respecting the old man when he was around. Now that the man's gone, they threw themselves under Luck Mantung's command in the blink of an eye. Who started the Land State group? No old bean with himself. They still want a job? All white wolves. Lu Yongyu coldly said. I didn't realize that you were usually so vigorous and energetic, but you became a limp shrimp after being beaten. A big man can be so unproductive. Aaron's face turned red. Vengeance is to be avenged. But is it avenged now? You're so draggy. Then you're good you're on. When I come from the demented line? Lu Yongyu is condescending. She now kind of understood why Wan Shan had often said that fishing for money required brain eating. The IQ gap had her flying high with pleasure. If you have the heart for it, I have the means. Aaron leaned over, ready to reach for the cigarettes at the foot of the bed. Lu Yongyu went forward to help him pull out a cigarette and light it. Neither of them said a word as they stared at each other. A few moments later, it was only then that Ah Long said quietly, Third miss, you dare to take risks with your body and flesh. There's nothing I wouldn't dare to do with my rotten life. You talk and I listen. The Land Country Group is immediately ready to proceed with the acquisition of the second phase of the Ding rights. Lu Yongyu said, you were in charge of this matter before, and you should know the doorways better than I do. Ding Quan? Aaron's a little confused, but the group of unrighteous puffers under my hand have all been called back to prepare for the start of work. Third miss, stop playing. I can't afford it. Lu Yongyu was furious. What kind of brain is this asshole? And she's too lazy to bother. Then he said directly and explicitly, you're not going to go out there and find someone? I'll tell you a few key locations of land. You go and collect them in advance. And then it's still at your disposal? Isn't it nice to get out and make money at the same time? I've paved the way for you. How about it? Are you brave enough? 3 things to read. Favorite. Plus a reward. 26. The most important thing for the family is unity. Lu Yongyu is kind of smart, but she should never, ever have wrapped herself up like a secret agent. She also forgets that she's in the village of Lu. This kind of getup is conspicuous in a village of largely local people, and she grew up in Lu's village. There are just so many people who know her well that, easily recognizable by those who care. The news immediately and stealthily reached Lu Wendong's ears. He's very promising. Give him a job. Just a small foreman. Lu Wendong instructed Zhao Tian. Go over to the little Jew and draw 10,000 out of my personal account. Thank you, village chief. Thank you, village chief. The speaker was from the big house. He thanked me profusely. Third miss is spreading rumors everywhere. She doesn't have a good heart. Do a good job from now on. And, Lu Wendong's eyes instantly sharpened. I don't want anyone else to know about this. Family, the most important thing is unity. Understood. Understood. The man nodded his head repeatedly. Village chief, I'm loyal to you. I'll never talk nonsense. I swear, not even the yellow-faced woman at home will speak. Lu snapped his fingers. Qian Tian, go and deal with it. Ask about the causes and consequences. It's only natural that Luck Wingyu would be behind this. Lu expressed his great understanding of this behavior of hers. But understanding is understanding. Doesn't mean he won't do anything about it. The night is dark. Qian Tian ordered 4 dead soldiers to seal the front and back of Ah Lung's house. He took the other 2 into the darkness and climbed into Lung's house. Lung is lying in the living room watching TV. He never learned anything as a child, growing up and chasing dragons. He's pissed off at my mom and dad, so he's the only one in the house. The yellow dog in the yard barked a few times and then stopped moving. Ah Long muttered, this mother asterisk her must think there's no bones to eat. I haven't even entered the oil water today. 3 dark shadows blocking the light. Lung turned around and jumped up to run. Run, you run. Qian Tian seems to be smiling. Think clearly. Ah Long thudded and knelt on the ground. Big brother, my hands were broken by you guys. What the hell else do you want? Will you let me live? He let out a cry of pain and, I'm also from Lu's village. Today Lu Yongyu came to see you dressed in a mysterious manner. The corner of Qian Tian's eye was slightly grim for a few moments. He looks like a viper in the light. What did she say when Big Brother asked, "What is to be done?" Qian Tian said unhurriedly. "Think for yourself. Think good thoughts." The two dead men pulled gloves out of their pockets and put them on. And from behind him, he took out his ram's horn hammer. They didn't say anything, and definitely not threatening others. But that pressure all of a sudden made Aaron wimp out and the smell of urine. Ah Long cried out in pain. "It's not my business. It's the third miss who wants to screw the village chief. I'm patient guy. Where did it move? It's third miss playing me." Continue. Chantry sniffles. "This asshole is scared less. He had a few moments of dislike that. Don't miss a word from the beginning to the end. She told me to go out there and find someone to collect the ding rights. Lung is remorseful. What the hell is that up to? It's just a death knell. I didn't agree. Big Brother, please help me plead with the village chief." Aaron's snotty nose and tears are coming out of his eyes as he cries. "I've cleaned up my act. Give me a chance to be a new man. Will you?" He's really scared. The village chief is so ruthless that he even dares to touch Tai Kung's men. And now they're pulling the whole village together with the construction site. And then you'll die for nothing. Chantian mused. "What's with that woman? What's wrong with that woman? Keep an eye on him. I'm going to talk to Big Brother." Lu Wendong soon arrived at Ah Lung's ancestral home. Mayor. Ah Lung kowtowed repeatedly. "You believe me, it really wasn't my idea. I never wanted to betray you." Lu Wendong ignored him. He's thinking. Lu Yongyu, 1910 to 1995, Chinese poet. Lu recalls the plot of the movie. This woman does seem to do things pretty roughly. It's only because of love that Luo Yangji is willing to work for her. And it's all a big mess. After thinking about it, he realized that Lu Yongyu could indeed do such a thing. "When will Ms. 3 contact you again?" Aaron was stunned. He lifted his cracked head and froze, saying, "It should only be for a few days." That said that the second phase of the acquisition of Dinquan was about to begin and told me to go out and find someone. "Mayor, it really wasn't my idea." Playing really hard. Lu Wendong's face is expressionless. "Is this a chance to give yourself a chance? Want to die or want to live?" "Live. I want to live." Aaron shouted in excitement. "Mayor, I don't want to die." "Well then, you continue with the Dinquan thing." Lu quickly came up with the idea that, "As for how? I'll have someone tell you." Tin. Transfer 2 fresh faces from the hotel to watch him. Be smart. 3 things to read. Favorite. Plus a reward. 27. If you do it yourself, I'll dock your paycheck. No one is more important than anyone else. When Lu Taigong was alive, he pushed Ding Quan to run the Lugua group. The townspeople respect him. But once he's dead, Lu Wendong only gave a condition that let everyone have a job to start. Most of the villagers have forgotten that there was once a hero in the village named Lu Taigong. Lu Wendong was sitting in a reclining chair looking out the window. His office is located in the village office. The conditions are a little more modest, though, but it's the beginning of the end for the Luck Kwok group. Not far from him, in a corner, the little Jew was tapping away at the keyboard with a single finger. Computers are not uncommon on Hong Kong Island, but the little Jews before us weren't in a position to touch that. It's a complete rarity for her. That's why she's so happy with just one finger on the keyboard. "Little Jew? Ha!" Little Jew stood up. "Village chief, my name is Ruan Maya, not Little Jew." "Say you are. Lu Wendong said. "I'm a village chief and I can't be arbitrary?" The little Jew skimmed his lips. You're great. You're happy. For the love of $6,000 a month. Plus covering 3 meals a day for myself and my mother-in-law." She said she could stand it. "Stand up and let me see." The little Jew looked at Lu Wendong with her hands clasped on her chest with a wary look on her face. "Mayor, what do you want? I haven't let you work up the pay for my part-time job as your secretary. Anything else is a no-no." Lu Wendong was speechless. "Since you're my secretary, you can't wear this kind of dress." The little Jew breathed a sigh of relief, heart thumping like a deer in headlights. "You're scaring the out of me." She spat. "Well, you're going to have to pay for it. I can't spend my own money on work clothes, can I? So expensive." With her miserly nature wanting her to pay for her own work clothes? That's absolutely impossible. "So let's get you on your feet and I'll see what kind you fit into. As long as you don't spend any money on yourself." The little Jew absolutely cooperates. She stood up with an innocent, brilliant face and by the way, a spin, how's that? Should be just as good as the white-collar workers in Central, right? Lu is a veteran in the field. Little Jew flat is a little flat. Long legs, though. For stockings. Just nodded, just right. Later you go to Central and find an accounting firm to help me register 2 companies. Stopped by to pick up a couple of outfits. Money to go from the company account. No problem. The little Jew joyfully said. "Village chief, you are really so divine today. Lu sighed in his heart. This little Jew really does look like he's on TV. As long as it doesn't cost anything. I'll call you a pretty boy every day. Remember to buy black silk. The little Jew was a little wary again. You're not harboring any bad thoughts, are you? I'm a boss and I can't make any demands on my secretary's dress? Lu Wendong's face is expressionless. If the secretary can't keep my eyes open, should I put in the diaphragm? Alright. The Jews were actually a little bit scared before they came to the office. After all, this village chief has a fierce reputation in the village. But after a few days of contact, I realized that the village chief is not that difficult to deal with, as he is cold on the outside and hot on the inside. And now the villagers are saying nice things about the village chief. She had a feeling that the village chief shouldn't have any bad intentions towards her, and said, all according to you, but let me be clear, it's only to be worn at work. She breaks her fingers with joy. Getting a couple $100 would be great. A set can't be less than 10,000. Lu Wendong followed. Right. Remember to order a few sets of handmade suits for me as well. Let's go to the king of Western clothing on De Guiller Street in Central. The little Jew can't hold his ground. She's weak in the knees. It's hard to hold onto the table without falling over. 10,000? Village chief. 3,000. Just 3,000. I'll rush your suit overnight. Okay? The little Jew's eyes were glowing. Why are you cheating on someone else? It's expensive. If you're told to go, you go. Lu has his own requirements. Hong Kong Island is a rich man's world. The word low profile doesn't even exist in the vocabulary of the people here. The richer you are, the more extravagant and high profile you are. That what? Lin Jiacheng only carries antique watches when he speaks to the public. In fact, people are Patek Philippe's vice in Asia Pacific. He's going to be the man of the hour. Wearing a suit and tie is a must. Picking and choosing. People will think they're poor. How can we talk business? Lu Wendong has released a killer. If you speculate on doing it yourself, I'll dock your pay. Geez, you're so boring. Loser boy. The little Jew was out of breath when he was poked and prodded. It's a rare opportunity to make a lot of money. Got it. Then I'll go over there now. The best thing about Jews is that they're so obsessed with money. It's clearly not her place to make money, but it's like she's losing money. Lu Wendong has also convinced her. Have someone drive you there. 3 things to read, bookmark, and add a reward. 28. Change your mind and kill a chicken to make an example of it. Little Jew wasn't gone for more than a few minutes. An anxious Wan Shan and Lu Yangyu rushed into the office. Lu Dong. Something has happened. The representative of the 4 major real estate developers, Sito Quang, is contacting people in the Qin village to prepare for another Ding house mansion. The always calm Wan Shan can hardly hide his worries at this moment. With their strength, the commissioner in charge of the Ding house building is likely to fall over. When the time comes for us to collect the Ding rights and them to collect the Ding rights, the size of the land boat program is bound to be squeezed big time. Lu Yangyu coldly said, if it wasn't for my old bean passing through, the Qin village wouldn't dare to be like this. At present, there are more than 100,000 Ding rights in the new territories. Lut Katsuan is certainly not the only one engaging in the Ding Quan business. In 1972, the Hong Kong government was able to set up the small house policy. It is the result of the struggle of the villagers of the townships led by Mr. Lu Taigong. He's in. We can still work together for old time's sake. Now he's suddenly over. The other villages will have their own ideas. Of course, the Qin village they're talking about is right next door to the Lu village. Previously, the only thing they looked up to was the Lu family village. Lu Wendong looked down at Lu Yangyu with dissatisfaction. This woman is so short-haired and short-sighted. What a time to be talking about something that's not there. They should still be discussing it? Wan Shan see Lu Wendong calm and peaceful, he also greatly affected. Taking a few breaths before nodding. Granting a Ding house building is not a matter of lifting a finger. The officer in charge of the Ding house building has not taken any favors from us? Lu Yangyu called out. Before it was all Lu Jinxian's responsibility. We didn't even know. Now that he's dead, should we go down and ask him? You're the village chief. You're in charge of the village now. Shouldn't you be the one to make the decision? Lu Wendong stood up, with eyes as vicious as a wolf's. Lu Yangyu, I'll leave you alone for now for the sake of Taigong. You also know that I am the village chief. In the future, if you continue to behave like this, I will open the ancestral hall and dismiss you from the Lu family village. Get out. He's rarely angry. A calm sea is a tsunami when it erupts, instantly shaking Lu Yangyu's body. Excuse me. Wan Shan hurriedly stood up and hugged Lu Yangyu, patting her back. You're tired from the wake these past 2 days. Go back and rest. Lu Yangyu while sound cover face then stomped out of the office. Only then did Wan Shan sit down. Lu Dong, you also calm down. She's in a hurry too. Being in a hurry is no reason to take offense. Lu Wendong lit a cigarette. No matter how good the 4 major real estate developers are, there's one thing they can't get around. Ding Quan, right? Right. Dinkum is the root of everything. If there was no Ding Quan, there would be no such thing as the Luck Kwok Group. Wanyama didn't get a chance to come in, either. Otherwise, with the strength of the 4 major real estate developers dominating Hong Kong Island, I've already eaten up all the fat with my wealth and connections. Wan Shan said, the 4 major real estate developers have hoarded a lot of land in the new territories, and their land will depreciate in value as soon as our Ting UK mansion opens. They are not from the new territories and can only set and fly dings through the locals. So things are really simple. Lu Wendong said slowly. This is the new territories. And things happen. And the focus is not on the 4 major real estate developers, but on the Chen village. Fix it, shock it, and the difficulties will be solved. A new broom sweeps clean. Lu Wendong always wanted to kill a chicken to scare those monkeys. Now that it's finally come to a good name. And it'll help unite the villagers of Lujia village. Wan Shan said in a deep voice, Ludong. I'm afraid that this matter is not something that can be solved by fighting and killing. If the scene gets too big, the lands department side will not be happy, and other rural councillors will also have opinions. When the time comes, no one will be able to collect. Lu Wendong laughed out loud. Mr. Wan, you're good at messing with money, but you don't know much about messing with people in the countryside. I'll take care of this. You keep working according to the plan and don't stop for a minute. Lu Dong, this is not a joke. Manzan is in a hurry. The land boat project is expected to generate at least tens of billions of dollars. Hundreds of billions of dollars. It's a huge, staggering amount of money. For this, people have the audacity to trample on any law, including Lu Wendong. I say, you go on about your business and I'll set this thing right. Lu Wendong forced his eyes into Wan Shan's. Mr. Wan, trust me. He's got that determined look in his eye. That's the confidence of a strong man in himself. Mansan was dumbfounded and, a few moments later, he stood up. Lu Dong, you word matter. Thanks. Lu nodded his head. I will never let my partners down. That's not how I do things. Rest assured, Lu has always believed in the importance of sincere communication between partners. So far, he thinks he's communicating pretty well. Wanyama was communicated to himself to continue doing what he had to do. And you have to do what you have to do. Lu picked up the telephone landline on the table. Jiao Gong, inform Yonghua to come to my office together. 29, Patriarchal Rules, Life and Death Signs. The office is a mess. Lu Jiogong jumped up. What? The 4 major real estate developers are looking for the Chun village to build a Ding house mansion? So what do we do? The 4 major real estate developers have almost monopolized all the sites in Kowloon. Even this part of the new territories has quite a lot of wasteland that they have hoarded. When Taikon Lu didn't want to continue to be a dog for them. That's why they're leading the charge to set up the Luck Kwok Group for the Ting UK building. If the Chin village is talked into splitting up and starting their own business by them, the villages that follow will follow suit. They're going to obliterate the land boat program in the Luke's village. 2. To turn one's back on one's ancestors. To turn one's back on one's ancestors. Lu Jiogong jumped to his feet. Back then, if it wasn't for us, the Lu family village, rushing to the forefront, where would we have gotten Ding Quan? These white-eyed wolves are used to being dogs, and now they're going to be 250 because of a small profit? Asterisk. What do you think? Village chief, what should be done? Lu Jiogong is in a hurry. It's a rare chance for a country boy to get rich. If it gets messed up, he had to pick up manure to water the fields again. The smell of it is a real treat. Lu Yongwo also looked at Lu Wendong. Village chief, we're stupid with our mouths and our hearts, and we don't have any good ideas, so we'll listen to you anyway. Isn't it true that you listen? True. Truer than real gold. The 2 men nodded their heads back and forth. Village chief, taking someone's money is like killing their parents. This backslider from Chen village must be taught a lesson. Good. Then according to the rules, Lu Wendong has spent the last few days familiarizing himself with the village rules of the Lu family village. He found several of the entries here quite interesting. Like drawing lots for life and death. Those over 50 with children in the family draw life and death lots. Lu Jiogong was stunned. A life and death sign? Previously when we messed with Lu Forever it was said that Lu Jinxiang a few people drew the life and death sign. But people don't know if it's true or not. Anyway, Lu Yong was killed by his good friend Luo Yong. Don't dare? Dare. Lu Jiogong's face was hideous. He said viciously. Dare to pull the emperor down by the death of 1,000 cuts. These lords are wallflowers, leaning on whichever side has the money. They're afraid they've forgotten that back in my day, Lu Jia village dared to fight even the big guns. Lu Wendong secretly nodded his head. Clans have their benefits. When the interests of the multitude are at stake, that's where the rules of the clan come in. Lu Yonghua said in a matter-of-fact manner. Village chief, none of them need to draw lots. Lu Jinxin from the big house has liver cancer. I've heard there's no cure. He can only last a year. If he's gone, it's not going to be easy for the widows and orphans at home. Right. Lu Jiogong also remembered. This guy was the first to sell ding rights, and I've heard it was pretty much tossed by him. It's going to be miserable when the time comes. Okay then, you guys go take care of it. Lu Wendong has a hard heart. If you want to do great things, you have to make sacrifices. It's tens or hundreds of billions of dollars. Someone must come out and resist. Lux village shares a diversion canal with Chen's village. Lu Wendong said coldly. In that name. Remember, never say it's for Ding Quan. Somehow, Lu Jiogong's hairs are standing on end. What's going on with this son of Sangos? How come you know so much about the village? Hong Kong is surrounded by the sea on 3 sides. Fresh water is scarce. Water shortages are frequent. Water has always been a big issue over here. In '64 the Hong Kong government signed a water supply contract with the mainland. 22.7 million cubic meters of water is supplied to Hong Kong Island annually from mainland reservoirs. That's how the people of Hong Kong have been able to solve their drinking water crisis. But the problem of human drinking water is solved. But it is not possible to use drinking water regularly for watering farmland and livestock. The villagers can't afford the money. So the water has to be taken care of by nature. Every village needs water, especially when the farm is busy. There have been many fights between villages over water, and occasionally, people get killed. It was only later that the Commune Legislative Committee stepped in to coordinate with the communes to barely smooth things over. The village of Lu Jiazwang has contributed a lot to this. Now Chan's village has crossed the river and wants to start its own ding house. That would be to erase the efforts that Lut Katsuan has made for the new territories over the years. Lu Wendong, of course, couldn't possibly keep his former promise anymore. He's going to swing these villages from above the water. And he also believes that the Hong Kong government will never dare to get involved in this matter, because it's easy to cause public outrage. This is what Lu Wendong dared to assure Wanshan with all his heart. He's definitely the reason why he's able to take care of the anti-bonehead Chin village. Lu Wendong not only wants to make an example of other villages to deter them, at the same time to reunite the 3 houses of the Lu family village, which have been somewhat divided over the Ding Quan matter in the past few years. He wants the new territory's natives to know that there's more than Taikon Lu and Lut Katsuan, and him, Lu Wendong, a settling-in fee of $200,000 and a further average salary per month for the Landstate Group. Her wife can come straight to work. Children's medical and schooling expenses are covered by the village until they reach adulthood, and the elderly members of the family are raised until they reach adulthood. Arranged to work for the Lukoku Group as an adult. Whoever has second thoughts. 3 knives and 6 holes. Lu Jiogong and Lu Yonghua stood up and raised their hands to swear. If you have second thoughts. 3 knives and 6 holes. 3 things to read. Favorite. Plus a reward. 30, we have hands and feet. And we have 2 meals a day. Anyway, Lu Jinxin is 35 years old. Rough face. Because of the liver cancer. He's not old enough. Hair's a little gray. XIN. Think for yourself. Lu Jiogong shrugged his shoulders when he finished his condition. It's a great deal that you won't find anywhere else. With the village chief taking care of you, your wife and children won't be bullied and will have a better life. At least it's better than now. There's no need to hesitate at all. Lu Jinxin said after smoking his butt. Jiogong, you're not going to trick me, are you? The heavens have struck. Lu Jiogong said angrily. Would I joke about this? The ancestors are watching overhead. Wouldn't it be nice to be able to leave a dry, hardcore crop for the family before you go? If you don't do more than one, someone else will. He's about to leave. I do. Lu Jinxin stands up. He's very serious. Jiogong, I really do. You know the rules. Lu Jiogong saw that he agreed. I'm relieved. So he instructed. You can't talk about your own mother or your own son. No. Lu Jinxin's expression was a bit numb. Nothing if it leaks. I know the weight. Only then did Lu Jiogong pull out a pile of Hong Kong paper from his pocket. Nah, the village chief gave you $10,000. Count it clearly yourself. I didn't covet you. Have a good meal. Don't leave with an empty stomach. Lu Jinxin looked at the hands of 10,000 Hong Kong paper suddenly whimpering straight cry. Trouble is only because there's no money to spend. He's not happy about it, but he's got to bow down. Lu Jiogong is right. It is true that there are those who would rush to sacrifice one person for the happiness of the whole family. If you don't know what you're doing, as soon as I'm gone, the wife and kids will never have a good life in the village. Most of the houses in Lu's village are ancestral homes. Lukanin is no exception. When he's carrying a shamrock roasted goose, and came home with another red and white, his wife was stunned. XIN. Where did this come from? Wow. A red and white machine. Xian's son ran over and grabbed the red and white machine with joy. He's been lovingly turning it over and over. Old bean, bought it for me? Take it and play with it. Lu Jinxin is full of bravado. He handed the roast goose to his own mother-in-law. Okay, cut the crap. Let's have some meat today. The woman's nose was sore and her instincts tell her there's something going on here, but she didn't dare ask. With her son around, then he went to cook the vegetables honestly. Eat more. Lu Jinxin pours himself a rare glass of soju. He said to his wife and children as he drank, the days will get better and better in the future. We should eat and drink. No matter. Little kids don't know the world but are just happy to look at the red and white machine next to the TV. His eyes glazed over as he picked at his food. Lao Do. Can I invite Ashan and the others to play with me then? Yes, anytime now. Money in your hand gives you the power of speech. Lu Jinxin shoots 2 Hong Kong papers. Take it and buy whatever game disc you want. Don't save me money. Yay! Long live the old bean. The kids won't even eat. Take the money and run. Hey, be careful of falling. Brat! The woman shouts after her, seeing my son running further and further away, before she hurriedly sat back down at the table. Xin, what's going on? A rice bowl can run rats. You? The woman hesitated for a moment before asking, in a low voice, you're not going to the big tea dinner, are you? Nothing. Lu Jinxin is red in the face. He knows what's important. Rules are rules. If one gets wind of it, the rules of the clan are no joke. He wanted to earn his mother a hardcore crop before he died. Feng, I was the one who apologized to you before. You're so pretty. Feng gently smacked down Lu Jinxin's outstretched hand. Old married couple. Xin, don't give up either. Let's run to a few more hospitals. I also heard Auntie Jiao say today that there's an old Chinese doctor who seems to be very good. So let's take some time in the next 2 days to go over and take a look. What would we do if you left? You have to hold on even for the sake of your son. Lu Jinxin's heart trembled. He muttered. Yeah, it's for you guys. I've got to do it. What? Feng didn't hear for a moment. Lu Jinxin hurriedly said, I mean I'll definitely give you guys a good life. Feng thought he was going to listen to himself and go to see the old Chinese doctor together. Then he said happily, well, we have hands and feet, and we have 2 meals a day anyhow. Zhou Gong also said before that anyone with strength can go to the construction site to start work, so I'll go and help out then. Aha! Lu Jinxin looked at his own mother-in-law and he's made up his mind early. My wife has suffered so much in her life. She's got to have a good life. I'll go. I have to go to bed early, and tomorrow I'll go out to the fields and see if I can help bring in some water, so you don't have to be on fire all the time. Feng's heart is sweet. The dead guy suddenly changed his mind. Well, I'm going to boil some water to scald your feet. 31. Something is wrong. A dozen Chen village. Something's wrong. Sharp hissing cries resounded throughout the Luke's village. The big house Xian was killed when he was fighting with the Chen village people over water. What? In a flash. The old man sunbathing at the gate. The granny sweeping up the leaves was stunned and Lu Jiogong, who was prepared for this, ran out the door without even putting on his shoes. He grabbed the messenger by the collar and asked, Awan, did you read it wrong? Jiogong, Awan said with red eyes. The man is lying there. The cops have passed. I still have to go inform Mrs. Xin. You hurry. I'll inform the village chief. When things really happened, Lu Jiogong was a bit flustered instead. At this point, he felt the only way to get to the village chief was to. When Lu Wendong hears the news and walks out, the whole village is in an uproar. Mayor! A group of people embraced Xian's wife, who was crying into tears, and approached. The people from the Chain village killed Xin. What should we do? What to do? Lu has only one word. Fight! Lu Jiogong's face was hideous. The veins on his neck were popping out and, murder pays for murder. Debt pays for debt. Mrs. Xin cried. Village chief, should we call the police first? Are you crazy? Lu Jiogong droned. What do we need village rules for if calling the police is useful? You guys help her back to her room to rest. Men's business women don't get involved. Mayor. He's afraid he's overstepping his bounds. Then he hurried back to ask for advice. Do you think it's okay for me to arrange it this way? May. Lu Wendong looked calm. He's going to kill this chicken in Chen village. All males over 20 and under 50 years of age, who are in the village, are to be present. He looks back down at Gao Jin. Shakers, all out. There are currently 900 men in the Lucas, together with the 400 men on Lu Wendong's side. There are 300 of them. All of them had white cloth wrapped around their left arms. With hoes, hammers, machetes and other farming tools, they rushed to the place of the incident. Lu runs at the front of the pack. He's not one to back down from something. Today is the battle to unify the hearts of the villagers of the Lu family. I'll die at the front. Boom, boom. Boom. Long smoke like a dragon. The earth trembles, the mountains roar. The sound of more than 300 people running around is astounding. Not even the thunder in the sky will be able to cover it. The three messengers who were looking at the bodies in the gutter changed color slightly. What happened? Not good. A Chen village man running wildly across the yellow earth like a madman. As he ran, he shouted, "Go back! Go back! The Lu clan's village has come to take revenge." Armageddon? The errand boys' legs are weak with fear. They often stay in the new territories. I wonder how tough these country boys really are. I mean, I'm an honest-looking guy. You know? They don't even dare to talk back when they're lectured. But when it comes to the interests of the village, these country boys will turn into hungry wolves. Back then, the township office was smashed by them several times. Something's wrong. The officer rushed to call the headquarters. An armed fight is suspected to be taking place between Chin village and Lu village. Call for backup. Call for backup. I told you to get the bomb squad over here. The messenger stared blankly at the long line in the distance. As far as the eye can see, it's over. This time it's really over. Asterisk 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 asterisk. There was a sob in the messenger's voice that he reported, with a shaky voice breaking. Thousands of people let the bomb brigade come over. The police station brothers do not come over to die. I'm going to make it clear to you. To explosion-proof brigade bus you am. Freeze. 3 errand boys warily stopped in the middle of the road. Never be impulsive. Believe in the law. Fight. No one can stop Lu today. Neither can the governor. He has to take down the Chen village in one fell swoop. A bunch of people ran by. 3 officers were thrown into a field, alive or dead. And a large group of people gathered at the intersection of the Chun village, each holding a hoe and other farming tools. They all look a little flustered, and the Lujia village is not to be messed with in the first place. And now there's this whole thing. Mayor. Several old men said anxiously that, do something. The mayor of Chen village jumped to his feet. What can I do? Grass. I've told you guys to keep a low profile during this period of time. Can't you even pretend to be a grandson? Why did you have to kill someone? Chen Tianping. You're 18 generations of ancestors. The village chief kicked Chen Tianping, who was kneeling on the ground and was tied up. If you want to keep the Chen family village, wait and be honest yourself and listen to what happens over there. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sound of running came from far and near. That sea and sky like a line of diffuse smoke and dust to see the Chen family village door of this group of people all change color. The entire Lu family village is out? Village chief, call the police. Call the police. Are you guys stupid? The mayor of the village broke into a fit of rage. Does it help to call the police? Get your asses in gear, he said, viciously. Let's stop the first wave so we can all talk. Or wait for death. 3 things to read, bookmark, and add a reward. 32, show no mercy. Show no mercy. Mayor. It was with great difficulty that Lu Jiogong ran to Lu Wendong's side. He panted and said, talk about it later, gangster? Lu Wendong coldly said, we lost a villager. Is that something we can talk about? I ask you, can lives be brought to the table? Hands without mercy, mercy without hands. Fight. Lu Jiogong shivered. The mayor's got a big murderous streak. Okay, hit. Brothers of Lu Jia village, we all eat from the same river. The mayor of Chen village shouted with a loudspeaker. Today's matter is a misunderstanding. We have also caught the murderer. Hand it over to you to deal with. We absolutely have nothing to say. The police will be here soon, so don't hurt your feelings because of this. The two sides are getting closer and closer. This side of Lu's village is murderous. Chenjia village, on the other hand, is in a state of shock. Village chief, it seems like the Lu family village doesn't want to talk. Damn. Nowadays, the youngsters just don't know the rules. The mayor is numb, too, he said, viciously. Fight. Fight and talk. Immediately approaching the target, Lu Wendong yelled as he drew his hammer from behind himself. The Qin village is not moral to kill our brothers. Beat him to death. He's led the way as a village chief all the way, whose courage has long inspired all the villagers. Seeing that we're about to engage, the mayor is still at the front of the pack. Their blood boiled. Beat these bastards to death. Kill. The general is the guts of the army. Lu Wendong knows that if he wants the villagers to completely surrender to him, he can't just rely on money. So he never wanted to sit back and direct. He yelled, if I, Lu Wendong, take a step back today, I'll be a son of a. If I die, you guys don't stop. Give labor to defeat the Chen village. The people of the Lu family village should never die in vain. Mayor. The crowd roared in unison. Labor is a son of a if they take a step back. Fight them. It's over. It's over. The mayor of Chen village changed color. What do these people from Lux village mean? Why do you make it sound like you're fighting for your life? He hissed and yelled. Lu Jia village won't give us a chance to live. Beat them to death. Bang! Hissing. The two sides have collided. Lu Wendong has already knocked over one person with a hammer. He only has ironclad in flat A. There's no such thing as a kung fu routine. Just tough enough. Gao Jin and Qian Tian firmly arched Lu Wendong's left and right. The three of them formed a sharp arrow and charged straight ahead. The 400 dead soldiers following behind saw how brave Big Brother was. They all shouted, "Eat your pay and repay your kindness. You can't let your big brother be in danger." They don't just yell that. Did the same thing? He's got a hoe in his hand. They'll take their lives. They're all going straight for the killers. The entire entrance to the village was instantly covered in blood. Both the Lu and Chen villages were shocked by the ferocity of Lu Wendong's dead soldiers. It's over. It's over. Saikung police station police arrived when they got the news. The administrator, who got off the bus first, had a face that instantly paled. Armed fight. Armed fight. Grass. Sir. Huang Chi Fa saluted. Should we send the brothers up? I'm a pie in the face. Thousands of people from two villages in armed combat. Something so big that it's shocking. The administrator is in no mood for anything. Letting guys die? Once these country boys get red-eyed, they'll take us in their stride? Sir! A messenger rushed forward and saluted. 3 fellows were seriously injured. Take the car to the hospital. The administrator was pale. Do not allow the public relations section to hold a media conference. Transfer the bomb squad. Transfer me the bomb squad. The administrator hissed. Keep an eye on them and stop any support they might come through. Also, set up an on-site command and bring me information on both villages. Quickly. Huang Chifa's brain is drooping a bit. He asked. Weakly. Head. Should we call the SDU? The administrator scolded. Do you want to call the GIs in Hong Kong over as well? Come from the demented line. You want to break the sky? A riot? The wind is blowing. Lu Wendong's entire body was burning with blood. It's a battle he's determined to win. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He would never stop even if he heard sirens behind him. He doesn't realize how many people he's knocked over. He only knows that he can't stop until he's completely scared of the Qin village. Lu did what he preached. Charge to the front of the line. Never back down. Everywhere you go, people are falling over. The Qin village people are retreating. And the dead soldiers who followed him and the villagers of the Lujia village all doubled their courage. The mayor is so desperate even for $1,000. They're not sparing their bodies, either. Even Lu Jiogong shouted in a hoarse voice there. Break the Chen village and capture Qin old dog alive. Break the Chen village and capture Qin old dog alive. 33. Your family owns the Hong Kong government? Chen Laogo is the mayor of Chen village. 1 generation younger than Lu Taigong. His real name is Chen Go. All my life, I've worked peacefully in the shadow of Mr. Lu. Out and out damned. Out and out damned. Chen Laodog ran as fast as he could. Originally he shouted the loudest and did try to stop the first wave of attacks. But it can't be stopped. Of course, he didn't hesitate to save his body so that he could serve the villagers again. All of the 70-year-olds and 80-year-olds come out to me. Chen Laogo shouted as he ran. That group of hanging hares in Lujia village are not harboring good intentions. They must be hitting on our Ding House mansion. Anyway, I don't care if it's not. He felt that the only way to get the villagers on the same page was to push here. If the Ding House building doesn't work out, everyone will be out of work and want to live in poverty for the rest of their lives? Unity. For the sake of the dingy house. Unite. Old Dog Chen has succeeded. By the time Lu Wendong rushed into the village with his men, in front of him squatted or sat a group of old men and women whose teeth were falling out of their heads. It's a bunch of guys who kill everything in the world. Anyone who works hard enough can get someone to trade in a Mercedes for a bike. Lu Wendong was speechless. I hadn't counted on the Chen village to be such a scoundrel. There's no way he's going to take on these awful old men. It's a moral issue. Chen old dog you pouncer. Lu Wendong shouted viciously. It's nice to have a bunch of old men blocking the road? Get thee out. Lu Wendong. Chen Laogo walked out from the second floor balcony not far away. You're brave enough to come and step on my field. Today's scene made such a big mess. I'll see how you'll end it later. He looked down on Lu Wendong. Inside, there's a chill. This young man has a reputation in the neighboring villages. Rumor has it that Lu Taigong died at the hands of this guy. He didn't believe it before, but today he believes it. A man who dared to bring thousands of villagers to an armed confrontation and was at the forefront of it. It's a tough one. Lu Wendong laughed sarcastically. Old dog Chen, if you have the ability to do so, you should let them guard you every day. I'll tell you plainly, if there's no accounting for today, I'll come in the morning on 1, 3, 5, and I'll come in the afternoon on 2, 4, 6. Fight until there are no young men in your Qin village who can stand. He followed with a soft, Jin, go around and get him. Everyone could tell he wasn't kidding. Just hit it for a week straight. Every young man in Qin village has to be hospitalized. Don't talk too much, kid. Chen Laogo didn't think his bright idea would actually work. He had a moment's pep in his step. At that moment, he crossed his arms and shouted, "You think the cops are dead?" And 1, 3, 5, 2, 4, 6. Chen Laogo was disdainful. "Your family runs the Hong Kong government?" Lu Wendong. "Don't be so overbearing. The who was a complete accident. I'll negotiate if you're polite. Or wait for the police to deal with it." "Chen, old dog. I didn't think you were still an artist. Quite good at fantasizing." Out of the corner of his eye, Lu Wendong saw Gao Jin sneaking away with the help of the crowd. Then he said slowly, "It doesn't matter if you call out the cops to come over. I'll make it so that not a single mouthful of water can enter your Chin village. Try it if you don't believe me. Is it going to be such a big game?" Chen Laogo was also at a bit of a loss as to what to do. If there's no water, all those fields in the village will die of drought. If I go out voluntarily, I'll get beaten up again. It's not easy to deal with the cops on this thing. He felt instantly that he had been taken by the 7 inches that. "Lu Wendong, isn't it just for Ding Quan that you're doing all this?" Chen Laogo shouted. "The words are so beautiful, but it's not about the money? You're the only one allowed to make money in this world. The Lu family village? And we, the Chen village, have to eat farts? There is no such thing. So, old dog Chen gritted his teeth. $100, 000. I'll give you $100, 000 for the settlement." Lu Wendong laughed coldly. "I'll give you $100,000 for settling down. Old dog Chen, you can block a moment but not a lifetime. In terms of money and people, I, the Lu family village, am stronger than you, and today I am dominating you. If you, Chen village, don't have an argument, I'll give you one." He silently swept down the old men and women across the room and, "It's just one bump and it hurts. Touch one and you're dead. Chen, old dog, this is really exhausting. From today onward, no piece of board will ever enter your Chin village. You." Chen Laogo vomits blood. There's only one road into the village that passes by the Lucas. If Lu Wendong sends his men to block the road, if you don't go out yourself, you'll have to go out. What the hell do you want? The more Chen Laogo thought about it, the more he felt that this latter boy must be rushing towards Ding House Mansion. Then he asked, tentatively, "Can't we all get a Dingus house together?" Phew, there's a windy sound coming from behind us. Gao Jin climbed up to the balcony like an ape and stabilized himself. Chen Laodog turned around and suddenly his face changed drastically. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Play secret with me. 3 things to read, favorite, plus a reward. 34, I just robbed you. So what can you do? Chen Laogo is certainly no match for the thugs in suits. The group of old men and women sitting on the ground watched as he was thrown by Gao Jin at Lu Wendong's feet. They tried to rush over to retrieve him but were stopped by Lu Wendong's dead soldiers. What do you want? Chen Laogo was panicking in his heart. He rushed to his feet and, I'm warning you, don't mess around. Hong Kong Island is all about the law. The police are on their way. It's useless even if the soldiers in Hong Kong arrive. Lu Wendong stared ferociously at Chen Laodong. This old guy dares to start another business with the 4 major real estate developers. He doesn't have a good eye for that. Old dog Chen, you should have heard of what it means to beat a dead man to death. One person here can punch you in the face and the judge can't save you. Dong, dong. The wolves are all around us. Chen Laogo was scared enough. If I had known I would have run from the back of the mountain. That was a big mistake. Our Lu and Chen families have been friendly villages for generations. In a few days, Tai Gong will be buried, and I'm still going to work as a general to carry the coffin. Chen Laogo hurriedly said, give it a chance, will you? Well, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Lu Wendong said indifferently. The man was killed by your Chin village. The settlement fee is $1 million. Chen Laogo jumped up like a cat that had its tail stepped on. He exclaimed, with exaggerated, $1 million? Why don't you go grab it? Can't afford to grab it? Lu Wendong looked at him coldly. No mirrors in the house? Won't you look at how tall and big you are? I'm just robbing you. So what can you do? Chen Laogo's face was very ugly. Where do we country folk get that kind of money? Lu ignores this. He said to himself. All of my Lu Jia village is out in force today because of your carriage fees, moral damages, medical expenses, and settlement costs count you $20 million. Chen Laogo sat on his butt on the ground. He's gray and splattered. Just kill me. Just kill me. Pop. Lu Wendong threw down a hard slap in the face. Okay, you said it. Chen Laogo's sound fell to the ground. He looked down at the 2 teeth spat out on the floor, instantly tearing his heart out and yelling, murder, murder, shoot him. When Lu Wendong saw that he was refusing to do so, at that moment, he was no longer polite. Kill the chicken and make an example of the monkey. Kill the chicken and make an example of the monkey. A few chickens have to die. Wait. Chen Laogo stomped his feet and retreated straight back. Yes, 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 all of it. Lu Wendong waved his hand for the dead soldiers to retreat. He shortened his body and carried Chin Old Dog by the collar, eyes mercilessly looking at this guy. Look at you, this bad look. Money is you certainly cannot come out. For the sake of the former two villages' friendship. 100 ding quan. I'll find a way to help you settle this matter today. 100 ding quan? At most. There are 200 ding quan in the Chin village. Half of it at once? Old Dog Chin jumped up. His eyes reddened and, don't you dare. I'll die before I let you have your way. Lu Wendong gently patted away the dust on Chen Lago's shoulder. Ding power is someone else's. Life is your own. He said, breezily. Eunuch Lu was also very powerful when he was alive. Everyone respected him, but he's dead and gone. And the Lu Boy group he created now belongs to me. You're a smart man. I don't think I need to tell you more. Lu Wendong stared at Chen Lago, whose pupils were a bit lax. Lu Taigong at least knows that he can't be a dog for the four major real estate developers. What? Are you going to drive history backwards and be a dog to them for the rest of your life? Chen Logo is infuriated. Being a dog for them at least gets you a piece of meat. You are making me eat dirt. At least you're alive. Lu Wendong's hand is loose. Chen Lago fell straight to the ground. Think clearly. No way. No way. Chen Lago sat on the ground and mumbled. The villagers will not agree. I can't handle it. If you can't handle them, I'll handle you. Lu has no mercy. Chan's starting a new business with the four major real estate developers. That's just like smashing the jobs of the Luck Kwok group. Taking people's money is like killing their parents. If it were a different environment, no one in the Chin village will be left alive. Well, don't say I don't take care of you. Lu Wendong looked at this guy who seemed to be on the verge of a mental breakdown. He threw out an olive branch. 200,000 for one dinky right, plus today's incident. Is that enough to set you straight? Chen Lago's mouth was open. 200,000? He wouldn't care if it were normal. But today, Chen Lago said in frustration. Your construction site is going to share some work to my side. Other ding rights must be at market rate. He who recognizes the time is the best man. Lu Wendong suddenly had a spring in his step. He smiled as he assisted the earthy-faced Chen Lao Dog. Village Chief Chen, you said you, but if you had told the truth earlier, why would you be here? Isn't it? 3 things to read, favorite, plus a reward. 35, how can the sparrow know the will of the swan? Chen Laogo has nothing to say. He was shivering with fear like an ice cellar inside of him. What happened today was no accident at all. He's got it all figured out. This young man is really mean. How dare you let the villagers come to die? Force yourself hard to keep your head down. Chen Laogo looked up at the sky and couldn't help but smile bitterly. After a lifetime of calculating, I was forced to do the same thing. You're really sharp. Dong, he said in frustration. We in Chen village quit not having dinghouse mansions. Luck Mantang is a person. As long as it doesn't stop him from getting rich, then he's definitely heavy-handed. Oh old dog, why is it so? Lu Wendong held Chen Laogo and walked outside. As he walked and talked, there is no end to money, so let's spend it together. I'd like you to go out on a limb for me and contact a couple of good friends from the nearby countryside to come out for dinner. Lu Wendong smiled and said, together, we're going to make the business bigger and better. Don't play with me, Dong. Chen Laogo smiled forcibly. I'd be satisfied with a mouthful of soup. Kill the chicken and make an example of the monkey. He doesn't want to be the chicken himself. Lu Wendong patted old dog Chen on the shoulder. Old dog, I said I'd make you rich, then you're definitely going to be rich. Understand? If possible, Lu Wendong would like to eat all the meat buns by himself. It's just a shame he's from the afterlife. Very aware of the situation back there, Hugh looks at Hong Kong Island, where the stock market and the housing market are both booming. Seems to be on the upswing overall, but he knew perfectly well that Hong Kong Island is now a complete crater. The molten lava under our feet will erupt in a few more years, by the time the stock market and the housing market take a nosedive. I wonder how many people are going to jump off the roof. There's not much time left for him. The goal Lu set for himself was, at the very least, before the great financial storm, one must earn one's admission to the. He's going to kill all of Southeast Asia before Soros does, and then with huge sums of money to bring down the Western Consortium represented by Soros. It's not enough to have your own dead soldiers to pull this off. He must tie the new territory snakes into his chariot to form a rolling torrent. Right, Lu asked. What did the 4 major realtors offer you? Since Chen Laodog has admitted defeat, of course it is a full surrender. He muttered. Let me contact other villages to acquire ding rights. The first installment of 1,000. I have 10% of the shares. Lu couldn't help himself. Just give shares? Chen Laogo's old face turned red. And what else? 10%. Lu Wendong coldly said. Don't you know that shares can be diluted by injecting capital? When the time comes and people ask for capital injection under any name, do you have the money to follow up? Don't you tell me that the shares they gave you were fixed not to be diluted. That would be me being stupid. Pounce. Chen Laogo stayed on the spot. There's certainly nothing that good in this world that. And things between equities simply don't play well with the average person. He knew at once that his stake was the carrot dangling in front of the donkey. You can see it, but you can't eat it. These out and out damned people. Okay, Dong, you're in charge from now on. The two walked to the entrance of the village and the Great War has subsided. Outside, there's a whole army of bomb squad cops armed to the teeth. The guards are heavily guarded. You'd think they were suppressing the unrest. There's a lot of wailing at the entrance to the village. Countless people lying on the ground moaning and groaning. Green shoots in the bordering farmland. Chen Laogo's face instantly turned bitter. This time there's big trouble. Prepare the Dinquan. 20 million is on the way. Lu Wendong's face remained unchanged. Though there are great horrors between life and death. What's even scarier, though, is the lack of money. Enough to cover your medical bills and more. Mayor. Lu Jiogong's head opened up. He doesn't care at all. Though. Bumping up. Dead cops playing tricks. Old dog. Lu Wendong's face is solemn. Why did the Hong Kong government agree to give us, the local people of the new territories, the right to small house in 72? Although Chen Laogo was pained by the injuries of his villagers. I'm even more upset about the medical bills I have to pay. At this point, however, he was not equivocal. Instead, they stood up and shouted. At that time, all of the 600 villages in our 27 townships in the new territory sent people to work on the Guilo. They are afraid that we will continue to make trouble. That's why they are giving Dinquan. That's right. Lu Wendong droned. Dinquan was fought down with the blood of our forefathers. Now the four major real estate developers are trying to take away the fruits of their forefathers with money. On what grounds? One by one, the villagers of the Lu family village converged behind Lu Wendong. They've been convinced that we just fought with the Qing village. Now they dare to fight the cops. A pair of eyes like fire all staring at the front of the explosion-proof brigade. Country boys don't know that much. All they know is that the village chief must be doing the right thing. The mayor was definitely justified in shouting, too. So a bunch of people were there yelling in unison. On what grounds? 3 things to read. Favorite. Plus a reward. 36. I'm in charge of the new territories. The cold wind is blowing. The will of the people is united. When the whole village of Lu Jiazwang comes together as one. The power that erupted was earth-shattering. Chen Laogo was standing back there. His scalp tingled as he was swept up in the rushing fury of the. He's seen it all before. 20 years ago, the people of the new territories forced the Hong Kong government to bow to their will through unity and bloodshed. He was overwhelmed with excitement and ashamed that I should forget the blood of my forefathers that was spilled. And all he had was a shout. On what grounds? Chenjia village villagers who can stand have also stood up and walked behind Chin Old Dog. They remembered. The new territories is theirs. Not the big 4 realtors. Why should we give money to outsiders? Lux village is still our own people. And how about a little more fighting? The meat's all rotting in one pot. On what grounds? Thousands of sturdy men with rage in their eyes. Some of them have wounds on their bodies, but they're all hungry wolves at the moment. 20 years ago, their forefathers were fighting for their lives. If these cops try anything today, they also dared to fight for their lives. Stop. The administrator was startled by a couple of yells of. He grabbed a bullhorn and yelled as loud as he could. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. The administrator pushed his way through the bomb squad to the front of the line. He looked at the neatly arranged 2 villages and shouted, Don't misunderstand. Don't ever misunderstand. The police came over just to maintain order. Absolutely nothing else. Lu Wendong stepped forward. Officer, this is a matter between our Lu family village and the Chun family village. Now that the matter is settled, I won't bother you. The administrator smiled dryly. Lu village head. Don't be so grumpy. Let's talk it out. 2 village elders. Can I have a word? Village chief. Dead cops like to play tricks. Lu Jiogong's blood boiled with excitement. It's been a long time since I've been this energized, to say the least. I was a front runner myself back in the day. They are not good people. Don't believe him. Yes, the cops are dependable, and the sows will come to the trees. It's rare that villagers from Lutkatsuan and Chankatsuan share a common view on this point. If you believe the cops, you can't even eat that's hot. After all these years, the Hong Kong government is just letting the 4 major real estate developers build houses over here to squeeze out everyone's small house concessionary land use quota. I don't see the economy growing, even with all the houses being built. On the contrary, many local industries in the new territories have been lost. Young people who have no way out can only go to the city to work. But before that, people were obviously working in the village. They have no confidence in the Hong Kong government. The administrator's face is as it should be. He is used to the stereotyping of the Hong Kong government from the new territory side. It's going to rain. Mother's getting married. It's none of his business. But he had to settle the armed fight between the 2 villages. Do me a favor and just talk on the side for a few minutes, will you? No need. Lu flatly refused. Officer, this is a matter for us to settle internally by our own negotiation. You can deal with it if you want. It's in the paper. Lu Wendong's eyes were slightly playful. He doesn't believe that this administrator would dare to report this matter to the police. Otherwise, there will be a public outcry. This guy's never gonna get another promotion. Mr. Lu, give it a chance, will you? The administrator was about to beg him. The bomb squad is here, and without an explanation, it's going to be hard for everyone to close. You don't want to make it too ugly, do you? I think you're the one who's having a hard time finishing. Lu Wendong turned his head to Chen Laogo under a deep thought. What's your opinion, dog? Chen Laogo thought Dong was a chameleon. Front old dog. It's just dog now? Dong, I don't have a problem with any of it. You're in charge anyway. That's fine. Lu nodded his head. Things always work out. Dog, come along. The administrator thanked him profusely. Today, this matter has been brought to the government house on the peak. If there's no explanation, it's really hard for him to deliver. Two big brothers. The administrator has put his posture on the line. I don't care what you get into. I just have one request. Please, can you hand over a few people from each village? Don't worry. You guys, go over there and go through the motions. You'll get out after a year or two of squatting at the most, so that there is an explanation from above. No complaints and no worries. Stability and unity in the new territories. And you continue to make your fortune. Okay? Old dog Chen whispered from the side. Dong, the rule is this rule. Everyone has to deliver. Lu Wendong thought that this is similar to the Triad Society opening a movie. If we can't catch the boss, we'll catch a couple of losers. The administrator saw that Lu Wendong didn't take a stand. The heart was in a state of flux. It's not going to happen today without someone coming out to fight it. He was afraid that the young man's blood was up and he wanted to fight again. At once, he begged, Brother Dong, if you give me face today, I will definitely give you face later on as well. You help me, I help you, right? Can I get you a date with some congressman to play golf sometime? 3 things to read, favorite, plus a reward. 37, he's a big deal. Lu Wendong finally decided to sell the police force a face. The planets don't revolve around themselves alone, either. There's a good chance we'll have to use the police force later. He doesn't lose out, either. Not only did old dog Chen promise the 100 ding rights before, also agreed to sell all the remaining ding rights in Chen village to him at 400,000 apiece. That means he'll be in the black for $60 million right away. For Lu Wendong, he has successfully completed his combat mission. The sea of laughter in front of us is evidence of that. The whole village is bustling as if it's New Year's Eve. Let's play with honor and dignity. It's a good deterrent to the Qin village. In the meantime, let the other villages know that Lut Katsuan is the boss here in the new territories. Lu Yongyu, who was watching from the second floor, was cynical and hateful. I didn't even notice my fingernail digging into my palm. Wan Shan on the side, on the other hand, knew the rules of the new territories 3 more points deeper. It turns out that the strongest soldier is king here. It's fortunate that I chose the Lucas to work with in the first place, or they'll be kicked out like the big 4 realtors. He also gained a deeper understanding of Lu Wendong's ruthlessness. This young man not only dares to think but also to act, and it's really mean. He couldn't help but ask, you guys were like this before? Lu Yongyu's face was expressionless. This hasn't happened since I became literate. Before then, it seemed about right. Oh, Wan Shan said quietly, is life so worthless? Lu Yongyu asked rhetorically, is it worth anything? Yongyu, I urge you to untie your heart. Wan Shan's hand pointed remotely at Lu Wendong, who was surrounded by the villagers. His momentum has become. You can't beat him. I still say, never mess with money in this world. He's still willing to work with us now, so we have to cherish. Lu Yongyu grunted and went downstairs. She can't stand the sight of her father's enemy. The most important thing is that the people in the village don't respect themselves very much anymore. She can't stand this. Man San sighed. He feels that Yongyu has gone mad. Hesitating for half a second, he decided to go to the village office to prepare the office. Mr. Wan, the villagers are too enthusiastic. Lu had a hard time getting away. 2, he said, with a spring in his step. The plan for phase 1 will have to be changed to add another 200 ding rights. Getting it right? Get it done. Mansan was greatly shocked that Lu Dong's handiwork is just too amazing. 200 dingkun represent over $6 billion in revenue. Lu Dong, you are really turning rottenness into magic. Wan Shan admired it from the bottom of his heart. I'll call for additional funds right away. Mr. Wan remembered to free up $50 million these days. Lu Wendong said gently. In the next 2 days I will take the time to go to the relationship walk to do porcelain, to save the reoccurrence of such things as today. No problem. Wanyama was quite amenable to this. It's called political contributions on Wall Street. This way, it's a straight-up cash giveaway. He doesn't care. Anyway, as long as things get done, 2 days at the most, and the money for the follow-up will definitely arrive. Lu Dong, the second installment of Ding Rights can support 800 on our side. Wanyama took a quick reckoning. Once the foundation stone is laid on this side, we can start selling the building flowers, and then the cycle will be up. He was heartily happy that, with a glow all over their faces, Lu Dong, when the land boat project all landed, that is tens of billions of business. If more than 100,000 Dingquan could all be taken. Wanshan doesn't dare to speak. He can't think. Someday, Lu is also looking forward to this, with tens of billions at stake, barely qualifying for admission themselves. But before that one has to practice one's hand. Mr. Wan, then I'll work hard for you. Lu had no choice. He had to go from house to house to greet the injured villagers. The little Jew who had been called back in haste had come in jumping, and she felt like she'd taken the bait, and the boss must have had ideas about himself. Why else would you let yourself dress so flirtatiously? She's a little shy when she looks in the mirror. The money is in the trunk. The little Jew followed and called out, Mayor, can we not wear high heels? I'm not used to it. What kind of person gets used to it all their life? Lu looked critically at the little Jew in front of him. A white shirt inside a slim-fit little suit. Black stockings covering her long legs under a short skirt. Plus those heels. The goddess temperament goes straight up another horsepower. Not bad. People rely on clothes and Buddha relies on gold. Now it simply looks good to death. Women's brains are always out of whack. Little Jews are no exception to this rule. She instantly exclaimed, Wow, so you're saying I wasn't good looking before? Hey, don't think that just because you're the village chief that you can speak against your conscience. People call me a pretty girl. Okay, pretty girl, please act as a god of wealth and go with me to see the villagers. 3 things to read, favorite, plus a reward. 38, Sito scheme. Feng has lost her man. In exchange for $300,000 in settlement money, and a job that pays 6,000 Hong Kong dollars a month, and an extra 6 grand a month for living expenses. This salary level is already much higher than that of the villagers of Lut Katsuan. Definitely a number she couldn't even think of, but she doesn't want to. She wants her man back. The child with the red and white machine in his hand was bewildered. Mommy, is daddy sick? Feng cried bitterly on the ground. Yes, your father is sick, and he's going far away for treatment. Timothy, you must study hard. She suddenly remembered the scene from last night. And she finally realized why the man had suddenly gone big with his handiwork. That's a broken meal. Pop. Feng slapped herself hard on the face. She hated herself so much for not being more careful. Maybe if I'd been more conscientious, I could have talked the dead guy out of his job. Mom? Timothy was startled. He whimpered alone. What the hell is going on? It's okay. Feng hugged her son and wept. She didn't dare think about it, because she's afraid she won't be able to stop herself from talking about it. By then the dead ghost will really have died in vain. What happened to Feng's family is completely worthless to the entire Lux village people. Today's war will be enough to deter other villages from their descent. There's a whitewash going on over here. Instead, the Lukes are celebrating. Bang! Inside the offices of the telecommunications company, the gray-haired Situguang directly broke the wine glass in his hand, pouncing. That asshole Chen Laogo is a real piece of. He's too scared to fight for his life even if he's offered such a good deal. No wonder you're stuck as a junior for the rest of your life. It's a chance to make a difference. Lean. Stewart closed his eyes to run down his thoughts. The Land State Group is supposed to be taking off. That bastard is really ruthless. I don't know where the little young man got his heart. I've learned the hard way about realtors before I've even built a house. The eyes under the eyelids were turning slowly. Thoughts are weaving in and out like a tidal wave. Stewart is a fixer for 4 major real estate developers. They're going out and making connections for them. I've been to the new territories a while ago. I know the situation very well. I thought that once Mr. Lu left, Luk Katsuan, the new territories bully, will go downhill. I didn't realize that the youngster was better than the blue. It's a good job. He thought about the premise of the Chen village. The other villages don't think they'd be very brave to blow up a thorn. In this way, Stewart sat up straight and picked up the phone on the table and dialed. Voice Shang. Chen Laodog's side of the retreat is not engaged. There was silence on the other side of the phone before a middle-aged man's voice came out. Unstoppable? Situ Guang softly said. Voice Shang. The scene is getting hot today. I don't think Mr. Ma and the others would dare to mess up again. Otherwise the township councilors will not be happy. The youngsters are so quick and fast. I feel like I'm getting old. Wu Shang sighed quietly and, this damn democracy. You say, how come it can't be undemocratic when we want it to be undemocratic? Democracy comes out when democracy is needed. Sito Kwang smiled. Guo Shang, the new territory's country boy is like this. You know, the Hong Kong government is generally not willing to mess with that side to come, with the same as the exile. Ah Guang, I've received news that the Hong Kong government is preparing to plan a development zone over in the new territories. I conclude that in 9 cases out of 10 this bill will be passed. And if that happens the land we have in our hands will be worth nothing. Look at it this way, Guo Shang said in a deep voice. Wanshan came from Wall Street after all. He has eyesight for sure. You tell him, as long as he agrees to exchange the ding rights collected by the subsequent Luguo group for the land in our hands, we can do all we can to help the land country group go public and circle the wagons. We make money building buildings. They make money in the stock market. No one loses. The best of both worlds. Really the best of both worlds. Stuart sighed from the bottom of his heart. Pick. A mobile is a mobile. It's a different kind of vision and a different kind of brain. In this way everyone makes their fair share of money. It's true that no one loses. As for whether or not Wanshan would agree, Stuart thought there was a good chance he'd agree that after all, finance is what Wall Street is all about. Going public is the guy's specialty. As long as he's got the idea, it's all right on your side. After all, although the 4 tycoons can't handle the new territories hicks, but it's okay to take the stock market by the throat. Okay, Mr. Guo. I'll take some time in the next 2 days to ask Mr. Wan out for a cup of coffee. Good. In the next 2 days to get free to come out together to play golf. The exercise. 3 things to read. Favorite. Plus a reward. 39. We must be civilized and cultivate a new culture. There's a saying in the world's underground polls. East Asia is afraid of fucking. Europe is afraid of Xinjiang. And moldy countries are afraid of Chang'e. The changelings in this aren't technically considered a gang. They're nothing more than a bunch of people from Chang'e holding out for water. These people are basically not involved in any kind of association business of watching the field roundups and blowing chickens and horses. It's mostly business, like Chun Lok on Hong Kong Island whose main business is stealing. The business includes wallets, home invasions, and car thefts. Less harmful. Everyone's looking the other way. TSZ Wanshan Avenue. The cross-faced Qian Yu parked his car in front of a garage. He looked carefully at the lower doorway and, Hondo Motors. This is it. Big brother said we should be civilized and have a new culture. Shan Yu said as he put on his gloves. We should try our best to talk about it. We'll make a fortune if we can. Understood. You. The other 3 people in the car followed suit and put on gloves. They're all wearing wrenches on the back of their hips. It's all about the people. They are, of course, Wendy Luck's dead soldiers. I've been ordered to find Fei Hung, the head of Chang'e, to find out Blackie's whereabouts. As a village chief in the 21st century, Lu Wendong boasts that he has all the benefits of benevolence, righteousness, courtesy, wisdom and faith. Since I got the benefit of Lu Haoxiang's illegitimate son, and he knows there are doubts about Luck Ho Chung's death, then he's got to get it right. On the one hand, he has an explanation to Luck Ho Chung, kind of puts things in perspective. On the other hand, a son avenging his father's death is a righteous thing. It'll help him consolidate his position as mayor and squire. Let people know that offending him will never end well. Boss, they don't fix cars here. There's a little girl running out of the store. This man's name is Tiny Grain. He's Fai Hong's general. He's good at stealing cars. She's a pretty girl with a touch of the old-fashioned, smoking and waving at the same time. There's a garage up ahead. Go there. The Hondo dealership isn't a proper garage. Of course, this side is mainly responsible for things like changing the engine number on stolen cars and swapping out liveries. Where's the room for social vehicles? Xian Yu remembered his big brother's command to be civilized. I'm going to put on a smile. Pretty girl, is Boss Fei Hong around? Tiny Grain was taken aback by this guy is scarier when he smiles than when he doesn't. I feel like I'm going to eat someone. No. Where is old Top Free to come at this hour? Playing with the big waves. Shan Yu smiles broadly. Pretty girl, we were introduced here by Saigon's big dumb brother. We have a big deal we want to talk to brother Fei Hong about. Can I trouble you to give notice? Fine-grained creepy. Biggie, please don't laugh. Okay? Shan Yu was stunned. He rubbed his chin. Laughing hard? Fine Grain spat out his tongue. Big brother, you scare the hell out of people when you smile. And you're barely able to do so when you don't. The other 3 dead men looked up at the sky and, the pretty girl is so direct. But then again, she's right. Shan Yu's smile is worse than a ghost's. Xian Yu coughed dryly. Don't care about this kind of detail. Please notify me if you can't. He emphasized the following. Absolutely great business. Fine-grained foxes looked down on 4 people. She had a feeling these guys had grown up bad from head to toe and, come to think of it though the old top seems about right. Then he said, then you guys wait. I'll hang up and ask. The fine grains come out quickly and, her eyes darted down and, You guys really want to find my old top? Yes. Shan Yu asked. What's the difference, pretty girl? The difference is no. Fine-grained, backhanded and old-fashioned. The call didn't go through. But don't say I won't give you a chance. If you do me a favor, I'm sure I'll help you find my old top. You first. Shan Yu was a man of rules. The order he received was to find Fei Hong and ask him questions. Then we must find Fei Hong. Since this little girl has news, he's willing to listen. Nah, there's a couple of lousy kids who don't know the rules and want to talk numbers to me. And my old top isn't there. Fine Grain said. You guys charge down my Changles people to go over and help me support a scene. As long as things are settled, I will definitely take you to find the old top today. Well, fair enough. Shan Yu mused. Pretty girl, we're not gangsters. We don't fight. Oops. $500 a person. In addition to help you find the old top. If it hadn't been so urgent. The Fine Grains can't afford to spend that kind of money. Which is why she's willing to hemorrhage money because these four guys are mean looking enough. I won't fight. Tiny Grain said gently. It's just an old rule. That is, we all get together to quarrel. Whoever is the most powerful. Whoever is in charge. Big brother. You look so fierce. They wouldn't dare. Shan Yu sighs. Is it an advantage to be mean? Okay. He emphasized that. Miss, let me be clear. It's fine to support the scene. But today you must take us to your old top. No problem. We're all in this together. Tiny Grain is overjoyed. I'm responsible if I can't find it. 40, if you can do it, don't argue. 13 seats in Lantian. Pappy runs in. Faceless. Nan. I've inquired. A few people in the room. Chen Haonan. Were smoking themselves. It's a mess. They couldn't help but laugh and curse when they saw the foreskin in this sorry state. What the hell? Loser? Jerk off too much last night? Asterisk. Pappy muttered. There are so many pretty girls on Potter's Row. Why rely on yourself? Right. He hastened to say. Nan. News from my country friend. What the? Chicken scoffed. What a little stutterer. Take your time. There's no rush. Chun Haonan handed over a bottle of Coke. The brothers are all here. If anything happens everyone can resist. Just that Lu Wendong. The foreskin swallowed and. Nan. I think we'd better not think about this. Are you kidding me? Chicken admonished. The most important thing is the signboard. We are the people of Hung Hing. Can we be afraid of a country boy? The foreskin's face turned red and. He's the head of Lu's village. Yesterday he led thousands of villagers to beat up the entire village of Chen's village who didn't dare to choke. The bomb squad went over. But they didn't dare to do anything to him. They said that the administrator had to beg Lu Wendong not to make trouble. Making such a big deal that he didn't even go to the police station. How does it compare? They don't even care about the cops. A bunch of people looking at each other in disbelief. A village gang fight? Chicken gulped. Pick. Can't you tell? I thought he was svelte. Foreskin said. Luk Katsuan was originally a small bully in the new territories. People are the head of the land. I heard that big dumb guy got a lesson from him too. Super mean. Dai Tenji was offended. So what? We, Hung Hing, with over 100,000 people, are afraid of him. A Lux village? What's so great about a country boy? Say what? Shan Honam stops it. We are all brothers and righteous. The foreskin is not convinced. People can literally pull out thousands of desperate country boys at once. Can we? Even Brother B would have to borrow an army to do that, right? Well, let's not talk about it. Chen Haonan said. Pao Pai is right. People don't mix with the jungle. And the society is not likely to let us go to the countryside to make trouble. Fierce tigers are not as good as groundworms. Let's put this matter aside first and see if there is a chance to get the scene back later. He sighed. Indeed not of the same world. The crowd is a little facetious. I can't believe I got hit by a country boy for nothing. That's a real sign breaker. Alright, all buck up and don't play dead dog. Chen Haonan claps his hands. Get the car back first. On the other side, the Fine Grains who arrived long ago are playing big sister with Chin Yu and the others. With your talents you don't even mix with the club? She shook her head. Too bad. Hey, while the kid from Hung Hing hasn't come yet, I'll talk to you guys about the rules. Tiny Grain stuttered. It's the first time she's ever pretended to be a big sister. I'm not experienced at all. Hey, it's not that complicated. Just act mean anyway. I'll take care of you when the time comes. Just do as I say. Shan Yu looks down at the MR2 behind her. Pretty girl, how much are you going to ask them to charge? Fine Grain frustration. They're coming after me. And the most they'll do is $30,000. A few of Qian Yu's eyes met each other under they. $30,000 for a stolen car? Brother Tin said it's at least $200,000 if he pulls it to the mainland. He nodded darkly and, you can tell Tin more about it when you get back. Brothers can't stay idle. We need to find a way to help Big Brother get some money. Is it all 30,000? Fine Grain said. How is that possible? Our rule is 30% off market price. Grind engines and stuff extra. Xianyu did a silent calculation in his mind. That's at least 1x the profit. It's only a 10-minute round trip to the mainland from here. Just go to Huangjiang and get the person. Pretty girl, don't you guys do water trucks? Fine Grain sigh. Big Brother, that takes money. Only my old man can do it. Xianyu smiled and he knew in his heart of hearts that he couldn't pull anything more prestigious out of this little Taiyukai. I didn't ask any more questions. Is it those rotten boys? Xianyu narrowed his eyes. 5 or 6 people came across the street. Leather pants, tights. It's the favorite costume of the grouch. If you can do it, don't argue. Xianyu commanded. We speak of quality. Good. All at your service. Fine Grained a doll. She had a vague feeling that something was wrong with Biggie. Where do you guys hang out anyway? Xianyu relieved. Old sister. Relax. We're just a bunch of country boys. Anyway, just remember to lead us to Fei Han later. I'm sure I'll see you through to the end. 41. This is how we do things. You're Chen Haonan? It came down to this. Fine Grains don't think about that much, either. On the basis that Yu and the others are mean-looking enough. She then asked aggressively, did you bring the $30,000? What the hell? Little girl? Chicken shades. You don't think you can scare us by finding a couple of big dumb elephants, do you? Nah, don't say I didn't tell you guys. Fine Grains of Fox and Tiger. My boss is very powerful, and has 9,900 brothers in Xiaoyan Mountain. Asterisk. Are you bluffing me? Chicken was already in a bad mood. Now look at a little girl who dares to be a human being. Then he drank. Do you know whose car you stole? The kid from Hung Hing. Chan Ho Nam. Fine Grain skimming. I've already checked your bottom. Okay, don't gab. We're all out to get along. Just do it. Xianyu was silently making clay puppets on the side. He did what he said he would do. If you can do it, don't argue. It doesn't look like there's much smoke and mirrors on either side right now. He's happy as a log. Little girl, there are scratches on the roof. You're playing with your balls. Chicken said. $5,000. For your tea money. Wow. You think you're going to the market? Tell your mom to come along. Tiny Grain raged. You guys don't think I'm easy to bully. Big Brother. She looked at Xianyu's few people breathlessly. Hurry up and help. Xianyu shrugged. How much do you really want? He counted on it. It's all about the little sister who's causing all the trouble. He doesn't care about that, though. As long as I can help you solve your problems. 20,000. Tiny Grain doesn't want to get into trouble, either. She waved her hand in frustration and, I'm just trying to be merciful. I'm trying to be virtuous. Wow. You think you're the goddess of mercy? Chicken several quipped. Not for 20,000, but for 5,000. Xianyu stood out. After all, she paid for her labor. It's only right that you pay for a lesson. $20,000 and everyone saves. Asterisk. Chen Haonan is upset. 2. What the hell is going on with the jungle science nowadays? It's polite enough to give $5,000 to yourself. $20,000? Is it that easy to make money? Just 5,000. Xianyu's 4 men stepped forward. For the last time. 20,000. Kid, where do you guys hang out? Chicken and the others said angrily. Know the rules? Phew. Xianyu flies up and over the foreskin with a kick. Behind him, the 3 of them pulled out their wrenches and beat the out of him. It happened suddenly. Chen Haonan and the others were completely off guard. Plus the fact that Xianyu's men are supposed to be dead soldiers. They're all fighting for their lives. He knocked Chen Haonan and the others to the ground with a few blows. Fine grains of hemp. She's come to realize what it means to be able to do something without arguing. Is this the country boy? Xianyu stomped on Chen Haonan's chest. Sorry, that's the way we do things. $20,000. Money or no money. Grass. Chen Haonan is spitting blood. He looked down at a couple of his brothers who were lying on the ground, wailing. Okay, we'll admit it. $20,000 for you. You show a name. Lujia Village Qianyu. Waiting for your door anytime. Shanyu's eyes gestured down to the fine grains that. Still not getting paid? Big brother. It's none of my business. Fine Grain stuttered and took the money from Chen Haonan, whose eyes were spitting fire. We do things by the book. When Xianyu and the others leave, Chen Haonan and the others cursed in unison. It's the Lu family village again. This death knell. Grass. I'm at loggerheads with him. On the other side, Tiny Grain shakily counted out 10,000 Hong Kong dollars and handed it over. Big brother. I have eyes but don't recognize him to tie. You guys don't know me. Xianyu pushes the money back. We keep our word. Things we did. Now it's your turn. Fine Grain stammered. I can't promise to find it. Dare I say she was totally stumped before. Xian Yu's face instantly sank. Pretty girl, I'll make it clear to you. It must be found. Get it? Tiny Grain wailed in pain and, just look for it. Why are you scaring me? Little Miss Lucky. After 2 hours of searching, she finally found this guy at the late-night snack stand that Fei Hong frequented. That is my old top. Tiny Grains are nearly deflated, she said, pointing to Fei Hong, who was having a midnight snack at the night snack stand. Don't say I didn't warn you, but my old man is very aggressive, and he'll chop up anyone's family. You guys don't mess around. Yes? Xian Yu skinned his face and smiled. That's really quite. Tiny Grain said, pathetically. Biggie, it's none of my business now, is it? Take it easy. Xian Yu has no sense of trust in this little sister. He squeezed out the slightest smile and nearly scared Tiny Grain to death. Who knows if it's a fake? Confirmed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm a man of my word. Fine Grain muttering. This time it's really screwed up. That is definitely going to come after me later. Nah, you guys are responsible for my safety later. No, I have to come with you guys later to get out of the way. 3 things to read. Favorite. Plus a reward. 42. You can call me Dong if you want to save face. Lu Wendong's first meeting with Fine Grain wasn't exactly perfect. He just finished a meeting with Lu Jiugong and the others. I'm lying on the couch smoking a cigarette. The fine grains that had been brought in shivering gave him average sensations. Too much makeup. The clothes are too fancy. What kind of woman goes out on the street wearing a bra and a little suit over it? And smoking. You can tell they're little girls. Fine Grain's impression of Lu Wendong, on the other hand, was terrifying. She thinks these country boys are crazy. It's just a question. Even if Fei Hong doesn't cooperate much, you don't have to break his arms and legs, do you? No society can do such evil. She felt sure that she was going to be retaliated by Fei Hong that behind her. He thought he had no choice but to ask Xian Yu and the others to come to Lujia village to escape from the disaster. Big brother, asked out. It's just that the process was a little less than pleasant. Are the brothers okay? Lu doesn't care if others are pleasant or not. He only cares about his people. No. Go find Zhao Tian and ask him to arrange for someone to keep an eye on Black Chai. Find someone and arrest them. His eyes looked scrutinizingly at the fine grains of. What's the deal with this woman? Shan Yu laughed dryly. He thinks he's done a bit of a poor job on this one. It's true that I've gotten people into trouble. Only dryly. Big brother, we're doing things a little rough. She might be in trouble back there. Wow. Big brother, it's not rough, is it? Fine grains have barely regained their senses until now. She quipped. You told me you'd talk nicely and not fight, so I agreed to take you to my old top. And you broke my old top's arms and legs in less than 2 words. Big brother, I really do want to call you big brother. Fei Hong that behind definitely want to find me trouble guy. There is righteousness in the jungle. Can I borrow your precious land to hide? She stammers and stutters. Lu Wendong was barely listening. May. He mused under. It's not appropriate for a man and a woman to live with themselves. Mrs. Fu's side is doing a whitewash. And it's not appropriate. The only place to go is to the Jew. Hungry? A midnight snack? Lu Wendong looked at her petite body trembling and said, or maybe I'll take you to a place to stay now. Better eat something first. Fine Grain sat on his butt across from Lu Wendong. Big brother, at that time, if Fei Hong comes to my door, you must protect me. He wouldn't dare come. Lu Wendong relieved. You can stay here as long as you want. Tiny Grain muttered. That's a really long stay. You have no entertainment at all in the country, and no money to be made. Geez, it's annoying. Luck Mantong ordered a dead man to go and get the little Jew, and only then asked, what do you call it? Everyone calls me stutterer, or tiny. Little stutterer? Lu Wendong's face looked slightly odd. Oh, yes, Fei Hong's men. A car thief? Looks like she hasn't hooked up with Chan Ho Nam yet. I'm Lu Wendong. You can call me village chief or Wendong. Or you can call me brother Dong if you want to save face. Dong. After all, Tiny Grain is a little girl who hangs out in the jungle. She took a lady's cigarette out of her pocket and lit one up and handed it to her. I'm counting on you to take care of me in the meantime. She hesitates and counts out another 5,000 Hong Kong dollars from her pocket. Nah, I don't live for free. Lu Wendongguaner. He didn't pick up any of them. Instead, he said, since it's because I got you into this, there's no reason for you to pay for it. Nah, it's not that I'm cheap. Tiny Grain is a little bit happier that it's hard to make money these days, and it's hard to eat. She's scared to death to steal a car every day. I'm just trying to save a little bit of money. Dong, you are truly divine. For that matter, Lu felt sure that she could be a good friend to the little Jew. Speak of Chow Chow and Chow Chow arrives. The little Jew in his regular clothes stomped in with his long legs. Mayor, What do you want me to come here for at this hour of the night? I'm warning you, anything outside of work is a no-no. Her eyes did not move as they skimmed over the fine grains of, your friend? Fine grains? Little Jews. Lu Wendong helped introduce the two, and only afterward did he add, little Jew, fine grain is going to stay in our village for a while. I'm not very convenient here and would like her to stay at your place. Give the wallet meal. The little Jew was instantly filled with, Mayor, I am also a member of the Lu family village. I will do whatever you say, all at your service. You wouldn't know how obedient she is without knowing it. Lu Wendong thought to himself that this chameleon skill of the little Jew is really a master. That's fine. I'll have Sister Fun order seafood noodles. Sit down and eat together. 3 things to read, favorite, plus a reward. 43, whoever treats Hung Ying like an egg will have to pay. Big B had to step in. For the first time, you can pretend that children don't know any better. The second time? That's more like it. But he's the mayor of Lu's village. We're not in the same league. It's gonna take an organization to move him. Hung Ying General Hall is a gathering of 12 fits. This is a very conspicuous Liang Kuan here. He's just a lawn mower, but he's the equal of 12 fit guys. What for? It's a good idea. Brother B, you are truly divine. Liang Kuan is shady. He looked at Big Brother B behind him bandaged up like a third party. Chen Haonan and others taunted. They say Causeway Bay has produced a pretty boy. Nan. And I think he's really quite pretty. Say what? Chicken stands up. Liang Kuan, don't be arrogant. I think it's you who are arrogant. Since Liang Kuan arch fire that is to take out the anger. He slapped down the table and, when is it your turn to speak here? When you're out in the world. You have to admit your mistakes and stand up straight when you're beaten. Now I don't know what the situation is. Being a big brother is not like a big brother. Being a little brother is not like a little brother. Brother B, I think you're going back to your old age. Gon and Big B are on the verge of a war of words. And the reason is simple. Big Brother B's pussy is hanging up on the cops and checking out the warehouse. It cost him tens of millions of dollars. Though Big Brother B is doing a very stealthy job of it. But where in this world is there an impermeable wall? After a few twists and turns, the material was still received by Liang Kuan. On top of that, Chan Ho Nam's rise to the top is chopping his yellow paper brother, Ba close. It's costing him tens of millions more indirectly. New hatred. Old hatred. If Pretty Gon could endure it, then he would not be Straw Shoe Gon but Egg Scatter Gon. That is. Fatty Lai is rubbing his toes while cheering on Liang Kuan. Big Brother B, what decade is this? It's almost 97. And you're still fighting. It's a joke. Of course Fatty Lai has a grudge against Big Brother B. This pouncer's not on the road. I wanted to make her sister-in-law a porn star. What's wrong with the cover? As a result, this damned family shovel has sent Chen Haonan's dangling hairs to burn down their own warehouse. It's inhuman. Chicken. Sit down. Big Brother B pointed at the two. Shut up, both of you, or I'll cut you. You who? Brother B is just awesome. He can't move without hitting his own people. Liang Kuan cynical and sarcastic. Why did you ask to hold fit people if you're so goddamned proud of them? Take care of it yourself. What's all the buzz about? Zhang Tianchen walked in holding a goji berry cup. He smiled and asked a question that, I'll listen to. Mr. Jiang. The crowd has greeted the. Liang Kuan said indifferently. Since Mr. Jiang is here, Brother B, you can start complaining. B, I hear you're having a bad time? Zhang Tiancheng glanced down at Chen Haonan and the others behind Big Brother B. Let's get started. Mr. Jiang. It's like this. Big Brother B, tell us what happened. And only then said, Honam he was following the rules and he was beaten for no reason. It's fine for me, Causeway Bay, to do this on my own, but across the street is the mayor of Lu's village, so I have to talk to the society first, or else I'll be told that I'm out of order when the time comes. You did the right thing. Lux Village? Zhang Tianqing turned his attention to Chen Yao, the white paper fan. Ayo, is your third uncle right over there? Yes, Mr. Chang. Chen Yao said, since the brothers are all here, I won't hide anything from you. Brother B, let me start with my personal opinion, which is, of course, my own. The Luck family village is very powerful in the new territories, and dozens of villages around the entire Saigon area basically have to listen to them. He shrugged. Only 2 days ago, our Chin clan village was taught a lesson by the Lu clan village. In principle I would not advise the club to go down there and make trouble. The cops won't be on our side. Yes, Liang Quan interjected. Brother B, now that you are a city dweller strutting your stuff, I'm afraid you've forgotten how crazy the country boys in the new territories are? Even if you want to die, don't drag us into it. Big Brother B said angrily. So Ho Nam and the others were beaten for nothing? If the society doesn't come out to do justice, how will the juniors return to their hearts when the time comes? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who hasn't been beaten up before? the beautiful Kuan screamed. Back in the day, I was also chased for 2 blocks when I chopped up Sharpie. Not being able to do it on my own is not doing it, and it has half a thing to do with justice? From the demented line. Well, when Jiang Tianqing first set up the 12 halls, he wanted these big brothers to keep each other in check. He's happy to see that these people are at odds with each other, so that Chang's family can firmly grasp the initiative of Hung Hing. Ayo, you make a good point, but, he looks down at the indignant bigot, and look at all the fit people with their own ideas. Why did my old being create Hung Hing back then? It's about trying to get people to hug to be able to eat. Hung Hing can get to where it is today by being united. If there is still someone who treats us Hung Hing as egg scattering at this time, then he will have to pay the price. 3 things to read, bookmark, and add a reward. 44. Don't treat the village head as a cadre. 2 waves of strangers came in front of the Luke's village. There's nothing to hide under the watchful eyes of the villagers. The first wave was, of course, the emissary sent over by Jiang Tianqing. He's here to give an invitation to Lu Wendong to speak on numbers. Lu Wendong lost his smile as he looked at the post in his hand. Not to mention, doing the antique thing. It's a bit jaded. Go back and tell Jiang Tianqing that I, Lu Wendong, am a serious businessman, not a triad. Lu threw the post back. Talking numbers? That's hilarious. From the demented line, there are 3 periods when the triads on Hong Kong Island are the craziest. One is from the period when the sunset had just taken the Hong Kong government. In those days, the devils only operated in the area of Taiping Shan and didn't care about the outside world. That's why there are hometown associations rising up to maintain order and protect the safety of their fellow townspeople. Time has changed. The hometown associations slowly turned into clubs and started to run amok. The second period would be the years of the 4 detectives. Leroy jumped in to delineate the order in territory of black and white. The triads have been stifling all sorts of illegal businesses under their care. Sort of a golden period. It was during this period that several of the major societies now existing on Hong Kong Island began to thrive. For example, with Luen Xing, Sun Qi, Number Gang, also known as 14K, Hung Hing, Tung Sing, and so on. The third period is the present, after the return has been confirmed. On the one hand, the Ghostbusters put all sorts of shackles on the police force to limit their rights. On the other hand, decentralization has begun. What separation of powers is practiced? Justices for life, etc., etc. For a variety of reasons, the associations on Hong Kong Island began to run wild as if they were wild horses out of control. Their power is also expanding like a balloon at such moments. The reason why people like Hung Hing and Sun Qi claim to have 100,000 students. That's where it comes from. Lu scoffed at this. These short mules are nothing more than dogs and men, despite claiming to be some kind of jungle man. In fact, all they do is to watch the scene, blowing chickens and horses, forcing good people to be prostitutes, and other bad things. He's the mayor of Luk Ka Tsuen. No matter how small the position is, it's still a cadre. It's the local squire. How can I talk to these triads? It would be disrespectful for him to sit at a table with these guys and talk numbers. Take him out. Lu shook his head. Hung Hing? Bunch of suckers. A tile trying to touch porcelain? Soon. The second wave's coming through. He's also from Hung Hing. Just here to tip off Lu Wendong. The guy's name is Kung. It's the head horse of Liangkuan. He's a lot more sensible. Nodding his head straight there. Village Chief Lu, Brother Kuan asked me to inform you that Jiang Tianqing, who is not harboring good intentions, is preparing to send his knives over to do something. You're one of Pretty Gon's people? Lu Wendong had a slightly playful expression. Straw Shugon is a pre-boss. You can kill your whole family if you want to, only to accomplish a Baywatch gunslinger in the back. That's a bummer. Yes. Silly John was very frank. Cohen said he was also a country boy by birth and couldn't stand to see Jiang Tianqing doing whatever he wanted to the new territory's people. Well, I can't thank him enough. Lu recalls the plot. In that case, Liang Cohen should not have spent money to buy Qingyao to the top of the dragon head. There's something going on here. It should be. Silly Strong smiles. Village Chief Lu, I've brought the words. You can see for yourself in the back. He was about to leave when Lu Wendong stopped him. Jin, go get $50,000 and bring it here. I, Lu Wendong, have always made a clear distinction between rewards and punishments in my work, and since you took the risk of coming over to notify, you can't go without a reward. Otherwise, people will say that I, Lu Jia Village, only talk beautifully but do not do practical things. Lu Wendong personally took 5 piles of Hong Kong paper from Gao Jin's hands and stuffed them into Silly Chang's hands. Tell your big brother he's happy to have you over to let off steam. Dong. Tell him to come over and play golf with us sometime. Silly John looked at the money in his hands a little dazed and, I thought country boys were poor. What's the big deal? Understood. Understood. Silly Strong's face turned into a flower when he smiled and, it's a tough deal. I'm just paying for the gas. As a result, Dong directly awarded 50,000. Dong, relax. I'll be sure to bring the word. Xian Yu, who was sent over today to take charge of Lu Wendong's peripheral security, saw that his big brother wanted to smoke. Then he rushed forward to light the fire. There was a flash of murderous anger between his eyes and, it looks awfully gloomy and, big brother, why don't I go and do Jiang Tiansheng? From the demented line, Lu Wendongguaner, he exhales a smoke ring and, we're not born killers. We can't fight and kill all the time. Shan Yu scratches his head, but this group of cooks sees face as bigger than the sky. If we don't teach them a lesson, we'll definitely be in good trouble later on. We are porcelain, and porcelain doesn't touch tile. Lu had an idea a long time ago. Even the Yakuza on the other side of the bay know that you have to collude with legislators to make big bucks. The associations on Hong Kong Island, on the other hand, are content with their petty gains and do not think of making progress. Pity. But if they knew anything, they could become a transnational crime syndicate like the Yakuza. Call the Saigon police chief and ask him out to play golf. 45. The Mundo Vision. Clearwater Bay Golf Driving Range. Sai Kung. The golf ball arced to a stop right in front of the hole. Beautiful. The director applauded with Mr. Ma, the officer in charge of the Ting UK building. Lu Village Chief's ball skills are good enough to play professionally. It's just a bit of fun. Lu handed Gao Jin his clubs. Officer Ma, it's a pity that we don't have a golf course of our own in Saigon with its beautiful scenery. Mr. Ma laughed. One Powder Ridge has already got the citizens all well and good. And if there's another golf course, the citizens are going to be in an uproar? Lu Wendong was non-committal. The Fanling Golf Course mentioned by Mr. Ma is in the North District of the New Territories, covering an area of 172 hectares. It was built by the Hong Kong government in the 1950s, able to naturalize this ball club. It had to be the Hong Kong government officials, the buyers and the rich and powerful of the time. How closed is this golf course? The first 4 presidents of the club since its inception, all of them were the then governor of Hong Kong. Until now, it has only 600 active members. We country boys are used to big fields and lots of space, Lu Wendong said slowly. Anyway, there's a lot of land. I'm going to organize a golf course. When the time comes, I'm going to work hard for Mr. Ma to help connect the dots. Mr. Lu is truly divine. Mr. Ma and the administrator look at each other. It's something that might not work if someone else did it, but it's really possible if Lu Wendong makes a move. Now that the Land Country Group is holding hands to get the Ding Quan thing going, it's not uncommon for them to go to the villagers and take over the hills and green fields. The point of having a golf course is not on the government's side, because the Hong Kong government has stipulated that golf sites are public sports facilities. That is, it has the attribute of being a public good. The government doesn't get any money in this. They don't care about that either. Want to get into golf? The most important thing is to have land. Lu is not blindly showing off just because the poor are rich at first. He's got his own agenda. Golf courses are naturally characterized by high-end socialization. In addition to enhancing the image of the Land Country Group, it's helpful to Lu Wendong's development. There's some kind of skull and bones, masons, fraternities out there. There are horse clubs, golf clubs, landlord clubs on Hong Kong Island. He, Lu Wendong, also wants his own Wendong Association. If you ask, Village Chief Lu, I'll definitely do my best, Mr. Ma said with a smile. With the prospects of the Lukoku Group getting a golf club is really no big deal. By then the townspeople won't have to drive around to get to Shengshui. Wow, you don't know. It takes half a day to get back and forth every time. It delays business. The director thought to himself that this old fox, old Ma, was really cheeky. The front is still swinging east and west. Now that Lu Wendong has stabilized the situation and is actively defecting, these administrators are such stuffed up old s. Village Chief Lu, it's a pity that I'm too powerful to use my strength. The administrator sighs, otherwise also eager to help. Coincidence, Lu said. It just so happens that there is a favor I'd like to ask the administrator. I got wind that Zhang Tianqing of Hungheng is preparing to send his swordsmen to trouble me. He looked at the administrator with a leathery smile. Where do you think I can eat as a good citizen? That I must not seek protection from the police? The director and Mr. Ma both changed color. These triads are really lawless. But the administrator thought better of it. He recalled the scene of the armed fight between the Lu family village and the Chen family village that day. I thought to myself that Zhang Tiansheng, this white eye, really doesn't know what he's talking about. This is the New Territories. It's Lu Wendong's turf. Send someone over to do something? Showtime. Lu Village Chief. Don't worry. The police don't share the same fate as Sin. The administrator means what he says. I'll send someone over right away to keep you close. Don't make too much of a fuss, and then people won't come. Lu Wendong said faintly. Originally. It's just that his men don't know what's important. He'll just have to apologize to me. But Jiang Tiansheng has gotten used to sitting in high positions and has forgotten what his origins are. Tough, you inform the police force. I do not require much. Just Causeway Bay venues. Sweep 3 times a day. 7 days in a row we'll have to sweep. His gaze sharpened instantly and, it's like a sword on the administrator. Shouldn't be a problem? No, absolutely no problem. The administrator knew in his heart that Lu Wendong was trying to get back a little favor from last time. It's just a license check. This would have been within the scope of the police's duties. As for how it will affect Hung Hing, he doesn't give a about that. Village Chief Lu. Sweeping out the blacks and eliminating the evils is what the police force has always been about. Hung Hing doesn't know how to behave. It's time to let them know what it means to have order in respect and inferiority. Lu Wendong spread his face and smiled. Let's not talk about it. There's no point in bothering about this little thing. Come on, keep playing. Although Lu Wendong is only a village chief, but it can directly affect more than 5,000 people up and down Lujia village, indirectly affecting tens of thousands of residents in the new territories. At the word of command, thousands of sturdy lads dare to come out with hoes and fight for their lives. There are aunts and grandparents applauding on the sidelines. It's a real local powerhouse. Although Hung Hing claims to have 100,000 disciples, but how can point compare to him? That's what Lu Wendong said. Don't take the village chief for a cadre. 46. Don't blame me for not reminding you to sweep for 7 days in a row. Luck is mingling with the administrator and Mr. Ma. Causeway Bay's big brother B, however, is out of luck. I don't know what's wrong with the Wanchai police station that it's deployed to check licenses. Just sweep it. Yet it only targets Hung Hing's venues. It's obvious that someone's doing it on purpose. Big brother B with a smelly face went to Lu Qichang and Huang Jiqing, who were smoking outside. Sir, what are you guys up to? Against me, Hung Hing? Triad awesome. Ha? Huang Jiqing said slowly. Big brother B, are you now admitting to being a triad member? Asterisk. What's a dead cop dragging? Chun Haonan and the others called out from behind. This is Causeway Bay. Our place. Lu Qichang stood out. Your territory? How divine. Come on. Say it again? Nan. Don't fall for it. Biggie B said. Sullenly. We are all well watered. We, Hung Hing, have always done things with rules and regulations. We don't need to be so desperate, right? He was furious. Just sweep me off my feet. What the hell does that mean? It's no fun. Lu Qichang said. When the word comes from above, we have to do something. It's as simple as that. Oh, right. He looks down with interest at Big B. This guy must have offended some big shot. Being screwed like that. Don't blame me for not reminding you that we were ordered to sweep 3 times a day for 7 days. Close ranks. A group of errand boys strutting away. Biggie B is pissed off and is in the wind. 7 days? He can't afford to sweep for a day. What kind of asshole is this targeting? I haven't offended any big hoses lately with my fasting. Wow. People outside say that you here to make 6 countries big seal phase. I thought it was a joke, but I did not realize that it is true. The fancy-dressed pretty gon approached with a group of minions. B, what the hell? I see that you have recently been destined to violate the White Tiger Star, so you'd better wash your hands and quit. Less yin and yang. Biggie B grunts. Liankuan, it's not your turn to dictate my affairs. Okay. Liankuan has his hands in his pockets. We all know B brother you ba closed. See who is not happy to cut who. I am also afraid of being cut by you He whistles. In a good mood today. Let's go. Big brother will take you to the royal salute for a sauna. Basho saw blood over there. The fury is very heavy. It's just as well that I'm going to dip some fury to defend myself. A bunch of people walking around shaking like Parkinson's. Biggie B almost fell to the ground with a black eye. B. Chen Haonan and the others rushed to support. Go back and rest first. I'm still resting my ass. Big brother B took a deep breath. This is being lit. If we can't find out who is targeting us, everyone will have to drink the northwest wind from now on. They're usually used to solving problems by force. The targets are either rival societies or ordinary citizens. The so-called big hose is the money behind these venues. These people are not at a level where they can get the police department to step in and do something. So Big B and the others couldn't figure out what the problem was. They were wide-eyed for half a day. And Chen Haonan said, Brother B, should we let Mr. Jiang ask? If Causeway Bay's business is affected, the society's receipts will also be less. It is closely related. The reason why Big Brother B values Chan Ho Nam, partly because he's ruthless and loyal. The other side of the coin is that he's one of the few of Big Brother B's men who can eat brains. It will have to do. Biggie B sighs. Nan, I see I'm getting old. You pick up more of the load in the back. Chicken and the others look down at each other and the face of a man who has a happy look on his face. Brother B, don't talk like that. Let's go to Mr. Jiang first to get an idea. Hung Hing's rise stems from Chang Chen, but the real boom started with Jiang Tiansheng. He cut Hung Hing's forces into 12 pieces, setting up the fifth system, providing that each parish is responsible for its own. As long as you pay your dues on time, everything will be fine. Now he's in and out of high society in a suit and tie. He doesn't look like a socialite at all. In the villas of Repulse Bay, Jiang Tiansheng walked to the pool with Big Brother B and the others. B, you should enjoy life when you have time. Though he was nearing middle age, the body hasn't blossomed at all. Though, thanks to his self-discipline and his love of swimming. How long has it been since you took your sister-in-law on a trip? Big Brother B laughed. Mr. Jiang, points can be compared with you. The old and young have to fight. Chen Haonan, do you hear me? Jiang Tiansheng said. B's generation didn't have any schooling, and there were no good jobs open to them, so they had to fight with their fists. Understood, Mr. Chang. Chen Haonan hurriedly said. Since I've come out to hang out, I'll never disgrace Brother B. 47, he wants you to bow down. It's quiet by the pool. It was so quiet that you could hear the rustle of the wind blowing over the mountains and forests. Jiang Tiansheng leaned back in his chair and thought, the thing is simple. It's someone who's purposely trying to screw Big Brother B, and it's not right. It's a warning. He suddenly smiled and laughed. It's Mr. Liu who's messing with us. What? Big Brother B stood up angrily. On what grounds? We haven't even done anything yet, and he's getting ahead of himself? If you do it first, you'll get it later. Jiang Tiansheng didn't move a muscle. In a world where wolves eat sheep and tigers eat rabbits, the strong have always exploited the weak. I was the one who underestimated him. Jiang Tiansheng nodded his head. People are porcelain. Their behavior is different from ours. Call back the swordsman. Mr. Chang? Big Brother B froze. This? Jiang Tiansheng is calm. He's been trying to squeeze into high society for the last few years. 2. Are learning the behaviors of the upper class. Just say slowly. One must keep up with the times. Since he called the police force to come out and do something, it means he has a certain amount of power up there. Before figuring out his specific strength, it would be the same as digging a hole for ourselves if we rashly make a move. B. Times have changed. Gotta start eating your brain. Lu Jia Village. Jiang Tiansheng muttered. He's a little lost. The waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past. A mere village chief has such great power. It's a pity that our Jiang family is not local, and we do lack a bit in this area. B. I'm going to have to ask you this time. Mr. Jiang. Big Brother B has never seen Jiang Tiansheng look like this before. The Jiang Tiansheng in his impression had always been graceful and elegant, not to be alarmed when things go wrong. One of the few gentlemen among the bigwigs of the society. And now you're losing your mind over a little village chief? He was at once greatly touched by the. Back then it was old Dragonhead who lifted me up and gave me a chance. Big Brother B said. I'll do whatever you say. Good. Now he just wants you to bow down. Jiang Tiansheng had a fighting spirit in his eyes. Everybody's playing chess. In that case, then there's no need to keep extra pieces. Just give him time to clear his territory. It took the humiliation of Han Xian to achieve the fame of the soldier's immortal. Jiang Tiansheng is a serious scholar. The gift of the gab. Ao will go there with you. He wants a scene, then give him a scene. We'll find a way to get back later. Good. I have a rotten life anyway. It doesn't matter if I have a face or not. Big Brother B is up. Mr. Jiang. I believe you. It was kind of silent on the way back. Biggie B is leaning against the back seat. The whole thing seems to be a bit feeble and Chen Haonan, who was driving the car, looked down in the rearview mirror. Brother B? No, I'll do him. Biggie B instantly rises in alarm. Nan, don't do anything stupid. I've been down and out in my life, and it's no big deal to bow down to a squire. But you're young, don't mess around. Big Brother B emphasis added. He's not a kook. Can't you see Mr. Jiang is ready to put things to rest? But on what grounds? Chan Ho Nam is still young. He has a brain, though, but at the moment the main focus is on fighting and killing. At least Big Brother B has access to rich people. He won't be able to get to the moneymakers for a while, so not too familiar with the world of the rich. And said, Brother B, then your sign will fall off. Your sign will do. Big Brother B said, smiling. Nan, I don't care. This world has money at home as only filial son. You look at Liangkuan. That asshole is also only a straw shoe, but able to level with us. And no one thinks it's wrong, do they? And why, do you think, is that? Chen Haonan shrugged. That guy can get money, but he's inhuman and touches everything. That's right. Biggie B looks out the window at the shade of the forest. This is Repulse Bay, the world of the rich. A villa costs at least $100 million. Normal people can't afford it in their lifetime. If you have money, you have people. Nan, You should also take a moment to think about how to get money, fighting and killing for a lifetime to see the head. Chen Haonan didn't think that far ahead. A young man's got to be young to have a good time. Brother B, which one of us out there is not 3 times poorer and 5 times richer? There's a chance, he added, hesitantly. B, really? Go, why not? Biggie B has been torn between life and death all his life. Now that I'm older, I've got a wife and a son. He didn't want to get into so much trouble. I can't be a spectator when people set up a stage for a big show, so I'm going to go over to support the show. When the time comes, I'll give him enough tables to set up 100 tables in Lujia village, so that he can put up enough of a show to eliminate the disaster. Chen Haonan stepped on the gas. Inside, he was both angry and powerless. You just have to do what you have to do. But it turns out that they're just moving their lips. B is going over there to make amends. Brother B, I'll go with you then. 3 things to read, bookmark, and add a reward. 48, get the money first. Wanyama is a purist. His goal in life is to make money. As long as there's money to be made, he's not going to care what his co-op opponents want to do or are going to do about it. However, he was still shaken when he heard that Lu Wendong was preparing to start a golf course. That shouldn't be the idea of a country boy. Lu Dong, are you going to have a driving range or an 18-hole course? Sure, 18 holes. Any interest? There is, that's for sure. Wanyama doesn't think twice about it. Other people speak. I am certainly not interested, but Lu Dong, you open your mouth. No interest is also interested. Not gonna lie. He shrugged and laughed at himself. The Fanling side thinks I don't have any property on Hong Kong Island and won't let me be naturalized. Fanling is a golf course run by the Hong Kong government itself. It's compulsion to pull up to the skyline right from the start. Wan Shan is rich, too, though, but he doesn't have a strong backer on Hong Kong Island. And he doesn't have any rich guys who know what they're doing. Naturally, it won't be accepted by the golf clubs at Fanling. Ghostbusters are taking up all the seats. Lu Wendong is so simple in everything he does. Since we can't squeeze in, I'll just start my own. We're on our own. Okay, Wan Shan asked. Lu Dong, this property is still under the name of Lu Gua Group? That's for sure. Lu Wendong spread his hands. Without villagers' support, the cost of trying to get forest and agricultural land is too high. We should put the extra money into amenities, and it could be a disguised upgrade to landboat properties. Those rich guys would be happy to know there's a golf course in their neighborhood. Mansan is full of laughter and, in that case, the ratio of that mansion unit will have to be reset. You can just handle this, Mr. Wan. After the last few days of contact, Lu Wendong found that Wanshan's people are really quite skillful in doing things. All aspects of the arrangement are well organized. He saved himself a lot of heartache. I'm a person who likes to make the best use of people's talents. Mr. Wan let go of his hands. For this project, the Lu Gua Group will occupy 10% of the shares with the land, and we will distribute the remaining 90% according to the proportion of the capital. Lu had been thinking about this for a long time. When it was felicitated, I expect to need 100 million up front, 50 million to start with the construction of the first 18 holes and some necessary facilities, and another 50 million to build the golf clubhouse. As for hotels and other corresponding facilities, they will be added later. Wan Shan nodded as he listened to his meticulous arrangements. No problem. Lu Dong, are you going to do high-end or mid-range? High-end. Lu is well positioned. It's enough for the middle class to have a driving range. There's no point in coming to a real ballpark and wasting your money. It's either that or not. If you're aiming high, you have to aim high. Good. Wan Shan said. The Powder Ridge has no one in sight, so it's a good time to fight it. Hong Kong Island is full of tycoons, so there's no worry that no one will come to get a membership. When he's gone, Little Jew, the secretary, who had been listening with pricked ears, staggered that. Wow, Mayor, it's too extravagant for you to make such a big deal, isn't it? What goes around comes around. The little Jew with the black silk skirt and small high heels is very eye-catching, Lu Wendong said with a smile. And you as a secretary are not up to it. People see so rich big boss early initiative to sit on the top of the desk to come here and let the village chief comfort you. I shucks. The little Jew bristles. I'm not such a shallow woman. You'll never try to bring me down with money. Oh, right. Little Jew asked. Fine grain, she's tired of being alone in the village. Should we give her something to do? She can do. Lu Wendong suddenly remembered the water truck business that Qian Yu had reported earlier. Then he changed his mind. Fine. Just as well there's nothing to do. I'll go talk to her. The little Jew looked down at Lu Wendong suspiciously. You don't have something bad in mind, do you? Lu walked over to the small Jewish table and looked down from above. Look at the little secretary blushing. He laughed and walked away. Gutless. The little Jew spat, covering his thumping little heart. Che, you have to be bold. Fine grain is now a washout. The heavy makeup's gone. She looks so much smoother in her little Jewish plain dress, only now she looks a little miserable, because Granny was dragging her to fold paper flowers. God forbid. She's never done anything so rough in her life. Tossed her straight up and down. When he saw Lu Wendong, who was walking far away, the fine grain jumped up. Pretty boy, you can finally come. Help. Lu smiled as he approached to look down. Grandma is a real asset. Walked a little Jew who folded paper flowers. Hardly had she developed another fine grain. Granny, have you eaten yet? Just about to go. The granny stood up trembling. Village chief, I'll go get you some tea. No, I'm borrowing someone from you. Lu Wendong pointed to the fine grains that couldn't wait to leave. Granny, it's time to eat. I'll talk to her. 3 things to read. Favorite. Plus a reward. 49. I don't sell my body. I don't sell my art. The original name of the grain is Sua Tiny. When she first came to Lux Village she was a proper kooky girl, but the current one gave Lu a much better impression of her. After all, she was the heroine of the first movie. It's very hard to beat the face and body. With just a little light makeup, she looks a bit innocent. Pretty boy. The fine grains have lost their innocent look as soon as they open their mouths. You don't want to hold a beautiful murder in front of me, ah. She bristles. I don't eat that. Lu smiled. Would like to ask you a favor. I'm going to get a water truck. Do you have any access? The long, fine-grained eyelashes fluttered wildly. Wow. Aren't you in real estate? You eat the water truck business too? There was a slight hint of cunning in her gaze. It doesn't matter how big or small the business is. Is it okay to count me in? Lu Wendong's gaze had a slight bit of scrutinizing intent in it. The most important thing in life is to have self-knowledge. If you were my woman, that would still make you a boss's wife. Cut. Fine grains of speechlessness. Should we be so direct? I thought you were decent. Since you're so pretty, I'll think about it later. Her heart was pounding like a deer in headlights. Bow your head and contemplate. It should be possible to find. I know several garages that have access to water trucks. The vast majority of water wheels on Hong Kong Island originate from moldy countries. On the one hand, used cars in moldy countries circulate very well and are easy to buy. On the other hand, the warranty on new cars in mold country is 3 years. The cost of repairs and maintenance after the warranty period is quite high. That's why most people over there choose to get rid of their new cars after 3 or 4 years of driving. These cars pull back and are ready to hit the road in all their glory with a little re-maintenance. It's really no different than a new car for the owner. Fine grains as car thieves know this area quite well. Pretty boy. The cars coming out of there will cut the ABC columns first. Remove the glass. The suspension on all 4 wheels. Put the ABC post and suspension into the seat. The glass is also packed separately. The body will be restored at the assembly plant when it is brought into Hong Kong Island. She said seriously. That means if you really want to get into watercraft, you'll have to set up an assembly plant yourself. That's for sure. The profit from the water truck doesn't mean much to Lu right now. He's got one thing going for him, and one thing only, pulling the village down, to keep these people close to him. Although the people in the Luke's village now seem to have convinced themselves that However, Lu Wendong knew very well that things were not that simple. It's been a good couple of years for real estate. Riding on this wind, the Luck Kwok Group can make sure that every villager has a job to do. There's money to be made for everyone. But what about 97 coming? By that time, the island's real estate will be in crisis for close to a decade. Real estate is definitely out of the question at that point. He can't keep these villagers for nothing. These people are not equipped to do high-end industry either. Shoving them all into land state as shareholders? Unless Lu Wendong is out of his mind he'd do that. So he needs to be ready with another relevant doorway and in this regard he has a rough idea of what to expect. One is to invest and open factories in the mainland. There's some manpower in there that could be shared out. The other one is the pillar industry of Hong Kong Island. Paramount. Hong Kong Island is an international transit port. It got its start by smuggling all kinds of resources to the mainland. That's one of the reasons why Lu would have this idea. The fine-grained rambling is finally over. I don't know why you want to do this, but that's probably the process. Oh yeah. You still have to send someone over to Huangjiang to pull some strings. Lu smiled. Any interest in coming over and doing me a favor? Fine Grain blurted out. I sell my body, not my art. Nope. Her face burned red and, I sell my art, not my body. Tiny Grain desperately trying to explain. It's all because Dudu-san always talks nonsense in front of me. A large hand cupped her delicate chin and, calm eyes with a dominance that could not be denied. You say that, and Dong is happy. It's okay to sell your art as well as your body. Water trucks are risky business. Since Lu is ready to go down, then the corresponding personnel will have to be taken in as their own. Although this fine grain is just a little girl, but knowing the tricks of the trade, it's a horse of 1,000 miles for Dong now. It's got to be in your stomach. No, no, it's not good. The fine grain eyes are slightly evasive. In the village for a few days she already knew that this pretty boy had in the end much ba closed. Money, people, looks, that's the kind of companion you can't find anywhere else. And she had a vague feeling that the little Jew seemed to have a crush on the pretty boy, too. 9 out of 10 conversations at home are about him. It's all trolling, though, but who would keep a man's name on their lips so often if they didn't care? 50, the mayor said he'd give me a job. In the office, the little Jew tapped one finger on the keyboard while constantly looking at the door of the room. Wow, what's taking so long to talk about? She remembered the delicate face of the fine grain, suddenly a little panic. It's almost time for dinner and you're not coming back? Of course the little Jew didn't know that her roommate and new BFF had gotten the jump on Dong and climbed into his bed. She hit the keyboard hard and stood up. Must have gone off to do something bad. I'll have to inform him about dinner. Yes, man is iron and rice is steel. One meal is not enough to make you hungry. The little Jew took out her vanity mirror and looked down as she spoke. You're doing the right thing. Jew, off duty? A rich woman dressed up as a flowery woman probes the head. Tung's not here. She lost it a little. At once. It's a shame that people are dressed so scantily at Dong's request. Where's the village chief? Mrs. Fu, the village chief. He's gone to talk about work. The little Jew who was packing up her desk smiled back and, going to dinner? Yeah. Mrs. Fu is having a very good time these days. I have money in my hand. There's no one at home to take care of her. In the evening time, we can still sneak to the village headman's house to console Dong, who has been busy all day. Do whatever you want with the name of little widow. Going together? That workaholic village chief doesn't know when to stop once he gets busy. I think you'd better not wait. You go ahead. The little Jew considered it for half a second or decided to go look for the asshole. She just can't believe it. What kind of work can take so long to talk to Tiny Grain? It's over. It's over. Shame on me. On the other side, Tiny Grain got up from the bed in a hurry to go to the makeup mirror to put on her makeup. I'm so out of my mind that I can't believe I'm so easily seduced into bed by you. She sighs. What if word gets out? Hey, pretty boy. Can you at least say something? Lou is smoking in afterthought. He looked admiringly at the fine-grained and delicate back of the little sister is out of the mud. It's still a bloodbath. It's amazing. I'll transfer someone to help with the water truck. Be your boss's wife. Fine Grain weakly said. Big brother, shouldn't you be coaxing me at this time? That's not good, is it? We are all children of the jungle, so let's not talk about this. Tiny Grain jumped up in anger. Scum. Followed by, then I'll find the drop-off room. No. Lu and Dong looking for Fine Grain just want to see if she knows about this aspect. Only, I'll get Wanshan to contact the appropriate channels. Wanyama's a Wall Street guy. He's definitely a phone call away from finding the relevant used car dealer or garage over there. Why look far and wide for any garage? Fine Grain stagnation. She flapped her eyelashes down. Then why did you come to me and ask so many questions? Lu Wendong seems to be smiling. You guess? Wow. I would have thought you'd be nice and civilized. Fine Grain stomping. So you've been harboring ill will towards me for a long time. Lu Wendong thought to himself that it seems that not only men will be YY, women do, too. And he didn't point it out but said, let's eat here for lunch, and deal with a simple meal first. Little Ju got lucky when she found Lu Wendong. Fun is serving the food. You're just in time. Lu Wendong beckoned rather naturally. Sister Fun cooked a bit too much food today to help digest it. The most important thing is not to waste it. Oh, the little Ju's gaze swept over the two men and it feels like it's all normal. It's just that Tiny Grain's face seems so much rosier. It looks like there's light in it. Talked about it? Little Ju sat down across from Fine Grain. I was going to go back and meet you for dinner. Tiny Grain's eyes are slightly averted. She stammered. The village chief said. He said he'd give me a job. The little Ju's beautiful eyes glowed. Wow. That's great. Then you can continue to stay at my house and I can continue to ask him for money. We can still go shopping together then. It's much more lively than being alone. Right. Tiny Grain was going to find a reason to move out. Seeing the little Jew talking like that she didn't dare to refuse again. Then he said weakly. That's better. The two women were quite united in their opinions on gouging Lu Wendong's money. The little Jew was not thinking that much. She doesn't go out much because of her health. So it's not like I've made any friends. You get to have a little fine-grained company. And there's money to be made, too. Of course she's happy. Tiny Grains, on the other hand, can't be denied. And she's also trying to figure out if little Jew is having second thoughts about this scumbag. Wow. She'd feel a little less human if she did. The money is small. Lu made a pun. The most important thing is that you make peace. 51, Jair, Justice of the Peace. As Lu Wendong expected. Finding a used car dealer in Wanyama is easy. Just a few phone calls and it's confirmed. When the faxed contract is signed, You're ready to go. Zhao Tian, Qian Tian, Qian Di and Xian Yu were called to Lu Wendong's house. They each have their own mission. Zhao Tian and Qian Tian will be in charge of the security team. The main task is to protect the business of the land group. Qian Yu's words are mainly responsible for putting up the corresponding channels of the water wheel together with fine grain. Workers for the assembly plant are sought from the village. Lu said, I've greeted Chen Old Dog's side. Pick some people from him as well. Qian Yu is full of laughter with the evil spirit like, Big brother, don't worry, I'll definitely help my sister-in-law with this matter. Fine Grain was startled. Hey, don't talk nonsense. What sister-in-law? It's a good thing the little Jew isn't here. Otherwise, it'll be a mistake. Qian Yu tapped his head. Right, should be called sister-in-law. Alright, you guys are on your own to discuss. Lu Wendong turned his attention to Chandy. Thousands of people. Thousands of faces. The only thing the dead soldiers recruited by the system have in common is that they dare to fight for their lives. Other than that, everybody's different. Let's say this guy Chandy is well versed in firearms, infiltration, command, our field units. It's a waste of talent to put him on the current security team. Last year I had my fortune told, and the fortune teller said I was the Monkey King reincarnated and made a big mess of the heavenly palace. Lu Wendong did tell his fortune, but that was in a previous life. He recalled the loftiness of his predecessor and slowly said, I, Lu Wendong, don't have the words loss is bliss in my life motto. Lin, Li, Hua, Zhang, and Sito Guang, teach them a lesson. When the four major real estate developers lightly said that they would provoke the Chen family village to come out and engage in Ding Quan by themselves, because of this, direct armed fighting between the two villages, although Lu won that battle, but the losses are not insignificant. The medical expenses of dozens of injured villagers and dead soldiers are not a small sum. A couple of disabled ones also need the Lukoku group to underwrite for life, and a couple of brothers who went to jail to cover for the case. It all started with a realtor's word. He's rich and powerful, but Lu has dead soldiers. That's why he's ready to go for the jugular. 15 men for starters, and $10 million. Don't let me down. Qian Di muffled. Big brother, I will definitely do it beautifully. On that day, 16 people are missing from Lujia village without a word, but there's a new group of bandits called Tycoon. Lu Wendong looked out with his arms folded. The sun is shining. The Lucas are doing the pre-grading. Everybody's smiling. Jean, it is I, Lu Wendong, who have apologized to my brothers. There was a hint of depression in his voice that, Tang San and the others are in court and I can't be there. The evidence of the murders of Tang San's men is overwhelming. The police department is literally finalizing all aspects of the process with flying colors. Today is the day they go to court. And Lu Wendong got the answer a long time ago. Tang San and the others will be sentenced to life. He's dying to go, but not at all. There are some things you can say but not do. The deaths of Mr. Lu Taigong and the others have hardly subsided. If one openly visits Tang San and the others in the courtroom, it's bound to cause an uproar. Would be detrimental to the greater good. That's why he's at home and can't do anything. Big brother, brothers willingly. My Lu Wendong's brothers came to this world to enjoy happiness, and now they have to suffer for me. Lu Wendong's tone was icy cold. He knows what his biggest fundamentals are. Without the defiance of these dead soldiers, I wouldn't be where I am today. I, Lu Wendong, swear that one day, I will pick up my brothers with a fleet of Rolls Royces. Let them come out of prison in style. The few dead soldiers inside the Lu mansion looked at their big brother with red eyes. It's a great honor to have a brother like that in my life. Gao Jin stood silently behind Lu Wendong. He's a quiet man, but at this moment the blood is burning. Big brother, there will definitely be that day. Lu nodded slightly. He's certainly not in a PUA. Sooner or later, he'll make the world bow down to him. Penitentiary. Lu pondered silently. In accordance with the regulations, with one visit per month. He wasn't going to look at his dead soldiers in that way. That's going to be a nerve-wracking experience for all parties. But that doesn't mean there's no other way. Justice of the peace. This imaginary position instantly flashed through Lu Wendong's mind. The justice of the peace was set up in the first place to target squires like him, with the authority to make arrests and assist in the governance of the place. The law and order on Hong Kong Island was chaotic at that time. There aren't enough cops. Therefore, the establishment of the post of Justice of the Peace to allow local township sages to manage law and order is imperative. But now that the framework of order on Hong Kong Island has been fully implemented, and the Justice of the Peace became an honor, but one of its privileges has not been revoked. Any Justice of the Peace can go on helicopter tours of correctional institutions, detention centers or other institutions, to ensure their effective management, and the right of no one to be treated unfairly or exploited. With this, Lu Wendong would be able to see his brother with a straight face. Also, prisons are man-eaters. Go and touch the Correctional Services Department. My brother Lu Wendong has to call himself a king and an ancestor wherever he goes before he can do so. 3 things to read. Favorite. Plus a reward. 52. Bud's on the doorstep. This is called professionalism. Bud, City Hunter, is affiliated with G4, also known as the VIP Protection Unit. It's a mighty Dakota. A lot of people who see her for the first time are fooled by her delicate, playful face. It's easy to think that this is just the flower of the force, pure and simple vase. In fact, she's the cream of the crop of the G4. Missions carried out by her have always been foolproof. Murder after murder in Luck's village. The dead were all very influential squires. Since Luck Mantung exposed himself that Hung Hing was prepared to deal with him, then the administrator must have made it a top priority. The truth is that nothing can happen to the Lujia village now. Otherwise, no one can afford it. And because of that, that's why they sent Miko, the best of the G4, on a close protection mission. Lu Wendong scrutinized the thunderbolt in front of him. Flaming red lips. Valiant. Officer, I don't see the need for that. This is Luck Katsuan. No one can hurt him. Miko unconsciously looked down at Gao Jin, who was as cold as a block of ice. This guy is supposed to be a master of his craft. She didn't want to be on this damn personal protection detail, either. It's just that military orders are like a mountain. She can't fight it. Sorry, Village Chief Lu. Miko said. The police will absolutely not tolerate any threat to your personal safety. If you have a problem with it, you can take it up with my superiors. Oh, it seems you're not very willing. Miko grimaced. I'm sorry, Lu Murakami. I was following orders. Lu smiled. Madam's still a bit of a hothead. G4? Yes. Common sense would suggest that you're not the only one? Miko was sarcastic. Sorry, Roku Murakumo. I shouldn't have come if it was normal. She's not wrong. The G4 VIP Protection Unit has always been responsible for protecting visiting foreign heads of state and important celebrities. Obviously. Although Mr. Luck has a little bit of popularity in the new territories, but not enough for the G4 to send a specialized team to protect it. Lu Wendong shrugged. It seems that there is some kind of misunderstanding between you and I. Miko hates the private use of public property. It's just that you can't help it if you're on the force. I'm not happy about it. We still have to do something. She then said, Mr. Lu, please tell us about your usual range of activities. Also, are there any close objects of the opposite sex? Even though he was being watched by Lu Wendong's gaze, her expression was still very natural. And, because that side may also become a point of concern, Lu Wendong twisted his head and smiled at Gao Jin. Jin, see? What's a professional? This one is called professional. Gao Jin bowed. Yes, big brother. Miko was speechless. No need for compliments. Madam, this is not a compliment. It's an acknowledgement. Lu said. The police force gave you orders to keep me safe, right? Yes. Miko felt vaguely bad about it. She emphasized under. It's to ensure your personal safety. The rest is not my responsibility. Lu waved his hand. We country boys don't have so many rules and regulations to do things. It's so rare to have someone as professional as Madam come over. It's not good to just let you stand and be a vase. Soon, Qian Tian and Zhao Tian, the head and deputy head of the security team, had already arrived. Bud's head's about to explode. Mr. Lu, I think you've misunderstood. Don't make me call your administrator to brag about how hard you work. Miko was shaking with anger and, these rich people are so hateful. You can do whatever you want because you're rich and powerful. Public and private use. It's definitely a private use of public funds. Actually, you should think so. Lu Wendong said leisurely. Our Lu family village has been plagued by many disasters lately. We absolutely cannot afford to have any more problems. Your help in setting up the defense system is a partnership between the police and the public. When the time comes, I'll have the townspeople send a few banners over by banging on the gongs and drums, so we'll all look good. I can't thank you enough. Miko knew there was nothing she could do to stop it. If he says so, he'll have to do it. Then he said with an icy face, how much you can learn is up to you. She's figured it out. 2. If we can increase the security of the village itself, I might not have to come over here and be this guy's bodyguard. Madam, single? Lu Wendong knew that this woman was definitely a single dog just by looking at her workaholic look. It's a shame. What for? Trying to pick me up? Ha? Miko bristles. Save your breath. I don't have a thing for rich people. Lu Wendong laughed. You can't say it enough. You can't imagine the joys of the rich. Yeah. Miko pulled out a rubber band and tied her hair into a ponytail. Said sidekick. Whenever you guys have a headache or a fever, I have to run my ass off. Let me be clear with you. I don't guarantee how much they'll learn. 53. Bullying my Lu family village? No way. A country boy farms for a living. I don't expect to make any money. So a lot of young people go to the city in their spare time and do short-term jobs or something like that. Some people get into associations doing all sorts of favors to make a quick buck. Lu Sheng from the big house is such a person. He's the blue lantern of the Eastern Star. Outside muff. I'm usually on the street with a couple of girls. You're lucky to make $1,000 a day. A couple $100 for bad luck. As opposed to the other idle young men in the village. He's doing pretty well for himself. Mayor. Shivering and ready to go to the floor on her knees. The mother-in-law. Lu Wendong hurriedly held on with a, "Granny, you're making me lose my life." She's from the big house. Lu Wendong swept his gaze to Lu Jiogong, who was at the side, followed by a look at Lu Shang, who was mummified on the ground. What happened? Lu Jiogong sighed. This loser helped the lady under him, and he got beaten up like this. His boss, the sandhopper, didn't care, and a couple of his ladies chipped in to pay for his medical bills. Granny cried out, "Village chief, I have only one son. What would I do if he died?" Lu Jiogong admonished, crying, "Ah, the doctor did not say it. The bone is broken only. A few months will be fine." Granny huffed and puffed along. But there's no telling how much it will cost. The loser usually spends a lot of money and doesn't save much at all. To put it simply, the Blue Lantern is the temporary worker in the society that can be shed at any time. It's normal that people don't care. Lu Wendong did not move and asked, "Jiogong, what does your big house mean?" Luxang was out getting money for the accident, and he didn't take his money back to the village. That's why the Lukes are perfectly capable of doing nothing. Lu Jiogong is also in a bit of a bind. He's just taken over as head of the big house, and this is what happens to him. If you don't care, I'm sure you'll be gossiped about. If you're in charge, then you'll have to pay for it yourself. It hurts. Lu Wendong looked at him for a moment, did not speak. No, that this guy is again guilty of the old fault of Gramps. Our Lu family village can't even be compared to Sister Feng. Shang's follow-up medical expenses will first be paid by the village, and then he will slowly pay back the money after he has recovered from his injuries. The buds on the side guards couldn't help but look down at Lu Wendong. Yoo-hoo, how can this pretty boy be so kind? Yes, yes. Lu Jiogong was overjoyed. As long as you don't let yourself pay for it. Anyway, he hastened to say, "Auntie, why don't you thank the village chief? Be grateful. Take the man to the hospital first." Of course Lu Wendong won't just show his kindness. The money must come from Eastern Star. Jiogong, who was the elder brother you just said Shang was following? Sandhopper. Lu Jiogong is straight up whining. That asshole is a total jerk. Simply treating Champ like he's dead. It's only fair to have rules and regulations. Jiogong, take Shing and the others to the hospital on my behalf. Hey. Miko has a very sharp mind. She judged through a few words that Lu Wendong was going to trouble the Sandhopper. Then he hastened to say, "Big brother, you're not a triad. Please don't mess things up, okay? I am the mayor of the Lujia village." Lu suddenly looked positively at Bud. "By the way, is my hair messed up?" This sudden and flirty maneuver almost flashed Miko's tiny waist. She said, dumbfounded, No. 4 eyes. The youngster is very handsome." Miko's pretty face reddened for no apparent reason. She muttered in her mind that this village chief was really quite pretty. And there's nothing redneck about it. Inform Zhao Tian to bring me the Sandhopper. More than 50% of the villagers in Lujia village are surnamed Lu. They're local clans. Usually, the village settles everything on its own. Lu Wendong, the village chief himself, plays the role of arbiter, responsible for the settlement of neighborhood disputes and other trivial matters. So far this is the first villager to come to the door and ask for help. It means a lot to Lu Wendong. We in the Lujia village don't cause trouble, nor are we afraid of trouble. Lu Wendong is a dragon and a tiger. The village chief is actually the emperor of the land. You can't hold this position by force alone. If you want people to come to your side, you have to put on a show. He's going to eat the Sandhoppers. Jesus couldn't even bail him out. Miko caught up. You should trust the police. Lu Wendong turned back. He asked, with a leathery smile, "So madam, why are you here? Why are there so many triads on Hong Kong Island? What do you need me as village head if the police are useful?" Miko was frozen in place. She's not talking anymore. A sense of powerlessness. "Madam, in this world strength is king. Do your job. The rest I advise you to stay out of the way," Lu Wendong said as he walked. "It's none of my business if cooks are out there doing whatever they want. Bullying people from my Lu family village? No way. 3 things to read. Favorite, plus a reward. 54. The anger of the villagers. Sandhopper, nicknamed the Golden Tiger. He's the head horse of Uncle Ben, the patriarch of the Eastern Star. It's been a big hit in the jungle lately. He lives by the principle that if you can be a bully, you can't be a good one. The lights are on. Hong Kong Island is known as the city that never sleeps in the Far East. It's a lot busier at night than it is during the day. Tin. A Lu family villager who was quite close to Lu Sheng weakly said, "Sandhopper, this hanging hair is inhumane. If you mess with him, you will be in big trouble. I asked you if this was the place. I didn't ask you to add your own drama," Zhao Tian said as he brought his gloves. The 3 dead men he brought with him were doing the same. A few people were wooden and not half as popular as they should be. The villager looked creeped out. It should be here. Brother Tian, that hanging hair is very recognizable. Anyway, the most arrogant one is. That's a pretty spot-on description of. It's like when Fine Grain was sorry that Xian Yu didn't even go to the mixing club. Sandhoppers are born to eat. Stand over there. Everyone knows this guy's not to be messed with. I've been going out and collecting debts faster than anyone else. Zhao Tian walks in with 3 dead men. One look and you've already seen the best sandhopper in the crowd. The villagers were right. The dangling hair is really recognizable. The throat rang as if it were thundering, especially the blonde hair on top of his head. Zhao Tian looked down. Sandhopper is surrounded by a dozen or so minions. There's a lot of people. He came forward in silence and his right hand had unconsciously been pressed to the back of his waist. There's a wrench in there. Rugged and durable. Better than a watermelon knife. Sandhoppers? Zhao Tian cuts through the crowd and taps Sandhopper on the shoulder. Side by side? Sandhopper turns around. Who the hell are you? Bang! The wrench slammed down. Sandhopper has fallen to the ground with a scream. The other 3 dead men also drew hammers from their backsides and smashed them into the minions surrounding the Sandhopper. They don't know any kung fu routines, either. Totally handlebars. As long as the watermelon knife is not vital. They don't even duck and let the watermelon knife hit them. And then a hammer blow in return. With this ruthlessness alone, the Sandhoppers were scared and ran away. The whole nightclub's a mess. The 4 of them, Zhao Tian, who was bleeding on his body, set up the golden hairy tiger and then walked out along the crowd. Tin? The villagers rushed to pull open the door of the car and he's on 2 legs and what's with the big scene? Zhao Tian is sitting still. He reached down and probed the Sandhopper's nostrils. And gas. That's what said. Drive. The 4 men in the dreary compartment helped to bandage each other up. There's not a sound in between. It seems like a trivial matter to them. 3 bonfires were built in front of the village hall. The fires are blazing. A couple of guys are tying across to a sandhopper. As long as the villagers in Lutkatsuan come with their children and elders. They looked at the sandhoppers on the cross with a strange color in their eyes. What's this doing? Tiny Grain and Little Jew had never seen such a savage spectacle. I feel like I'm back in the Middle Ages. It's all a bit of a shock. Rules, the Little Jew's mother-in-law murmured. This is the rule of the Lu family village. It's been decades. The village chief the older generation of villagers were both emotional and enthusiastic about they haven't seen anything like this in a long time. The crowd silently gazed at Lu Wendong in front of the cross. This village chief is young and ruthless enough. Really willing to stand up for the villagers? A strange feeling arose in their hearts. Folks, Lu Wendong looked at the blackened villagers in front of the fire. The inner sanctum is so peaceful. He's putting on a show, but it does help to do justice to the villagers. There is nothing to eat in the fields. Lu Sheng of the big house went out to work as a horseman for money. Lu's voice was not loud, but enough for everyone to hear. He's recounting how it happened. We're all about faith. Although Lu Sheng works as a horseman, he is conscientious and follows the rules in everything. Every time, I've paid the full count. It stands to reason that if he pays the money, the top has to cover him, right? Right. The crowd roared. The whole point of paying is to have a peace of mind. There's no such thing as taking money and not covering your ass. What's the result? Lu held his hands flat to suppress his anger. Lu Sheng's young lady was bullied by a prostitute buyer. He went to stand up for her. Is there any problem? No. The crowd has been set ablaze with emotion. The horseman received a favor on Miss. When the lady is hurt, he should indeed stand up for Miss. Lu Sheng did the right thing, but he was outnumbered and had his arms and legs broken. Lu wakes up Sandhopper with a backhanded slap. This guy, as Lu Sheng's big brother, doesn't even care and lets Lu Sheng lie on the street waiting to die. If those phoenixes didn't have a little conscience, Lu Sheng would already be dead. Shoot him. All the villagers were overwhelmed with anger. These triads are so powerful when they collect money. And when things go wrong, they're all over the place. They can't stand it. 3 things to read, bookmark, and add a reward. 55. If anyone tries to make us a dog today, it's going to be a fight. The sandhopper is dead. He was beaten to death by the angry villagers of Lujia village. Lu didn't stand in the way. He's happy to see it. It took a while for Bud to be released after being stopped at the Lu mansion. By the time she came running, it was too late. After venting their emotions, the villagers left in droves. Only Lu Wendong, Lu Jiogong and Lu Yonghuo remain. Nico fell to her knees, powerless. Lu Wendong, you're provoking the police. Nico whimpered and sobbed. It shouldn't be. A few minutes ago, she was expecting Lu. She felt that the man, though overbearing but at least there are some rules. I didn't realize it was all a hallucination. Call the police. I want to call the police. Miko yelled angrily. Lu Wendong, you set up a private court and disregarded human life. Wait to be sanctioned by the law. Report it. You report it. Lu Jiogong on the side sneered. These are the rules of our Lu Jia village. Believe it or not, you're going to get yelled at for hitting back? Capture all of us from the Lu family village if you can. From the demented line. Jiogong. It's not good to say that. Lu Wendong said in a conciliatory voice. Madam, she did her duty too. Grouchy people have no human rights with me. In the next second Lu Wendong had resumed his indifference. You can go. Call the police or whatever you want. Lu Wendong. I will definitely catch you myself. Miko stood up and she glared at Lu Wendong. The flames of anger inside her nearly burned her to a crisp. Hong Kong Island is not a place for you rich people to do whatever you want. There is a law here. Put. Lu Yonghua, who had been cheerful all along, didn't hold back. You're talking about the rule of law in front of us? I find it hilarious. Lu Yonghua said fiercely. Preaching the law, isn't it? You go and arrest those members of the New Territories Rural Executive Committee, and those Guilo. Yes, your superiors. Let me tell you, every one of them. Yonghua. Lu Wendong gulped. Say what? Dong, I have a brain plague. Lu Yonghua hurriedly stopped talking. Just kidding. Just kidding. From the demented line, Lu Jiogong glared back at him. Keep your mouth shut. The three watched in silence as the staggering Bud disappeared into the darkness. Mayor. Lu Jiogong whispered. Sandhopper, this hanging hair is the head horse of Uncle Ben, the white-headed one. He'll be furious for sure. Afraid? Points May. Lu Jiogong has kind of gone back to his younger days. He patted his chest and exclaimed. Village chief. Back in the day, I was the frontline soldier in the fight against the Ghostbusters. I wasn't afraid of gunfire. Would be afraid of those rotten boys? Lu Yonghua concurred. The white-headed Wang is fierce, but he doesn't dare to come to Lu Jia village. Otherwise he will beat him to death. Lu Wendong suddenly asked. He is the clan elder of the Lin family village, right? Lu Jiogong and Lu Yonghua's blood froze instantly. The whole thing is like a freezing cellar. Village chief? Lu Wendong said slowly. I've already gone through all of Lan Country Group's financial reports for the past few years. The Lin family village is backed by the white-headed Wang. A Ding Quan dares to ask for $5 million. He sneered. 5 million. This white-headed guy thinks we're ATMs. So you. Lu Jiogong is creeped out. He felt like he was getting to the point where he couldn't understand the village chief, the backwoods kid, anymore. With such a deep mind. Look at one step and count three. They're trying to scare the white-headed man with sandhoppers. Force the whiteheads to come out of the woodwork. It's not like I was born a murderer. Lu Wendong looked at the two with a full face. Of course I'm willing to talk if we can. It's just a shame that the whiteheads certainly won't talk to us. That can only be fought. Lu Jiogong instantly understood everything. The mayor did it on purpose. He's all about the sandhoppers. Even if it wasn't for Champ, the mayor would have found something else. Lu Jiogong lost his mind. So you let the villagers beat the sandhoppers to death. When the time comes, we can use this name to gather everyone again to fight the Lin family village the same way we fought the Chen family village. Lu Wendong smiled as he stepped forward to help Lu Jiogong brush the strands of hair from his shoulders. Jiogong, it's not easy for our Lu family village to get where we are today. What will happen if we can't eat Ding Quan of the Lin family village? Lu Yonghua on the side said quietly. Chen village will fight for nothing. Then other villages will follow suit. Give 5 million and they will dare to ask for 10 million. 20 million behind them. The Land Country Group will only be able to develop this phase. In the back, everyone continues to go back to farming. And the backwoods boys in the village go to the city to be cooks like Shang. And then we continue to be dogs for the 4 major real estate developers just like Lu Taigong before us. That's right. Lu Wendong patted Lu Jiogong on the shoulder. We were all muddy-legged before. And it was hard to get here. So do we go back and get hoes? Are you willing? Ungrateful. Lu Jiogong. His eyes are fierce. Word for word. It's not easy for folks to hold their heads up and be human. So if anyone still wants us to be dogs today, we'll have to fight. Village chief, don't say anything. I, Lu Jiogong, have an iron blood through and through. I will support you to the end in this life. Lu Yonghua stood out. Village chief, so do I. 3 things to read. Favorite, plus a reward. 56, there is loyalty and righteousness, and flowers bloom with prosperity. As Lu Jiogong said, the police were not at all interested in what Bud had to offer. Shut up. The Oni was furious to see that Bud was still pestering him. Watch your attitude. Everything is about evidence. Did you see them kill anyone with your own eyes? Ever? Miko's mouth dropped open and, by the time she gets there, there's nothing but a dead body. As for evidence, the whole village of Lujiazwang has been involved in this matter. Who will testify? Do your job, the ghost man said coldly. Your duty is to protect dignitaries, not to catch criminals. Miko said angrily, are we just going to let this go? It's the 90s, not the 20s, and clan rules can be bigger than laws? I know better than you. The Ghostbusters are getting impatient. You're emotionally unstable. Take a vacation and rest first. No need for a vacation. Badzahati. She just pulled out her papers and slapped them on the table, followed by a middle finger. Damn Guilo. I'll fire you. Fuck. The Ghostbusters stormed out. I'm telling you there's no chance of reinstatement. I'll get back to you. Miko slammed the door in anger and, she's had enough of these assholes. Every day in the office, all I do is blow on the air conditioning. They don't care what happens out there. On the other side, the news of the death of Shah Hopper, the Golden Tiger, has spread rapidly throughout Hong Kong Island. Causeway Bay Bar, Big Brother B and his party, who were drinking and boxing, were dumbfounded when they heard the news. How did that dangling hair, Golden Tiger, get into trouble with the Lu family village? I heard that there's a lousy kid in Lujia village working under the Golden Hairy Tiger, and it seems that he was beaten by a customer and broke his arms and legs, and the Golden Hairy Tiger didn't care about it. Just, asterisk. A shiver ran down the spine of the crowd. Do you have any Lucas under your command? No, right. Ask for clarification later. They were wide-eyed and, that's too mean, isn't it? Harder than us? The Side Bay Opie Weekly said. The country boy was originally ruthless. They either do not fight, a fight will be killed. What year doesn't a water grab result in several deaths? That's why my brother and I came to the city to join the club. Asterisk. Big Brother B laughed and scolded. Do you think Hung Hing is a welfare club? B. Chan Ho Nam is worried. The Lu family village acts so overbearingly. What if they don't accept the He Tu wine? No. Biggie B sucked in his breath. We gave all our knees. If they're not even satisfied with that, then there's only fighting. Do you really think we, Hung Hing, are made of clay? The lights are on inside the White-Headed Eagle nightclub on Bowling Green Street. A colorful crowd of cooks packed the nightclub to the rafters. They're waiting for someone. Tap. The eyes of the crowd could not help but look at the coiled staircase that an enchanting woman helped the gray-haired white-headed man walk down the woman was well-built, with a delicate face that, she's the mistress of the white-headed man. There's a nickname for it. It's called clamping you down. It's a favorite of the Whiteheads. The crowd greeted in unison. Uncle Ben. Everyone knows what happened. There is this life and there is no next life for a brother. Although the white-headed man is old, his eyes are as sharp as a hawk's, staring at a group of young men with goosebumps. He's got a teapot in his hand, and from time to time, I've taken a drag. The sandhopper is doing something a little wrong, but it's not so bad that he's going to be beaten alive. He said coldly, this is not only a slap in my face, but also a slap in the face of our Eastern Star. What do you say, guys? Fight. A group of people have raised their right hands in the air. Uncle Ben, beat those country boys to death. Good. All good brothers. The white-headed man coughed and then said, the countryside has its own rules. You'll go to the Lin family village in batches these days. You will be met there. Wait for my message then. Remember, you're from the Lin family village, not the Eastern Star. Clear or not? Understood, Uncle Ben. Only then did the white-headed man look at the crowd again and, everyone knows that I, the white-headed Wang, have always been clear about rewards and punishments, and whoever gets the most credit for this incident, I will not only elevate him to the rank of Red Stick, but I will also hand over all of the Sandhopper's territory to him to manage. With loyalty and righteousness, flowers blossom. Unfaithful and unrighteous. The white-headed man slammed the teapot in his hand hard and, according to this lotus flower, the crowd yelled, there is loyalty and righteousness, and flowers bloom. White-headed Wang laughed out loud. Jianghu people, good and evil also get the sword. Good. Worthy of being a good brother of my white-headed Wang. The whole house is on me today, so let's play openly. 3 things to read. Favorite, plus a reward. 57, we can't keep standing down there looking up at the view. When Mr. Luck Tai Khan led the new territory's country boys from 27 villages to fight against the Ghostbusters, turning the past into the present. Stiffen up the Guilo to give Dinkun. Although the people of Hong Kong Island and Kowloon hate Luck Tai Khan with a passion, but the natives of the New World are at his mercy. Today is the day of his funeral. All the squires of the entire new territories are here. Ho Kun, chairman of the Rural Executive Committee, Chao Kamchen, La Wai Hung, Liang Shukun and Chiu Chunming, members of the Rural Executive Committee. New Territories Councillor Chun Yenlong and all the New Territories governors are present. The Saikang side of the police station has 200 men led by Wang Kai-fa to help maintain order. There's even live coverage on Jade Channel and ATV. The scene was sensational. It's like the governor's funeral. The Hong Kong and Kowloon side has begun to ban earth burials. But Mrs. Liu had already bought a feng shui point decades ago. There was no such legislation in those days. So he can still be rich. Funerals are for the living. All the people of Luk Kok Suan, except those who can't walk. All of them were called out by Lu Wendong to send the spirits. And he practiced what he preached before. I'll personally support Mrs. Lu's spirit. Mayor, the burgers are really giving face. Together with him was Lu Jiogong of the big house, Luk Winghua of the second house, et al. Lu Jiogong said quietly, I've arranged a separate table for Chairman He and the others, so you'll have the honor of attending at that time. Lu Yonghua muttered, it's only right that he should honor the village head. This hanging hair is insatiable and has always wanted to be re-elected for the next term. Without the support of our Lu family village, he thinks. Come on, you're not whining. Lu Jiogong glared at him. Put all your at ease. The greater good is at stake. Lu Wendong, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Vin Hoa, next term you come out to run for Saikang district councillor. Blay? Lu Jiogong stumbled and almost fell down. A few others who were supporting the spirit rushed to stabilize the. Lu Wendong looked down at him with dissatisfaction. Jiogong, if anything goes wrong today, go back and I'll skin you. Saw Lu. Lu Jiogong knows that what he did was really wrong. If the coffin falls to the ground, then today's funeral will be a disaster. He weakly said, Village Chief, Yang Hua, he's stupid. Then you go. Lu Wendong said, are you old enough? Lu Jiogong certainly has this idea, but it's just a thought. Hey, I'm just standing on the shore to see what's going on. Yang Hua, what's wrong with you, brat? Why don't you thank the village chief? Lu Yonghua came back to his senses. He stammered, Village Chief, I don't have confidence in myself. I just have faith in you. Lu Wendong said nonchalantly, our Lu family village must have its own political power. And when the time comes, not only will you have to be on it, but so will others who are in a position to do so. Members of the new territories district councils, the Hyunyi Cook Executive Committee and the Legislative Council must all have our people. For the first time, he revealed his ambitious ambitions in front of Lu Jiogong and his friends, instantly startled them with chills and hairs. The mayor's heart is too big. I'm not afraid to eat my stomach. The entire new territories is home to half of the population of Hong Kong and Kowloon, and also the largest number of plots of land. It can be said that mastering the new territories is tantamount to mastering the whole of Hong Kong. Of course Lu Wendong won't give away this piece of fat meat. By the way, how's the house hunt going for you guys? Lu Wendong doesn't lack money in his hands now. Recruitment is imperative. It's not like he wants to spread the dead too thin, so you can only drop your eyes to the area around Luk's village. Looked. Luk Kaokong has claimed credit. Village Chief, I've talked to Yanlu and Irfan villages next door. They can sort out almost 200 houses. It's all livable. Paying rent and hiring auntie to help cook and clean. They'd wake up laughing in their dreams. Lu Yonghuo also hurriedly said, Village Chief, I've also found 100 sets here, with the same conditions. They looked at each other before asking, Mayor, what's the point of collecting so many ancestral houses? I have a group of brothers coming over. For 300 houses, 1,500 dead soldiers can be recruited according to the conditions of the system. On behalf of Lu Wendong, he's going to throw away tens of millions of dollars at once. The monthly expenses will also soar to over $10 million a month. It's not a small amount, but Lu has to do it. Phase 1 of the land state group will start coming in soon. Then his main focus can be on acquiring subsequent rights and opening up other businesses. Lu Wendong has always believed that there is a world of talent. Money for people is the best deal in the world, as long as he's got enough money. And he sheds. Lu Jiogong and Lu Yonghua looked at each other. The mayor's ways are wild. Hundreds of them before, and now hundreds more? I don't know where he gets his men. Another big move. Village Chief? Lu Jiogong laughed dryly. Will it be too explosive? The world is a big enough place to have fun. Lu Wendong lifted his foot up the hill. After looking up at the view from below for so long, it's always our turn to take a seat up there. 3 things to read. Favorite, plus a reward. 58, cemetery property, transactions. The grave of eunuch Lu was specially commissioned by a feng shui master to point it out. The gas is overwhelming. Wa Gai Bao Dang. Lu Wendong's group of people stood quietly at the edge watching the feng shui master direct the burial. Wan Shan and Lu Yong you were crying at the grave. Lu Jiogong was envious. Taigong really enjoyed all the scenery in his life. Everyone honored him when he was alive. And when he was gone, he still had this precious cave to shade his descendants. Lu Yonghua nodded along. We'll be in deep. When the time comes, we'll just be going to Baofu Mountain to get a 5-star shady house. Lu Wendong's mind wandered. Cemetery property? He remembered. It seems like every time a graveyard appears in a Hong Kong drama, not only is it densely packed, and the shady houses all seem to be very small. Unlike the mainland, even if it's a cemetery, the ancestors also had a few square feet of resting place that, without moving, he asked, grave niches are expensive? Wow. Mayor, more than expensive. This burial ritual is cumbersome. It's been a long time, too. Lu Jiogong again deliberately wanted to brush his presence in front of the village head. Then he said, Hong Kong and Kowloon are so expensive that we have to live in a building with thousands of people when we are alive. And there is not even an inch of land for us to enjoy on our own when we are dead. Speaking of which, I blame the mobiles for hoarding. He cursed angrily and only afterward did he add, Village chief, you just came back and may not be too clear about this aspect. Cemeteries are out of the question. You may not be able to get one even if you wait a few years. There are only 7 legal private niche factories, and an ordinary niche costs around 200 Hong Kong dollars. 000 to 600 Hong Kong dollars. 000. Damn. These vampires. Lu Jiogong poo-pooed it. Real estate is not as profitable as niches. Just put and earn only half to hundreds of thousands of dollars. Pick. Die cannot afford to die. Oh, Lu Wendong is slightly rare. This one would be geo-biased. Where his predecessor was, he paid $1,000 for a cemetery plot. That's why you can't really feel the shortage on Hong Kong Island. Then we'll get one of our own. Lu Jiogong and Lu Yonghua are numb. The mayor really does get paid for what he does. It doesn't matter if we get a water truck. After all, it'll give folks a whole new way to make money. Private niche factory? Lu Jiogong weakly said. Village chief, this is not good to approve. Lu Wendong's gaze drifted backward and down. Jiogong, it's all in the eye of the beholder. This kind of thing doesn't need to be a headache for us. They'll take care of it. Lu Jiogong looks back down. It dawned on him instantly that, Mayor. Lu Jiogong sneaked close to Lu Wendong and whispered, exchange? Okay, Jiogong. Lu Wendong seems to be smiling. Starting to learn to eat your brain. I'm afraid of falling into the water. Lu Jiogong snapped. Recently, I've been having the younger generation read the Three Kingdoms to me. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became that Luk Katsuan is definitely in a position to develop this private niche factory. As soon as we get the authorization, it's as good as nothing. This money, Mayor, is this thing going to be part of the Lukoku Group? Although the Lukoku Group is also a village property, but half of the shares belong to Wan Shan and Lu Yongyu. Lu Wendong shook his head. The Nether Mansion is for the benefit of the villagers, so that the villagers can feel at ease in their 9 springs. It's not a good idea to mix too many interests, so the village will engage in it itself. Yeah. Lu Jiogong and Lu Yonghua are both very agreeable to this. Married daughters splash out water. We are benevolent enough. Nor can any bargain be divided among outsiders. The world has not even begun to take shape yet. They're already thinking about the future. It's human nature. Lu was not surprised. He had realized early on that, if you want people to come to your senses, you have to give them real money. Banners and verbal accolades alone can only recover loyalty on paper. The plasterer started sealing the coffin. Lu Wendong and the others went down the mountain after offering incense. They're busy. A banquet has been set up in the village and is waiting to be served. Lu Wendong, as the new village chief and chairman of the Luk Kwok Group, Mrs. Luk's white affair was a rare channel for him to communicate with legislators in a dignified manner. Mayor, drink less. Lu Jiogong and Lu Yonghua are just like 2 generals. It's useless to drink with this group of white eyes. Don't be so mercenary. Rudd is massive. Plus, his physique has now been strengthened and, even if the country liquor is soft and strong, he's not going to go down on the spot. It's all folks. Lu Jiogong laughed dryly. The mayor's drinking capacity is tops. To put it mildly, he looked down in front of him and then hurriedly said, Village chief, Chairman he and the others have already gone in. The Rural Executive Committee is in fact the Rural Council, is an advisory organization on rural affairs in the new territories, consisting of 27 rural committees, having their own ex officio seats in both the district councils and the legislative council, is a very important organization. This is especially important for the indigenous people of the new territories. Good thing too. It's time to get together with the burghers and exchange ideas. 3 things to read, bookmark, and add a reward. 59, Mayor Lu. Who else is qualified if you don't take this seat? Lu Wendong. He has the technology to have the technology, the strength to have the strength, and the looks to have the looks. You need economy. You need a wife. You don't need a wife. He's definitely the most sought-after young man in this part of the new territories. The point is he's also the village chief, a proper squire. Not only do big girls, little girls-in-law and widows crave him, men crave him, too. For example, These rural deacons in the room right now. He looked at Lu Wendong with a greenish color. Nothing else. The election of the new Rural Executive Committee will begin soon. I don't care how much we try to play up and flout democracy, but a ballot can never be faked. And where do the tickets come from? Villagers. Mayor Lu, the current chairman of the Rural Executive Committee, Mr. Ho Kwan, has put his stance very low. He bent down and shook Lu's hand. I've been wanting to come over and pay my respects in person for a long time, but those geezers keep screwing up and having these stupid meetings. It's all my fault. Village Chief Lu must bear with me. The courtesies of the people must be demanded. Hong Kong Island is a place that talks about democracy but is not democratic at the same time. The term of office of these members of the Rural Executive Committee is one term of 2 years, but is eligible for re-election, and re-elected for an indefinite term. In other words, theoretically, these commissioners can be re-elected as long as they want, until they can't do it anymore. Everybody's got a heart. The most important thing in life is to serve the people. He Kwan is 57 years old, but he felt that he could still work for the general villagers of the new territories for another decade or so, as long as we can get our wishes fulfilled. You can kowtow to the master of Qi. He's not the only one who thinks so. The other rural deacons think so, too. Lu may not be able to get them elected for sure, but it's definitely possible to keep them from electing that. So there's a lot of prioritization going on here. A group of people attentively invited Lu Wendong to sit in the chairman's seat. You're all welcome. I'm young and virtuous. How can I be good enough for this position? Lu pushed back. Chairman He, you are highly respected. You still have to be invited to sit high. Mayor Lu. Ho Kwan is pissed off. Despite his age, his speech was loud and clear. Who else is qualified for the seat but you? If you don't take this seat today, then everyone will have to eat their seats standing up. Yeah. The crowd chimed in. Mayor Lu, you're a popular person. If you won't sit down, what will you do to us? Lu sighed. Everyone is so gracious. I can't afford to put on airs. He sat down peacefully and, only then did he raise his hand. Have a seat. The people then sat down with smiles on their faces and, that's really the way it's always been. Without going into the rest of the new territories, Luk Katsuan is the absolute king of Saikung. When Lu Taigong was around, he was a dragon and a tiger. The other village chiefs dared not choke on the pressure, although he's not in parliament. But whenever there's a big event, he's invited to the meeting. Originally, they thought everyone could breathe a sigh of relief after the big mountain of Lu Taigong had gone. Who knew that this Lu Wendong who jumped out was just like Lu Taigong when he was young, and more bossy, too. One word and you'll be serving Qinjia village. Even that local snake in Saigon, Big Fool, was so scared by him that he ran back to Qin village to avoid trouble. A few other villages that were ready to blow up their thorns have been honestly making quail. It looks like Luk Katsuan is going to be back as the bully again. Then, of course, their attitude must be the same as before. After all, we want to continue to serve the people of the new territories. Lujia village having a village chief come out to preside over the situation is really a relief to me as an old man. He Kwan got up and helped Lu Wendong pour a drink. The NTs will have to count on the village chief to take the helm in the future. I'm just a country boy. Lu Wendong took the glass of wine with a smile. If you all give me face, just call me Wendong from now on. I don't mind if you call me Brother Dong. Here's a toast to the council members. He's sitting on his ass. He Kwan and the others hurriedly stood up. Dong, let me make a statement here first. The new territories belongs to us new territories people, and all the Guilo and real estate developers have to step aside. Lu Wendong looked at the crowd with a tiger's eye. Can't forget what our roots really are. Dong, don't say anything. He Kwan finished drinking a full glass of wine. My whole attitude is in the wine. Who dares to apologize to the new territories? Heaven will judge. Lu Jiogong and Lu Yanghua, who followed the accompanying drinks in the crowd, were excited. It's a done deal. The mayor, he's overbearing. These squires will never dare to play any tricks again. Luk's village will be as majestic and dominant as it was when Eunuch Luk was there. And they believe that with the village chiefs means they can definitely take it to the next level. Because the mayor's methods are really ruthless. There's a lot of brothers out there, too. In the countryside those two things alone are enough to be a bully. Not to mention the fact that there's the Lu family village behind it. The two men were ambitious. Once upon a time, the Lu family village was almost split up because of the Lugua group. Born a Luk Mantung to put the three-house relationship back on track. Lujia village will be even more prosperous than before. 60. Benefits are never mutual. Lucas are mingling, but Huang Chifa and a bunch of other cops are out on the road in the cold. A couple of cops couldn't help but spit. What the hell is going on up there with the airplane? People have big fish and meat. We don't even have a cup of tea. Exactly. We can't have tart mingsen over pineapple buns, can we? Alright, all of you. Shut up. Huang inspired a shiver down his spine. There's no cover in this hellhole. When the wind blows, it's so cold. We'll close the line when the big boys break up. Hey, a few people sighed. These guys are going to hold Lu Wendong's stinky feet. With the pissy nature of the countryside to eat flowing banquets, it's impossible not to get into it until the middle of the night. A bunch of people looking at each other in disbelief. Pick. Doesn't that mean we all have to drink the northwest wind here all the time? That's right, head. A man said mysteriously. Have you heard? Huang Chifa slapped him on the head. Brat, are you still unable to change your old habit of being an undercover agent? A secret joint? The crowd laughed. Ah Tao, you have to go to the rooftop. That's how it's done in the movies. The man snapped. A little mystery. I've heard that the white-headed man from Eastern Star is shaking people up in preparation for messing with Lu Wendong. It's not about that. Huang Chifa is too lazy to care. Sandhopper's death is well known, but the people don't report it to the authorities. The geezers don't even know about it. I don't give a about myself. You guys don't mess around in here. Huang Chifa said. If Lu Wendong keeps messing around like this, I think he'll have to go to Baofu Mountains sooner or later. That's still better than us. Baofu Shan is a 5-star shady house. The crowd laughed and said, we'll be lucky to get to the permanent graveyard. Crunch, crunch. Lu Tianming from the third house came with a few folks pushing a wooden cart. It's topped with layers of boxed lunches that, officers, you are lucky that the village chief is too generous to let you drink out in the open. One for each. Blay. Wong inspired a bit of drooling, though, but has its own bottom line. We're doing something. Okay. Lu Tianming was dismissive. Dong has already greeted your administrator. He's got a smile on his face. You know, we in Lujia village know the most about police community cooperation. Huang Chifa spat out blood. I won't eat your Lujia village's food even if I starve to death. Almost got it. Lu Tianming's instinct was to look at these cops and be offended. For historical reasons, the Hong Kong government is basically indifferent to the new territories. The cops are the ones who wash the floor. Doing something? It's better to burn incense and worship Buddha. Who are you showing this arrogance to? Lu Tianming pointed down hundreds of cops. What? Make your buddy drink with you? Pride faces a million waves? With a wave of his hand. Leave the stuff here. Let's go. Head. The cop on the side secretly whispered. Don't be upset with your stomach. ICAC doesn't care about boxed lunches either. He went up and opened it to look down. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Now Lujia village point so rich? Roast goose. Several people came forward to open other lunchboxes and, it's true, abalone all the way. Head. Huang Chifa saw that his brother's eyes were going green. They can only wave their hands in anger. He followed by calling over the fellow who had just given the material to the, you go and light him up a bit. We're cops after all. We can't just sit back and ignore evil. For the record, I'm definitely not over this boxed lunch. The man understood. There's a reason why A-Head can zap jobs. He's as good at lying with his eyes open as the bigwigs. He nodded his head repeatedly. I understand. I understand. Don't worry, A-Head. We are mainly to prevent the evil from happening. On the other side, after 3 rounds of drinks, seeing that everyone is getting into the swing of things, it was only then that Lu Wendong slowly revealed his intentions. I am not talented. I am prepared to set up a Wendong Benevolent Hall charity fund with an initial investment of $10 million, mainly for caring for our widows and orphans in the new territories and supporting them in their lives and afterlife. Hokwin and others applauded. Dong, you are really great. We in the new territories want squires like you to take the lead. Hong Kong Island's related elderly care, medical care and charity funds are well developed, but these would have little to do with the new territory's countryside farming. Over here, a lot of old people literally work in the fields all their lives until they die. Enjoy. It's nice to be able to catch ticks in the sun in front of the house every day. However, Iquan and the others knew that Lu Wendong would never speak such words for no reason. There are prerequisites for being a great benefactor in this world. People have to make money, too. How can you do good deeds without money? Should we just give the old man a banner? It's all about money, after all. They looked down at each other. Iquan then spoke again. Brother Dong, everyone here today is one of us. Whatever works for the good of the townspeople, count us in. 61. Who is in favor and who is against when I have finished speaking? Lu Wendong had given himself a very clear goal from start to finish. Money. He's going to. Potential. He wants it too. What's better than doing good deeds and getting money at the same time? How about the added joy of tying the villagers of the new territories to his chariot? Everyone knows it. Folks are suffering. It's hard when you're alive. It's hard when you're dead. And you can't afford to die. Can you? Hequan's eyes lit up. Dong, you don't want to start a private factory for bone niches, do you? That's why I often tell Zhou Gong and the others that the new territories will never work without Chairman Ho to preside over the big picture. Yeah. Lu Jiogong hurriedly stood up and took a stand. The village head said it at least 3 times a day. Lu Wendong did not move and glanced down at Lu Jiogong. This guy can't even act as a comic relief. That's so lame. I think I'm going to have to hire some professors and teachers to train these guys. He Quan humbled himself. That's only if Brother Dong gives the word. I'm just all about public service. The group looked at each other and smiled. Lu Wendong nodded his head then. A bone niche moves hundreds of thousands of dollars. Where do folks die? I'm going to do a pilot project in the Saigon area outside first, with each commune as a unit coordinating the shares, with the same external price, and a direct 30% discount to the end for the members of the membership unit. He smiled and looked very amiable but it's unstoppable. I'm sure the folks would have thrown in the towel if they had known that the deacons had a hand in it. A bone niche out there costs $200,000 at the cheapest. Even a long life store, a store that puts in bone niches, costs several $1,000s a month in rent. The average person can't afford to die. Lu gives 30% off, which equals $60,000 for the cheapest. If this news gets out to the outside world, it could break the threshold of his house. Maybe he'll be worshipped as a god in 100 years. Ho Quan is convinced. The youngsters are ambitious, and do things in a measured way. What if they were all uniformly 30% off? He's guaranteed that it won't get done. But for the new territories proper only. There's a little bit of resistance but not too much. After all, there are only a few 100,000 local residents in the new territories. And this is really a low-income group compared to the urban population. A lot of people take the urn and run to the mountains to secretly find a place to bury it and pull it down. They don't even dare to make sacrifices. Are folks willing to do this? I can't afford to buy a niche. Dong. He Quan stood up and asked, how big are you going to get? Let's start with 200 acres up front. Lu Wendong said nonchalantly. And don't be too flashy. Take your time later. Bleh? The crowd froze. 200 acres isn't pompous, is it? The Chinese Forever Cemetery is only 147 acres. They swallowed hard and a normal niche is only about 0.04 square feet. But the asking price is $200,000. You can't even buy that easily. 200 acres? Nearly 130,000 square feet. A group of people were shocked by Lu Wendong's big appetite and their cold hairs stood on end. Isn't that tens of billions of dollars of big business? Dong. Ho Quan is numb. 2. He can be the chairman of the board of aldermen. And he's certainly worth a lot of money. But this side of the Lujia village is moving tens of billions of dollars in big business. He really doesn't dare to compare. Will it? Would it? He said with difficulty. Would that be too much? Lu waved his hand. We rednecks just like big spaces and big sites when we do things. It's only 200 acres. Don't we have that much land? There is, that's for sure. The crowd murmured. Tens of billions. The township committees have 20% and I, Lucas Village, have 80%. Then I, the Lujia Village, will donate 20% of this amount to the Wendong Benevolence Hall Charity Fund to care for widows, orphans and young children in our township. There is also a small share set aside for powerful people. When I'm done talking, who's in favor and who's against? Dong, don't say anything. Ho Quan heard that the township committee was able to get 20% in it. The blood was boiling. That's at least a few $1 billion in profit. Why do people want to continue to serve the people? Of course I want to serve myself while I'm serving. Anyone who messes with money is disrespecting who they are. I, Big Head Quan, am here to put it out there that whoever dares to mess with the townspeople's afterlife is messing with us. The Township Executive Committee. To mess with our Rural Executive Committee is to mess with the hundreds of thousands of people up and down my township in the new territories. He Quan viciously said. Villagers' bitter high price of bone niches long also. The Legislative Council have to deal with it. That's right. The other Executive Committee members also stood up and they've all turned into hungry wolves. Just take care of the niches. Everyone will become millionaires, at the very least. And now there's the ding rights development going on in Lucas Village. If everyone gets on this train again, becoming a billionaire is easy. Anyone who dares to make a fuss about this is messing with the townspeople. God's punishment. Brother Dong. Even if it's just for the sake of the townspeople, this matter must be accomplished. 3 things to read, bookmark, and add a reward. 62. Dong is very angry. A squire is a snake. Their most important job is to stabilize order in the township. And in the meantime, get yourself some favors. Lu's proposal is, of course, to rake in the money. But it'll save folks some bone-dry money while they're raking in the dough. And the old people and children of the village will also benefit from it. It's a total 3 for 1. On top of the tens of billions of dollars in business, by the way, then the whole golf course is of course smooth sailing. The banquet has been reserved with Lu Wendong blushed and waved at Lu Yangwa. Come on, brothers. Lu smiled at a rod of drunken townspeople and This is Lu Yonghwa from my second house, a diligent and honest person. I'm going to let him replace Taigon's position as a member of the executive committee, so we'll all take care of each other in the future. It shall be. It shall be. The crowd laughed. It's not surprising that Luk Katsuan deserves a seat on the rural executive committee. Even if Lu Wendong doesn't mention it, they'll have to find a way to pull this off later, to honor our ancestors. Lu Yonghwa was trembling with excitement. He clasped his hands. I'll listen to everyone from now on. He Quan hurriedly said. Take care of each other. Take care of each other. The most important thing is to work for the welfare of the townspeople. On the side, Lu Jiogong's eyes reddened as he watched. This brat Yonghwa is really lucky. What's so great about being young? Lean. The drinks are over. Lujia village has regained its usual calm. Lu Wendong walks out into the cool breeze. He had a jolt. The little Jew standing in the doorway stepped forward in unison with fine grain. Wipe your face. Wipe your hands. Village chief, you're not the drunken 8 immortals. How can you drink for an afternoon? How can I trouble 2 great beauties to come and serve? Lu Wendong teases. What's the point? Secretaries are starting to care about their bosses even when they're off duty? I'm afraid you'll die drunk and there'll be no one behind you to pay me. The little Jew is nothing else. He's a tough talker. Where would I find such a good job? Isn't it? Fine-grained and slightly unnatural. She had wanted to sneak over to Lu's house at night to help Dong quench his alcohol and defeat his fire. I don't know what's gotten into the Jews that they have to drag themselves outside. Yeah. Fine grain of dry laughter. It's true that you can't find such a good job. Lu Wendong laughed out loud. This little Jew guy just likes to talk tough. Sooner or later, it's going to go into your own pot. The village is a little monotonous now. Lu gave the 2 PUAs. Don't worry, you guys. In a few years, we'll be a little tip-top here. Wow, you are divine. But I don't know. Mayor, that's quite a nice thing to say. The little Jews are talking, but she really believes that. Because the land boat project includes a variety of types of commercial real estate, condominiums, offices, and homes. It's like a satellite town when it's all developed. It's gonna be a blast. She had a longing look on her face. When the time comes I'm going to open an ice room and fix myself some stocking milk tea when I'm not doing anything. The little Jew blushes and jumps away. She touched down her right leg. I can't believe you're so salty. Be careful, I'll sue you for sexual harassment. Fine grain. You'll have to testify for me when the time comes. Lu Wendong shrugged. I thought you were wearing neat silk, but I didn't realize that you weren't. Wow. The little Jew huffed and puffed up. Paying and touching for nothing? Tiny Grain had to be reminded. Is it possible to pay more money to play? Little Jew with fluttering eyelashes. Her pretty face instantly turned red and, I shucks. Nice try. As soon as she pulled Fine Grain up and turned her head to run. Don't stay with this salty guy. All these bosses are perverts. They just like to subterfuge. Lu touched his nose. That's why the ancients were not wrong when they said that alcohol makes you crazy. But this little Jew is so clueless. What's the point of dragging tiny pieces away? Tongue, he drank so much today. You're on fire right now. The little Jew, as an innocent girl not yet knowing the cold. But my sister-in-law is very experienced in this. One of the dead soldiers stomped over. Big brother, Mrs. Fu's side said she has something to find you. She said it was too late in the evening to come out and there would be gossip. But then again it was important. A smile flashed across Lu Wendong's face, followed by coughing down and said to Lu Jiogong and Lu Yonghwa, sister-in-law might be a bit upset. I'll go and take a look. Village chief, this is important. You should hurry. Lu Jiogong and Lu Yonghwa nodded their heads in succession. You're the village chief. It's only right that you care about your sister-in-law. Demented line. Talk like you're doing something. You guys get an early night too. It's no secret that Luck Mantong and Mrs. Fu are involved. Anyone with a heart in the village knows that. But an unmarried man, one hasn't remarried, especially in the countryside. There's a lot of trouble at the widow's door. It doesn't matter to anyone. Lu Yonghwa secretly said. Mrs. Fu is really blessed. Young Fu, this rotten boy married the township flowers, still do not know enough. I heard that before he often go outside a double shot. Keep your voice down. Lu Jiogong whispered. She's so pretty. If she doesn't hook the village chief she'll have to go out and be a broken shoe. Fertile water does not flow into other people's fields. The two of them smiled and walked away together. 3 things to read. Favorite. Plus a reward. 63. He has ambitions. Fulfill them. Sister Fu was still recognized as the flower of the village. She went for the cool department. But in the interior of the country, it's all fire and brimstone. Black silk under a little halter neck dress. In the light, she looks like she's made of jade. Mayor. Mrs. Fu's eyes are like silk. I've been waiting for you for a long time, and I have a belly full of things I want to tell you. Sister-in-law. Lu Wendong said that widows are attractive. It's true. That's the charm. That's why so many people speak of old Chow Chow. It doesn't matter what words are spoken. What matters is that I can help you. People's sewer pipes are clogged and they want to ask the village chief to help fix them. Tongue, he's a serious maintenance man by trade. I don't know how many clogged sewer pipes I've fixed in my life. His sister-in-law's demands are nothing to him. When Lu Wendong did his best to repair the sewer pipe out of already late at night, the moon and the stars, he looked up at the sky with his arms folded. The beauty of the river and the mountains. It's mesmerizing. Big brother. Gao Jin bowed. Word from Monopoly. He has found a site and has also connected with arms raider Zuni Wang. The spirit of Hong Kong and Kowloon is freedom. Its philosophy is implemented in all corners of the world, especially in the area of maritime transportation. Goods are free to come and go. That's how it became the international trade port of the Far East. It's not uncommon to mix powder and munitions with large shipments. As a result, it is also a distribution center for white powders and arms in the Asia-Pacific. Tanks, airplanes and artillery are bad buys, but AKs, carbines, shotguns, bombs, whatever. It's not worth it if you find a way in. Monopoly is the land of money. It's been a few days since I was separated from Lu Wendong to do the trade of weighing gold on a big scale. I'm getting somewhere. He has demands? Gao Jin returned. The tycoon wishes to invest another $10 million to purchase all the corresponding equipment to perfection. And then he's also hoping that he can add a little bit more manpower. This kid's guts are really more than sharks. The ambition is to win. Lu smiled. Since he's ambitious, well, one certainly can't stop that. Let him, and give him 105 more to help make up a fighting company. You deploy. Gao Jin added. Lu Tianming informed the material given by the cop that the white-headed Wang was shaking people. Lu Wendong smiled proudly. What's the point of all this? You've been waiting for this day, haven't you? The most jumpy of the several villages surrounding Lujia village is Linjia village. If we don't get it right, Tung's life has been a waste. The white-headed man has set up a stage to sing such a big show, and we can't be spectators. Lu Wendong is walking and talking. Since he wants to sing the dragon and phoenix fight, we'll accompany him in this play. You arrange for some smart brothers to collect wind outside, and touch the Lin family village side as well. The lights are still on in the hall of the old mansion. Fun is sitting over on the couch with a hand warmer, dozing off. Lu Wendong relaxed his footsteps, did not expect to wake up the dozing Fun. Aya, Wendong, you're back. Fun stood up with joy and, I've warmed up some sobering soup. Have some. In fact, Mrs. Fu has already helped Tung to sober up. However, he still warmed his voice. Sister, from now on if I come back late you go to bed early. That won't work. Fan looks down. I'm used to it. She didn't say anything, but Lu Wendong knew she was talking about his own old bean. Good. Lu Wendong laughed. Then it was hard for sister to help take the soup. The sweet and sour plum and hawthorn soup is very refreshing to drink. Lu Wendong marveled at it. Sister Fun, if I didn't want to give up on you, with your skill, I would have to help you open a dessert store. Fun's crow's feet are showing from her smile. I'm glad you don't mind. She saw Lu Wendong finish his drink and, so they went up and started cleaning up. Sister, I need a favor from you for the next 2 days. Lu Wendong laughed. I am going to start a mansion. When the time comes, you pick and choose. What kind you like? We will build what kind? Ha? To build a new house? Sister Fun was overjoyed. If the master knew that Ah Dong was so competitive he would be very happy. But I don't have to pick. I'm a country bumpkin who's never seen anything. That won't do. Lu took his napkin and wiped the corners of his mouth. Fun will build whatever she likes. It is the principle. If you don't help then I won't be able to build it. Dong, you're a promising. Sister Fun looked at Lu Wendong seriously with her plate. If I can see that you can live a peaceful life and spread your wings, I will be happy to die. Sister, it's not good to say such things. Lu Wendong said softly. You're the last family I have in the world. You must live a long life. When that time comes, my Lu family's children and grandchildren are still waiting for you. That 3 things to read, favorite, plus a reward. 64, I don't want the process, just the result. Explosive soldier. At the lobby, Lu Wendong leaned back on the sofa and was smoking. The occasional insect chirps in the middle of all the music. Gao Jin estimated before whispering. Big brother, the brothers have been squatting over at Yao Ma Ti. The guy was sneaky and didn't follow anyone. He's talking about black chai. Of course, unlike a club, a housebreaker is not a club. There's no fixed turf. All levels are also cut and separated. Even if we find the feet underneath, it won't help. That's why we haven't found anyone yet. Lu Wendong calmly said. I don't want the process. I just want the result. Don't tell me how hard it is to find blackwood even if you have to turn Yamati upside down. Send another man. System alert, $30 million have been deducted. You have recruited 1,000 primary dead soldiers. You have recruited 500 intermediate dead soldiers. You've improved your health a little bit. Congratulations to the host. Your physical fitness has been upgraded to D+ upper. You have gained the new skill gunfighting, and your current realm is 9 ranks. Your ironcloth shirt realm has been raised to the current realm of 5 items. Your gunfighting realm has been raised to the current realm of 7 ranks. Congratulations to the host. The storm is successful. You get the movie and TV character Sushi, Black Man. You set a new reporting location, and the dead soldier will arrive at your designated reporting location within 1 hour. Plus new recruits. Lu Wendong already has 914 dead soldiers in his hands. If you count the stick boy from Luji Azui, equivalent to the 3,000 or so people he can use at once. It's so big it's scary. Lu Wendong smiled coldly. These kooks want to compete with themselves for more brothers? Tougher than that? That chicken from Chen village before wasn't fat enough. It's a good opportunity to make use of the Pak Tao Wang incident to make the 74 villages in Saikang not dare to make any noise, and to help you collect your own labor rights and land. At this moment Lu Wendong was ambitious. There's a world for everyone. He's going to eat the whole of Saigon first, looking at the new territories, and then we'll take care of the whole Hong Kong 9. Some brothers are coming over. Lu beckoned Chantian to approach. You go and arrange it. By the way, how's the situation checking out on Fin's side? Xian Tian said. Sister Fin's family seems to have one distant relative left. A great nephew called something like Chiu Gang Ao. Seems to be a cop. Just in time. Oh. Lu Wendong smiled. Royal Qi? Guess the kid doesn't even know Fin. He mused under. Pay attention. He is ruthless, we can't be unrighteous. At least when the time comes there will be someone besides us to offer incense to Sister Fin. The cornerstone will be laid tomorrow. Lu Wendong stood up and expanded his chest. It's been a long time waiting for today. The groundbreaking will be followed by the official opening of construction. The entire Lujia village will be closely surrounded by the landboat project. This mudblood is awesome today. Lu Yongyu finished the burial and only drank a glass of wine before pulling Wanshan away. The village is full of flatterers. She can't watch. Did you see that? He's a god. Lu Yongyu flung herself on the bed and almost scratched the pillow. Daddy, he died a horrible death. Wanshan knew that she was actually unable to accept the difference in status. Once upon a time, she was the little princess that everyone held in the palm of their hand, and in the twinkling of an eye they are discarded. It's really hard for the average person to accept that. The foundation stone will be laid tomorrow. Wanshan said slowly. This aircraft carrier of the Land State Group will officially set sail. You know that, don't you? I secretly had the accounting team do the math, and using the most conservative scenario at the moment, the incoming revenue from the Land Country Group's real estate project won't be less than $20 billion. Normal profits would not be less than $4 billion. Lu Yongyu looks up. There was no longer any sadness on her face. Go on. A few days ago, the representative of the 4 major real estate developers, Situ Guang, came to see me. Wanshan went forward to help Lu Yongyu to let her go and sit down on the sofa, and made her another cup of her favorite Blue Mountain coffee and brought it over, and only then did it say, those old foxes are thinking the same thing I am. He asked, you should know what I come from? Lu Yongyu's eyes lit up. She couldn't help but stand up. Listing? A warm and proud smile appeared on Wanshan's face. That's right, the stock market. He's a serious Wall Street trader. Rose and rose in the stock market. I can't say I'm invincible, but his record so far has been pretty impressive. Yongyu, I want you to know one thing. The actual value of the Landboat Group can be calculated on one hand, but its invisible value is priceless. Wanshan seemed like a general who had crossed the sands at the moment, with a look of pride on his face. Real estate projects may only be in the tens of billions, but the stock market can make hundreds of billions. I ask you, can you bear it? Yes. Lu Yongyu jumped into Wanshan's arms. Wan sir, the proudest thing in my life is fancying you. I will never regret it. Wanshan's tone was suddenly icy. Then you should always tell me about the little private maneuvers you and Along have been making in the past few days. 65. Give and take. Give and take. Give and take before you can gain. Wanshan has never blushed with Lu Yongyu. The sudden change in color was so horrifying that she could barely stand. Lu Yongyu's blood was frozen all over his body. She stiffened and pushed Manzan away. You, how do you know? Although Wanshan couldn't bear it in his heart, but fearing that she would jeopardize the current hard-won situation, she continued to pull a face and said, you're acting like a Secret Service agent every time you go out these days. He was both distressed and disappointed that, never in a million years did I expect this woman to look shrewd but the truth is, it's so stupid. Do you think I'm blind? I'm just going to check on him. Lu Yongyu is as cold as ice. Aaron has done a lot for the Land Country Group before. Old Bean's gone, and I can't do what people do when they're gone. I don't think so. Wanshan knew he couldn't afford to be soft. He knows exactly how crazy this woman of his really is. Lu Wendong is not that Lu forever. Aaron is very active these days. Wan Shan looked out the window at the Victoria Harbor with his hands behind his back. The night is fascinating and bustling. No worse than Wall Street. I'm not a white eye, he said, faintly. So I hired a private investigator to take a look. Why are you asking me if you know everything? Lu Yongyu exclaimed. She walked around as if she were a madwoman clutching her hair and, that's right, I can't stand it. On what grounds? If this Lujia village were not for old Bean leading things, they would have been mud legs for the rest of their lives. For the rest of their lives without my old Bean, could they be as rich as they are now? They all owe me the Lu family. What's wrong with getting some money to discuss Lu Wendong in the process? Lu Yongyu raised his head and stared at Wan Shan dead in the face. Tears came to his eyes and, no? Wan Shan's heart softened. He couldn't help but hug the struggling Lu Yongyu. I can understand your feelings, but that's not the way you do it, he said quietly. Can't you see that Lu Wendong comes from a mysterious background? The whole of the real Lu family village is full of his people. I can even notice that something is wrong. Do you think he won't be able to find out? Lu Yongyu instantly stopped struggling. It's cold as ice all over. Terrific, terrific, he killed me too. Lu Yongyu threw herself on Wan Shan's shoulder and whimpered in pain. Dead and gone. Mrs. Wan. Wan Shan held Lu Yongyu upright word by word. Husband and wife are one. How can you do this to me? Lu Yongyu's eyes are red. She looked down and sobbed. I'm sorry. I didn't want to get you involved. Wan Shan sighed. And talk about what is involved or not. Suddenly he remembered Lu Wendong's ever so breezy face. This young man should have known that already, right? It's just that it's been holding back and waiting to see what happens. If he strikes, how can I escape? What then? Lu Yongyu immediately panicked. She did want to be angry, and to make some extra money on the side. Now, listening to Wan Shan, there's a good chance that they already know about it. I couldn't hold it in. Wan Shan, think of something. There is a way, but it requires your cooperation. Wan Shan has certainly been thinking about this for a long time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have suddenly mentioned this piece to Lu Yongyu today. Count on it. I beg you. Can you hold your tongue for me? Wan Shan softly said. We'll figure it out together later. Okay? Real estate plus stock market. You just have to trust me. There's definitely a way to get behind it. Good. Lu Yongyu said seriously. Shan. For you, I can take any kind of anger. Good. Fluttering gentleman Wan Shan's face floated up silk vicious color. His solution is simple. He's showing weakness. Send your knees straight up. Lu Yongyu's pretty face was green and white. She's not happy about it. That's why it's so hard to make up your mind. Need? Wanyama. Though he looks mild. In fact, he's very determined at heart. The stock market may seem like nothing more than a string of numbers but the thrill behind it is more than the blood and guts of the fight. Those who hesitate and wander will not survive and win in the stock market. This world is very realistic. If you're good, you'll be worshipped as a god. If you're not, you'll be stepped on more. Mansan paced slowly back and forth with his hands behind his back. That's what Taigong told me when I first made contact with him, and it made sense to me. Now that she's sitting high on the stage, even if you have an idea, you still have to have a chance to get close, don't you? I'll go. Lu Yongyu smiled miserably. Shan, don't worry, I definitely won't involve you. Mrs. Wan, you're overthinking it. Wan Shan's eyebrows suddenly glowed with a strange color. When I first joined Wall Street, my seniors once told me a saying, and now I'm telling it to you for your encouragement. Wall Street's all about making dollars, and any good or evil has nothing to do with us. Dollar is dollars. You know that, right? It says on the back that we believe in God. At the end of the day, everyone in the world would like to be friends with the dollar. As long as he still cares about dollar, then surely he will forgive your recklessness this time. 66. If I, Lu, want to eat meat on the table, someone has to get off the table. Wanyama makes a good point. No one is going to stand by and watch a great situation go down the drain. Tomorrow is groundbreaking day for the project. As the massive aircraft carrier begins to set sail, there's no way Lu Wendong would ever turn his back on the god of fortune. Wan Shan, at a time like this, the land house. Lu Wendong, who had been sleeping soundly with his arms around fine grain, rose with his clothes on. Big brother. Wan Shan brought Lu Yongyu over to apologize for his offense. Lu sighed. His right hand index finger and middle finger hollow clipped down. Gao Jin has handed over cigarettes. Big brother, want to go down? Of course I'm going. Lu Wendong smoked cigarettes at the corner of the building in silent contemplation. Wan Shan is as smart as a monkey. Looks like he's the one who discovered Lu Yongyu's little move. Brambles? That's a good idea. After a cigarette. Only then did Lu Wendong descend the stairs with a robust and powerful stride. Tap, tap. The stairs became the world line. 3 pairs of eyes drifted into focus and Lu Wendong instantly brought a spring breeze to his face. He walked down the stairs with a big grin on his face. Mr. Wan, what does this mean? It's not good to show off a couple's little love affair in front of outsiders. Lu Dong, Yang Yu, she doesn't know anything. Childish temper. Wan Shan is an elegant gentleman, even though the heart is in a state of flux at the moment. But on his face, he still had an air of calmness but she's hanging on by a thread now, and I hope you can forgive her. Wan Shan was about to continue speaking. Lu Wendong had interrupted him with a smile. Mr. Wan, not so much. We are partners. Lu Boy Group wants to develop also need your strong support. He didn't move to look down at Lu Yangyu, who was tied up 5 times. Not to mention, this guy Wanyama probably went to the Orient to learn rope art. Very professional. I don't want to know what it's about. It would be a knot in my stomach. And when the time comes it would be unattractive instead. Lu Wendong had a frank look on his face. He treats people with sincerity, with a look of employing a man who has no doubts. Mr. Wan, no matter what happens, as long as it's closed then I'll pretend it didn't happen. Can we all work together to make the Land Kingdom Group bigger in the future? Mansan froze. He'd envisioned many scenarios before he arrived, but never expected Lu Wendong to be so breezy. Don't even want to know what's going on. He hurriedly said. Lu Dong, you know, my whole heart and soul are pouncing on the project of landboat real estate. It is my child, and I sure hope I can raise that child. Lu Wendong laughed. That's it then. We'll raise this child together and let it grow healthy and strong. He turned to Lu Yangyu again. Mr. Lu, everyone is tired of living in this world, and everyone wants to spread their hearts. I'm sorry to hear about Tai Kung. His tone suddenly turned cold and ferocious as if they were hungry wolves running out of the snow in winter. But that's the way the world is. Anyone who wants to get on the table and eat meat, and so do I. Lu Wendong, there are only so many seats. If I, Lu, want to eat meat, someone must get off the table. I'm kindly picking you to get rich, but you always want to go against me. For the sake of Mr. Wan, no matter what you've ever done, I'll just pretend I don't know, but not always so lucky. The murderous aura in Lu Wendong's gaze was like the strong wind in the sky. It can scrape flesh and blood hard enough to bone. I'll tell you one last time, and it won't happen again. Lu Yangyu shivered. She feels like she's in infinite darkness and there's a pair of pupils too large to imagine looking at you. It wants to swallow itself practically hairless. Don't dare! She screamed in terror. I won't dare again. Lu Wendong instantly changed his smiling face again. He went forward and affectionately took Wan Shan's hand and said, Mr. Wan, you came just in time. The foundation stone will be laid tomorrow. I, Lu, am a first-timer. I don't know much in this area yet. Just in time to ask you for advice. Why don't you hurry up and untie Mr. Lu? Silly, go make a pot of hot tea and come here. Wan Shan looked at the yin-yang face and cold sweat at his back. Even his clothes are soaked through. It should, he said, dryly. Lu Dong, I'm not going to lie to you. In fact, I'm also a first-timer. Lu Wendong laughed loudly. That's good. We brothers just study the study. To save embarrassment. Wan Shan and Lu Yangyu didn't know how they got out of Lu Wendong's house. An icy cold wind swept over the necks of both men and it sent a shiver down their spine. You're right. He's very attached to the Land Kingdom Group. Lu Yangyu had been talking to himself to comfort himself after getting into the car. He wouldn't dare. Shan, you did it. You did it. Manzan started the car without saying a word. Lu Yangyu yelled like crazy. Why don't you say something? Why? You calm down. Wan Shan waited for the car to drive out of the Lu family village and then slowly said, he has a tiger in his heart. Yangyu, I hope you can read a book when you have free time. Wan Shan looked at her and said seriously, there is great righteousness in the book, and heaven and earth may give you spring and fall. If you want to be human, you must enrich your brain. He looked ahead and sighed. Lu Wendong, he is not simple. We have to wait for the right time. 3 things to read, favorite, plus a reward. 67. The most important thing between partners is communication. The so-called foundation stone is really just a shovel and a pose. But for a pose like that, it took a lot of hard work for the Lujia village to get where it is today. The 6 lion dance teams were divided into red, yellow, green, blue, purple and green to form a long dragon all the way to Lujia village. Firecrackers and gongs. Liang Kuan stood under the podium with Silly Chang and his newfound porn star, Fong Ting, and was watching the ceremony. What a scene. Liang Kuan marveled at I thought the country boy was poor, but I didn't realize he was shaking. Times are changing fast. Silly Kung, no wonder I can give you $50,000 at once. I should have come by myself last time. Boss, you'll be gossiped about if you come by yourself. Silly Strong said with a grin. If it wasn't in the name of Ms. Fawn's performance, I'd be tempted to advise you not to come, or Big Brother B wouldn't be happy. the more upset he is, the happier I am, Liang Kuan said indifferently. This asshole. I'll kill his whole family sooner or later. Ting above the edge listened with trepidation and, it's not easy to come out and be a star these days. She also heard people say that Hung Hing Liang Quan is rich and powerful and absolutely covered. That's why I've come under his name. It's just that for the past 2 days there's been something wrong. Big brother, I'm just going to go up and dance on it later, right? Pretty Quinn turns his head. He rubbed his chin and scrutinized Fontaine carefully. Not to mention, this woman is a real catch. Skin so soft you could pinch it. Plus that superb ball. He was on fire. Don't say I didn't take care of you. Pretty Gone wouldn't really just send a woman over to dance. He said, hoarsely. You've seen the scene. I'll bring you to drink with village chief Lu later. If you're lucky, you'll be out of your misery. Fontaine froze. You're going to drink and play with them before you even make your debut? Big brother, I sell my art, not my body. Idiot line. Liang Kuan rolled his eyes. How much money can you get from selling your art? Why are you so stupid like silly Chang? Use your brain and take a good look. Will you? He's not only a village chief, he's also a real estate developer. What a show. Wow. Pretty Quinn sees a pretty boy walking to the podium. Then he asked, Silly Kung, is that village chief Lu? Yeah, that's him. Fontaine probed and looked. On the podium stood a very handsome young man with a godly look. A well-fitted suit that you can tell is handmade and upscale. Those eyeballs seemed to be able to see right through. She had the uncanny idea that it would be nice to eat, drink and be merry with such a handsome man. Liang Kuan applauded hard. Ma, I originally thought Chen Haonan was already pretty enough, but I didn't realize that this Lu village chief was even more godly than him. Lu Wundong on the podium nodded and smiled at the crowd. Today marks the beginning of the official launch of the Land Country Group. As the head of the Lut Kwok Group, he has to speak on behalf of the public. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is an era of trip cooperation, and there has been a philosophy that we, the benevolent people of the NT, have been upholding. That is, the most important thing between partners is honesty and trustworthiness. I don't know if everyone agrees with that statement. Lu Wendong did not move to look down at Wan Shan, He Quan, and the others on the stage, and then continued. But I think the most important thing in collaboration is communication. If there is a communication problem, then the connection between us and our partners will disappear. It puts partners at risk. Lu Wendong looked at the evilly handsome Koan in the crowd again. This guy is very recognizable. Orange and red suit. A look of being hollowed out. A congressman is not a congressman. Powerful people are not powerful people. I'm sure it's the beautiful Gon who was asked to come here on his own accord. The pre-Goodfellas mini-boss. He continued, unabashedly. This is a matter of life and death and it is very important. So we need a good bridge of communication. It is when a partner is in distress that we can reach out in time to save him, to rescue him, lest he be vanished. This is the way to show true integrity. The applause was thunderous. Lu Yongyu under the stage was shivering with cold. She watched the beaming Lu Wendong walk down the podium to shake hands with a group of participating squires and counselors. Suddenly, she remembered the scene from last night. I'm really shallow. This young man's city is unmeasurably deep. Having been watching everything silently, like a crouching tiger in the forest, they're waiting for the right moment to come out and devour people. For thinking that I could disgust him, I've been a clown. Yongyu, calm down. Lu Dong is coming over. A smile instantly piled up on Wan Shan's face. Lu Dong, the speech is awesome. Like the king's speech. Thanks. Lu Wendong held Wan Shan's hand tightly. Mr. Wan, last time you left quickly without accompanying the burgers for a drink. You can't run away from the battle today. It has to be. Wan Shan was all smiles. Disgruntled Mr. Lu. I'd just eaten something in advance to pad my stomach. You'll just have to wait and see how I play later. Lu Wendong laughed. I have Mr. Wan's helpers who are bound to kill them without leaving a single piece of armor. 3 things to read. Favorite. Plus a reward. 68. I'm a man who separates grudges, so I'm going to give you a chance. After the laying of the foundation stone, of course, there was the banquet. Lu Wendong specially called Wan Shan over to accompany him. This guy is very brave. The vendors are sweating as they run the gauntlet. Dong. He Quan clinked glasses with Lu Wendong and said softly, don't worry. For the sake of the townspeople, it's definitely fixed. Drink more. Lu Wendong patted the back of He Quan's hand with a smile on his face. There are a lot of gods and goddesses here today. It's not good to neglect any of them. Sorry. It should be. Huchuan said hurriedly. We're family, so we can just order whatever we want. And it's important to take care of those big shots out there first. On the other side, Silly John, who had been put in a separate compartment, was eating furiously. As he ate, he didn't forget to comfort the somewhat manic Liang Kuan. Boss, there are so many rich people here today. Mayor Lu will have to take care of them one by one. It's better to eat something to pad your stomach than to wait around stupidly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I don't think you should be called Stupid John. You should be called Father John. What's with all the preaching? Liang Kuan slapped down the table. You're a starving ghost, aren't you? You look like you've never eaten any good pork with me. Silly Strong said weakly. It's not like you've ever taken me to eat good pork. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You stupid boy. Liang Kuan is on fire. If it weren't for the guy's loyalty, I'm going to have to give you a couple of smacks. Nah. Liang Kuan looked over at the blushing Fantine. Today it's Big Brother, I take care of you. Later on whether to sit in a Mercedes or a Mazda. You think it over. Big Brother. Fong Ting weakly said. Big Brother. What if he doesn't like women? Liang Kuan momentarily froze. That's a real possibility. The upper class has played with too many waves. Not to mention the fact that 3 squashes are better than 1. It's true that there are a lot of bigots who go on dry trails when they get tired of the waterways. He couldn't help but look at Silly Strong. Boss. Silly John jumped up with a jolt of fear and, Village Chief Lu, he definitely likes women. Really? His secretary is so hot. Showtime. Liang Kuan is a bit of a yin-yang, not to take a piss and look in the mirror. People are looking for a pretty boy. At least it must be a brother of that kind of level. Nah, you heard me. I'm sure as hell not going to threaten or force you. He's bullying. The compartment door opens. The expressionless sushi walked in to scrutinize and look down at the 3 people. And before turning back, Big Brother, people are. Liang Kuan quickly shut up and stood up. He had a hunch that today's meeting is very important. It could very well change your destiny. Lu Wendong walked in, smelling of alcohol. It's been a long time. Liang Kuan rushed forward and reached out. Lu didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Liang Kuan with a smile on his face. I am a serious businessman. I only shake hands with my business partners. Liang Kuan, blessed to the spirit, hurriedly said. Lu Village Chief. Little brother I Li Chen Kuan opened a Chen Kuan Film and Television specializing in film. This is my bodyguard Silly Strong. That is my company's newcomer Fong Ting. Lu Wendong then smiled and shook hands with Liang Kuan. Sit. Fong Ting hurriedly stood up to charge the waiter to help Lu Wendong pour tea. Beauty is like jade, the hand of a man who has been perfumed by his own hands. Lu Wendong glanced at him. Boss Li is a blessed. I'm just making a living. Liang Kuan thought to himself. What's this guy up to? It's obvious that he asked himself to come here. What's with all the posturing? I've heard that Mr. Li also hangs out in the jungle? Liang Kuan coughed. Lu Village Head, you know. In Hong Kong Island this side want to do business if no manpower to help is certainly not. When I was young and ignorant before stepping on the wrong road. But you can rest assured that I Li Chen Kuan has now washed his hands ashore to shoot a movie. The Jianghu has long been regardless of the matter. Lu smiled. I thought it was normal that with this guy's mental skills Big Brother B couldn't play him. I heard that Hung Hing is also a registered company? Liang Kuan did not know what kind of drug Lu Wendong was selling in his gourd. What's with all this shooting? It's a little hard to follow for a while. Village Chief Lu really has a good ear. Liang Kuan said. We Hung Hing is really a company. In the business and industry properly registered Hung Hing Trading Company. Paying taxes. Lu Wendong waved his hand. You guys go out. Silly John said stupidly. I have to protect the boss. Liang Kuan was speechless. The demented line came. This is the land of Lu Village Chief. A tiger is not as good as a groundhog. If he wants to touch me, unless you're Rambo, take Ms. Fawn to wait outside. Liang Kuan knew that Lu Wendong must be looking for something for himself. His mind was racing. Hung Hing? What is this mayor up to? Here, smoke. Lu Wendong and Liang Kuan were the only 2 left in the box. He threw over a cigarette which slowly said, I'm a man who keeps his grudges clear. Before you put material to me, for whatever reason, this sentiment has to be remembered. Since you came over today, this favor I'm ready to return to you. Lu Wendong looked at Liang Kuan with a smile on his face. Fong Ting hasn't become Jiang Tianxing's woman yet. Biggie B didn't punt, either. He's had people collecting wind in the jungle before. That basho has been done away with by Chen Haonan and others to become the nutrients for the rise of Pretty Boy South. In other words, if one's memory is correct, this guy's already gearing up for the top. So I'm going to give you a chance. 69. Big Brother B is my beloved family friend. Liang Kuan was nothing more than a street vendor selling fish eggs back in the day. After being charged a couple of times for protection, he realized he was doing it all for someone else's profit. So in a fit of pique, he joined a club and started making money. Chopping Changxing Boy in 78. Doing away with sandpaper in 83. In 85 years into the tip of the East Ping dropped Chen Shi, though he's halfway to the top. But by virtue of being ruthless enough and having a sharp brain, he soon made a name for himself in the jungle. Liang Kuan suffered a loss when he entered the club-tied job as a straw shoe. Otherwise, he could be the rightful holder of the fit. Lu was very familiar with the plot of the first so I also know very well the person of Liang Kuan. This man has ambition and means. There's money and there's people. It's only because of the main character's aura that it's not working. As for how could the fights and killings among the cooks be in his sights? I heard that you Hung Hing and Sun Qi are the only ones in Hong Kong who are under the family rule, and the kingdom is eternal as they pass on from generation to generation. The Jiang family is deeply rooted. Liang Kuan said without moving. Dong, you didn't find me here to kibitz, did you? If it's a blowjob, I'll ask Ms. Fong to come in. She hasn't made her debut yet, but she'll guarantee you a good blowjob. Lu Wendong laughed out loud. Although Lu, like women, I don't want everything. Liang Kuan, the purpose of my being a human being is to have food for everyone. John's family has been sitting in the center tent for decades. Times have changed. Everything is about democracy. You've been looking up at the scenery down there for so many years. Don't you want to sit up there and look down at the scenery below the stage? Dong, I just thought you were joking. Liang Kuan stood up like nobody's business. The wine and food are good. Next time you have time to come to Causeway Bay, I'll treat you to seafood under the hands of the boat lady. Today is your best chance. Lu Wendong didn't make any attempt to stay. Instead, he said, without skipping a beat, Big Brother B will be coming over in the next 2 days to give me a peace offering. And I'll raise Big Brother B if you don't give me the satisfaction. Asterisk 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 dot. It's the first time I've heard such a threatening one. He turned his head. Dong, you can just wear a suit and tie and be your man. Why do you have your hands out so far? Big Brother B and I are in the same club. He's a beloved family friend of mine. And there's no conflict between the two of us. Lu Wendong smiled. That's true. You do have a large amount of people screwed off your big tens of millions of dollars are still your beloved relatives and friends. Liang Kuan sat back down. He kind of saw that. This Lu Wendong is just trying to mess things up. Speaking of which, Hung Hing doesn't seem to have offended him much, right? Brother Tung, what do you want? Come out to be righteous. I am loyal to Hung Hing. I'm a man of vengeance. Whoever offends me he will definitely not have a good life. You've been in Hung Hing for so many years, without merit. Lu Wendong's voice was full of compulsion. We believe in kings and queens. The Jiang family has prospered for decades. It's time for someone else to go up and see the scenery. Could it be that you, Li Qian Kuan, want to carry the name of Straw Shu Kuan for the rest of your life? Liang Kuan's scalp went numb. He felt that there was a huge, immense python coiled across it seemed as if it was ready to swallow itself to the bone. Dong, don't make fun of me. Pretty Gon looks around and talks about it. Who in the Jianghu does not know that I Liang Kuan loyalty and righteousness? Your words I just pretend not to hear. Lu Wendong smiled as he stroked his palm. That's why I came to you. It's a matter of honor. But righteousness can't be a meal, can it? Unless your Li Qianquan's family is running a bank. You can sit back and ignore tens of millions of dollars. Otherwise, if you want to seek revenge on Big Brother B, Zhang Tianshang will be the first to not let you go. At that time the godly Li Qianquan will become a lost dog. Liang Kuan applauded. Wow, Dong, I now realize that you are also a screenwriter. This jungle love is really crooked. Someday I will definitely help you to make it out. He followed the turn of phrase. Mr. Chang, you really had bad luck when you ran into Brother Dong. He only sent his knives to teach you a lesson. But you had to dig up his roots. The beautiful Kuan to engage in 7 to engage in 8 speak a whole lot of suddenly asked. Brother Tung, it's just an outlet. Should we be so desperate? You're not doing anyone any favors. Yes, Lu Wendong said. I want your channels for foreign cigarettes. And by the way, I also want you to help me find someone. He vaguely remembers that Liang Kuan seems to have failed once. The latter was able to make a comeback because of the support of powerful people in the mainland. Tung's always been a fan of ready-made food. It's a waste of time to go from nothing to something, since he's got his eye on Gani. Well, this guy's gonna have to do it. The pretty Kuan sank into a stony face. This Lu Wendong knows too much. Why does a village headman act like he knows everything about the world? As things stand, he could only ask stiffly, and how can I help? Dong, you can't just tell me a platitude and then encourage me to fight in the front? You're sitting back in a fishing boat? I'm not here for a stupid line. 70, she's actually the face of the show. Liang Kuan left with the foolish strong in the air, and left Fontaine behind. It's like what Lu told us. Tung, he's got a thing for women. This Fontaine has all the looks. You need a body. You need a body. You're more beautiful than a flower. It's definitely in line with Tung's requirements. As a symbol of his friendship with Liang Kuan, Fontaine naturally switched to Dong's man. Dong, Fontaine stammered and asked. What should I do? She's in a bit of a mixed mood. It doesn't feel good to be given away as a commodity. But that's the way it is in Hong Kong and Kowloon. A beautiful woman, even a TV star, is just a vase. It's just a difference in value. For example, A tycoon's car and a mansion are the only two things that make a woman's life worth living. Lu Wendong couldn't help but smile as he looked at the fine grains that trotted over to him. You are the future big star. Of course you are the spokesperson. Tiny Pellet and Fongting were stunned. Advocate? Lu asked instead of answering. How are the assembly plant manpower and equipment? 3 days. At the mention of this fine grain look a little exuberant. Before that, she was just a little girl. You have to dress up like a ghost and go out and steal cars every night. In the blink of an eye, you're the boss's wife. This status drop made her feel so good that she flew off the handle. I'm already contacting local car dealers to get some cars over first to see their handiwork, so that when the water trucks come in they can get right on it. Lu Wendong saw that she had arranged things in an orderly manner. It doesn't even require any extra effort on your part. Then he laughed. I'm already looking for someone to make a connection on the mainland side. It's all in time if you do the math. Only then did Fine Grain look suspiciously at Fongting. This woman is so big. It's kind of embarrassing to watch. She asked jealously. We're doing a water truck. We don't need a big boobie as an endorsement, do we? Fongting glared at Fine Grain. What big wave girl? People have names, okay? Cut. Tiny Grain skimmed his lips. Those who don't know would think it's a cow. The two were smoking hot the first time they met. Lu Wendong thought it was just right. You can take the opportunity to arrange for Fongting to go to Mrs. Fu's side. Then Tum will be able to enjoy the corrupt life of Queen Yi and Queen Ing. Well, we're all on our own. Lu made a pun. Ms. Fong, the conditions in the village are a bit humble. So let's put it this way. It's not good for me to condescend to you. The second house's rich sister-in-law, she's living alone now. You're just right to keep her company. Tiny Grain was instantly a little happy that she was really worried about this big boobie getting placed in the little Jew's house. 2. You'll get pinholes. I'll take her then. Take her to the little Jewish side for induction first. Lu murmured. Top a secretary first. Ms. Fong. Lu Wendong smiled gently. I'm really sorry. The business hasn't started yet, so you'll have to make do. It's okay. Fontaine belabored. Wow. This pretty boy really has a face and a heart. That's not what we were talking about at the dinner table. We said we'd sell our bodies, not our art. And now in the capacity of a secretary, the rich really know how to play. She's got a big smile on her face and, Sweetness said, people listened to the village chief. The fine grains were instantly 3 times more wary of. This woman is so Thai. Let's go. Let's go. She beckons her hand. The most important thing here is to have rules, and never think what you shouldn't. Fontaine surveyed the fine grains. This woman is pretty hot. Though, not much, though. She looked down in sudden realization that okay then. Fontaine had a little innocent look about her. I'm here to work, not to a man. Whoa. You. The fine grain turned back. Where did you work before? Give me a name. Her old-world demeanor immediately shocked Fongting. Hung Hing? Hung Hing? Fine Grain raised his voice. I hate Hung Hing's boys the most. Those rotten boys are not moral and inhuman. Luckily you're abandoning the darkness now, or else you'd definitely be miserable back there. Fontaine laughed dryly. It doesn't feel like much of a pitch. You still have to climb into Tum's bed at night? But remembering Dong's pretty boy look, she didn't feel like she was at a disadvantage. Then he chimed in. Yeah, that's why I asked Dong to give me a job to start. Oh. The fine grain is moved to compassion. She's got the look of a little girl, but she's still got some innocence left inside her. You're lucky. Fine Grain stopped and waited for Fongting to follow before saying, the village chief. This person has a cold face and a warm heart. As long as everyone is at ease with their work, it's no worse than eating Jianghu rice. At least I don't have to be as scared as before. 3 things to read. Favorite. Plus a reward. 71, Killer Hung. Tang San is my brother. Killer Hung is a section officer in the Correctional Services Department. That's not his real name. Of course. Once upon a time, he was a good public servant ready to serve the public. But after getting cut up by a short mule once while out drinking for no reason, and he changed. He hates all short mules. These people are scum in his eyes, ready to be euthanized. Outside he was clueless, but in prison he's the boss. The tortured prisoners are in agony, and that's how they got the killer bandit. The minibus stopped at the entrance of Lu's village. It's become a big construction site. The yellow dust is flying from the incoming and outgoing earth-moving trucks, gravel trucks and cement tankers, almost out of reach. Killer Xiong had just gotten out of the car when 2 people greeted him. Brother Xiong? They have a picture of Killer Hung. Compare it to the next before adding. Big brother is waiting for you at the construction site. Killer Male was slightly apprehensive. He's in prison for his crimes and his misdeeds, but the people out there aren't gonna take him seriously. At that, he asked, is there a mistake? A man's expressionless face emphasized down. Brother Xiong, don't keep my big brother waiting. Of course Lu is looking at the construction site. Well, technically he's looking at the sales floor. The most important thing after the completion of the foundation stone is, of course, the sale of uncompleted flats, also known as Phase 1 flats. Customers can't just come over and look at a construction site. There needs to be a place for them to dream. The sales office is where it's at. He's got two other colorfully dressed rotters kneeling at his feet. Killer Hung knows them. Those two assholes were the beginning of his nightmare. The blood had almost frozen in his veins. Standing over there with his face in a state of uncertainty. Oh, Hung is here. Lu Wendong beckoned his hand. Come over and talk. He kicked a rotten kid off his feet. A grudge is a grudge and a grudge is a grudge. Hung, as you like. Pounce. Killer Male couldn't hold back his inner rage at all. The blood rushes straight to the head and he was so excited that he went up to the two rotten boys and punched and kicked them. Drag it again for me. Lu Wendong stood by and watched. A dog bites a dog. They're no good. Anyway, it's irrelevant. He certainly wasn't helping out as the Punisher. Rather, it's because he needs Killer Hung to help take care of Tang San in prison. It was clear to him from the beginning to the end that there's only one way under the sun to get someone to listen to you willingly. That's giving him what he wants. Killer Hung's nightmare is these two rotten bastards. I gave it to myself. Then there must be a reward. Lu Wendong silently watched Killer Xiong cry and fight for several minutes, and only after having him pulled away. Hung, in a word, do you want them dead or alive? Die. I want them to die. Killer Male's eyes are red, with bloodshot eyes. These two assholes can't atone for their sins. If it wasn't for them, how did you become a celestial eunuch yourself? The hatred of the dead. How can you not report it? Soon, even Killer Hung. The three men were taken to a makeshift warehouse. There were 2 empty tin buckets in there. A bunch of cement that's been pulled over. The shovel was dropped at Killer Hung's feet. I understand how you feel. We men are big on revenge. May you bury your pain. What do you want? Killer Male is sweating like a pig. Of course he wants revenge. But he doesn't want to be a pawn in someone else's hands. I have a couple of brothers who have committed some offenses. And coincidentally, they are all in the Department of Corrections, which you are in charge of. Lu Wendong said nonchalantly. Prison is a man-eater. And my brothers are honest men. And I don't want them to get into unnecessary trouble. Understand? Tang is practicing his promise that if you treat me like a national hero, I'll repay you like a national hero. Tang San several people paid for his rise to freedom. At the moment, Lu can't do much more than that, but he can still make Tang San and the others safe in prison. Killer Hung is the best person he's ever picked out for the job. Tough, covered. With this guy around, Tang San and the others should be able to get by in prison. Tang San? Killer Male muttered. 6,753? Xiong deserves to be in this business. Lu applauds. Was the deal fair enough? Killer Male turned his head to the two rotten boys on the floor and their pupils were filled with fear and begging for mercy. The more I look at him, the more I hate him. Having begged for mercy himself in the first place, why won't you leave yourself alone? I'll just keep them safe. Killer Male said. Woodenly. I can't do much with the gangs in prison. It's up to them if they want to think well. Okay. Lu Wendong was non-committal. He wasn't asking for much in the first place. As long as there are people around, there's a chance. You may begin. 72. Worker brothers have the power. Not Salty will have an accident. East. Getting a job done. Lu Wendong's heart was much lighter. That's what brothers do. As far as it can go. He thinks he pushes his dead soldiers enough. There's certainly some satisfaction in that. Mayor. Lu just drilled out of the warehouse. I saw Lu Jiogong running all over the world at the construction site. I could tell something was wrong by the way he looked so nervous and anxious. He beckons. Jiogong. You are a director of our Luguo group. You should be quiet when things go wrong. Lu Jiogong may have been in a hurry. Spitting his tongue out in front of Lu Wendong. A moment later he said with a red face in anger. Chin old dog that even secretly opened a fish egg stall. He'll be struck by lightning. Lu Wendong was a bit confused by what he heard. Selling fish eggs? There's nothing to be angry about. Lu Jiogong saw that the village chief didn't say anything. He observed for a few moments before it dawned on him that the mayor is a foreigner. You're so handsome. You've never been to the stables. Shouldn't know about this. So he explained. It's where you pinch the big boobs. It dawned on Lu that he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Jiogong. I think you're upset because you were shortchanged by him. Hong Kong Island is one of the 4 little dragons of Asia Pacific. This little dragon is not to be underestimated. He's been running around every chance he gets. And very salty, horny. Hong Kong Island is a salty, wet town. A conservative estimate of at least 700,000 people working in the industry in this city. That is to say, 1 out of 9 people is involved in the industry. The scale of its industry is also very large. It's probably over $60 billion a year. Lu Jiogong snapped. Why give this money to Chen old dog to earn? That old bastard makes money with his share. Nothing else knows how fast it runs. It's dusty in here. Get out and talk. Lu thought about things as he walked. He's not a saint. Can't do everything. This thing Lu Jiogong told him reminded him of that. It's like something out of a movie. One of the mainstays of the Hong Kong and Kowloon communities is the salty industry. Lu Wendong led Lu Jiogong out of the construction site, and only afterward did he say, "Brother, workers have strength, and they do need to relax and unwind after a long day's work." He saw a herbal tea store not far off to the side. Then he lifted his foot and walked. "Jiogong, I see that you are one of the veterans. Please tell me about the corresponding situation." "Auntie Jiao, a hard bowl of honeysuckle tea, please." "Jiogong, let's talk about it over a drink." The salty industry on Hong Kong Island has developed its system very well over the decades. A few dollars to tens of millions of dollars has its play. If you don't have money, you buy comics, salty magazines and fend for yourself. Or spend a couple bucks on a 3-chicken dinner. The fishball stall that Lu Jiogong is talking about pretty much falls into the category of playing with no money. "Boss, find a vacant lot and set up a shed. Dozens of rooms have been cut out of it to make it dark. Salty guys pay a couple bucks to get in there and play the wave for a little while. Because its action is kind of like squeezing a fish egg. That's why the little girl in there is called the fishball girl." Lu Jiogong's eyes fluttered slightly. "Dong, don't look at the cheap price. But business is super hot. People are waiting in line. We country boys can go to the Lai Yuan to see the beauty of science for just a few dollars. It's certainly not cool enough to just play with the waves." That's how the Hong Kong Island specialty was born. It's a clear-cut one-floor one Phoenix. Temple Street, Sham Shui Pa, Yuan Chow Street, Sim Sha Sui, Wan Chai. The most famous, of course, is Boring Street. Prices generally range from $200 to $600. In addition to this, there are escort services available, also known as the private bellgirl. It's usually $600. One phone call, 15 minutes. We have a wide selection of clerks, student girls and more. There's another way to go to a nightclub and get a girl. A show-up fee of $3,000 plus a 12% service charge. And then an additional one, $500. That's how rich people play the game. The country boy obviously can't handle it. Lu Wendong couldn't help himself. "Jiogong, Jiogong, I didn't expect you to be able to fight again even before you are old. Mayor, a double shot is fine. A man can't fail." Of course, even Lu Jiogong is like that. He saw that Lu Wendong didn't seem to object much to the matter. Then he asked, cautiously, "Village chief, why don't you? We get one too?" "Don't you worry." Lu Jiogong also knows the importance. It's fast money. But he also knows that it's easy to be poked and prodded by the townspeople. And said, "Definitely not to the village. To ensure the culture, I'll get someone to build a shed outside." "Mayor, it's not that I want to make money," Lu Jiogong hurriedly explained. "It's just that these brats down there keep coming to me for a reaction. And they're all getting panicky. I'm afraid that they have no place to vent their anger. And it will be easy for them to make a big mess when the time comes." "You're right. There is spring everywhere on Hong Kong Island. The brothers have this need and we can't stop them." Lu Wendong thought to himself that he was just focusing on solving the physiological needs of his dead soldiers, but I didn't realize that the needs of the villagers were also so pent up. "Is Champ awake yet?" 73, Jiogong. Professionals doing professional things. Construction workers earn more than the average job. People come here to sell their strength. The body's need for relaxation after a hard day's work is also greater than normal. Lu Wendong is a man who has always done things by the book. Since Lu Jiogong has raised the issue and there is indeed such a situation, then we have to fix it. The one who is really good at this is Lu Sheng of the big house. He's a serious horseman. A dragon door is clear. As long as we're doing this, then Mr. Lu must find someone who knows the ins and outs of the business. Awake. Lut Kao Kung knew that the village chief might want Sheng to be in charge. He had quite a few sour thoughts in his mind that, this kid is really lucky. But on second thought, this guy's from the big house. Fertilizer doesn't flow in other people's fields. He was in a cloudy mood again. And it's been pulled home to recuperate. Jiogong. A professional does a professional job. Lu Wendong only thought that he didn't know Lu Jiogong's little plan. You go to Lu Sheng and ask him if he's willing to do it. He remembered what to do with Fantine. Power and sex do not discriminate. The easiest way to fix a man is, of course, a woman. Fontaine, as a member of the entertainment industry, itself a ready target for subterfuge. She's seen a pig run, even if she's never eaten one. You should know something about this. East proved to be pretty accurate in this piece. He's also very quick to strike. Fong Ting, who was paralyzed on the sofa with bewitching eyes, said weakly, Quinn seems to have this kind of person under his hand. He seems to take the actresses in his company out to entertain a lot. That's right. The great desires of mankind are food and drink and men and women. Lu Wendong embraced his left and right. You do this thing. I need a team of human quality women to do the job. It had better be the 8-Nation Alliance. Countless martyrs have already told Lu Wendong through holy monuments such as the Red Mansion and the Heavenly Palace. A hero can't help it. If he didn't think of it before, forget it. Now that I realize this, that's what we're going to do. Lu muttered to himself. Looks like we need to get ready to buy a yacht. Mrs. Fu was surprised. Brother Tung, the yacht is so expensive. That deadbeat in my house went to see it before. It's tens of millions at the very least. If you want the deluxe version it moves $50 to $100 million. Fong Ting also looked at Lu Wendong timidly. What kind of family is he? Tung, a yacht? Is the village head in the new territories already so extravagant now? Give and take, give and take, give and take. Lu Wendong will not change his mind. He's got less than 130 million left in his hand. It's not a big deal to buy a $50 or $60 million yacht as a secret garden. When the time comes, women are kept on yachts. Lu Wendong looked at Fong Ting. You'll be in charge, and I'll transfer someone to guard your safety. Mrs. Fu looked enviously at Shim Ting. Cows are good for life. Unlike myself, who had to be an administrative clerk. I'm usually just collecting data. I'm too busy to do anything else. Fontaine's a little out of it. Dong, I haven't even done this piece before. I'm afraid I don't have the experience. Lu Wendong said with a smile. We can't miss an opportunity just because we haven't done it. At first you were very rusty, but later you became very skillful. Sister Fu snorted. That's. Fong Ting's face immediately burned red. She's too embarrassed to look down. The voice was as light as a mosquito. Brother Dong. Then I'll try. Dong. Sister Fu jumped into Lu Wendong's arms and pampered her. What should I do then? Every day at the office. My bones are itching. Lu Wendong slaps down a slap on the face. How can you be a sister-in-law when you have nothing to do but practice yoga and can't keep up with the moves? Look at Ting. She has little experience but her body is just okay. Sister-in-law Fu didn't expect the fire to burn on herself, but there was a slight bit of amusement in her heart. Looks like Tung still likes himself. She said, I know. I'm going to discuss more with Xiao Ting in the next few days. On the other side, Whitehead is drinking with Fatty Lai in the North Point nightclub. Uncle Ben. Fatty Lai crosses his legs and shakes. The whole world knows you're up to something. What's the big deal? Not afraid of getting in trouble with the cops. We're gangsters. We're born to fight against the police and the law. Otherwise what are we called, gangsters? Uncle Ben smiles as if he were an old fox. What? You've been converted now? Got it all the way down? Children's words blow away in the wind. Fatty Lee said. Reformed is more like it. Say, your old man came to me certainly not to invite me to rub fish eggs, but I explain in advance. We all know that I Lee fat man does not get blood well. Fighting and killing things cannot find me. I appreciate it. White-headed Wang smiled. They say that the hit child Hung Hing. For children East Star. But our East Star up and down a good pick if you can find a little bit of a hit child. Although not as good as your Hung Hing. Will be on the queue. He followed before saying. Slowly. Fatty Lee, I'm looking for you to talk business. The business you're best at. 3 things to read. Favorite. Plus a reward. 74. We are not artists. Never have illusions. Fatty Lie's main business is based on fruit dailies, salty and wet magazines, and DVDs. They call themselves cultured people. The truth is, this guy got his start in drugs. Back in the day, the emperor of Kowloon, Fatty Quan, made a fortune. Upon the establishment of the Joint Commission, he turned his head in a hurry and started a newspaper. Of course a newspaper run by a man from a club is not serious. The Daily Rawhide is predominantly a catch-all, rumor-mongering gossip mill. The facts are as twisted as they come. Whitehead approached him in the hopes of utilizing the greatest strengths of the Daily Targum. Catch 22. No. Fatty Lie shook his head back and forth. Whitehead, you're pushing me to my death. He refused outright. The fundamental principle that makes our fruit daily popular among Hong Kong Islanders is that we only report celebrity gossip and tycoon affairs. What suspected homicide? Armed struggle, these we do not touch. The white-headed man smiles but doesn't laugh. Fatty Lie, your fundamental principle is that there are no principles, right? We are all on the road. What are you pretending to be in front of me? You don't want to drag me down anyway. Fatty Lie's a bit of a Big Brother B is so popular that he was forced by a phone call to go over and apologize. I heard he's going to Lu Jia village soon to set up 100 tables. Where will I be able to set things right if people come after me then? The white-headed man sighed. I had thought you were righteous. Don't tease. Fatty Lie knows what he's doing. Do not hook 2 sister-in-law. So easy to escape. Righteousness. Into the remember the cackle. Would I have this day if I were righteous? The white-headed man is speechless. It's the first time I've seen such a shameless person. The new generation of Jungwoo is really not as good as the previous generation. Once upon a time, when we exchanged yellow paper, we were really good brothers. That's fine. Since it's inconvenient for you, I'm sure I won't force it. The white-headed man said. You're a celebrity in the media. Captain of the paparazzi. So can you introduce me to a newspaper? Wow. Whitehead. Are you really going to get that strong? Fatty Lai shakes his head. It's not just a rash death. If you don't know, you'll think the sky is falling. He saw that the white-headed man was enraged. Then he hastened to say. Nah, don't say I. Fatty Lai, don't give face. I'll introduce you to the newspaper, but definitely don't involve me. Okay, don't worry. There is moral justice in the jungle. The white-headed man stood up. I'll do you a favor. Fatty Lai followed suit and stood up. Then again, why don't you look for Lin Yucheng of New Winxing? I've heard he's been booming lately. Business is booming. There's a lot of money and a lot of people. If you guys work together, you might be able to take down Ting Yao. The main dwarf mules of the Hong Kong government society come from basically 3 places. Public housing estates, New Territories country boys, fishermen. These places are poor as hell. Not many of them take school seriously, either. Besides going to jail, getting out is the best thing they can do. Fatty Lai said Lam Yuchong is also from Lam Kotsuan, all the way from the short mule to the seat of the new Liangsikan. His reputation in the Jianghu has been growing in the past few years. Every man for himself. The white-headed man smiles but doesn't laugh. He took the sunny road. I took the one-way bridge. People engaged in demolition. White powder to make money fast. Do not see this small business well. Pity. Fatty Lai has had a lot of contact with cultural figures lately. It's all a bit of a literary exercise. We come out looking good, but the money is borrowed from the ghosts, and at any moment we can lose our lives. 1 foot in the hearse and 1 foot in the prison wagon. Both scenes light and bright. He shrugged his shoulders in envy and, if I were a local in the New Territories, I would definitely go to the Ting UK and wear a suit and tie to be a man of honor. None of US are artists. Never have illusions. The Ting House is the path the Whiteheads have set for themselves to clear their names. He's not interested in dragging the other clubs in for a piece of the action. Okay, good luck with your fortune. Fatty Lai also lost interest when he saw White-headed Wing pretending to be deaf and dumb. You go to videotape strong. That dang Harry tabloid is going out of business. At this point you're going to be just in time to get him to do whatever you want. Okay, I'll invite you to Saigon for seafood when I have time. No problem. I heard that the seafood there is tender and juicy. Waiting for your call. Fatty Lai smiled as he watched the white-headed man leave. Bah! He looked down without looking at the woman beside the white-headed man. Can't help but mutter to himself. The bad old man is blessed. I hear this is pinning you down and not letting go. What a big heart. One of the men on the side asked. Boss, why don't you make money when there's money to be made? From the demented line. Fat Lee slapped him on the back of the head. What age is it? You have to eat your brains to make money. Whitehead the dangling hair is anxious to get to shore. That's why he's letting go. We cultured people just watch the action from the shore. Fighting and killing? It's not for us, the man said weakly. Then is the newspaper Don's side still going to be handled? Fatty Lai eyes show hard color. Are you crazy? He smashed my rice bowl. We come out to mix with the credibility. Said to sink him to the sea must be sunk to the sea. Be smart and don't give me a whole lot of trouble, or you'll have to fight it yourself.